Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is 5 Petals in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16. Sasuke shows up again the next morning. He expects Tsunade to be even angrier than she was the previous day, but instead she greets him with a simple raised eyebrow and a smirk. She probably wants to look more wry and sarcastic than it actually does. So this is really the plan, she drawls, putting one hand on her hip. Follow me around and pester me until I give in. Sasuke shrugs. Naruto's busy training to win your unwinnable bet, and I don't think I want to know what Jiraiya's doing. This is as good a way to kill a week's time as any. She sighs long and loud, but gestures for him to follow as she turns down the road. Do whatever you want, but if you're gonna try gambling again, I'm sending you 6 feet underground the hard way if I catch you cheating, understand? Considering Sasuke had to pass the fissure she left in the street every time he walked over here, he definitely did. Tsunade does a very poor job of ignoring him. At first she keeps it to terse responses to his attempts at conversation and thwacking him on the back of the head if she thought he was about to activate the Sharingan at the roulette table, but about halfway through the week she starts making conversation by suddenly asking him questions after long bouts of thoughtful silence. The first Sasuke nearly doesn't hear over the cacophony of the pachinko parlor they're in. How much do you actually know about the Uchiha clan's history? Sasuke blinks a few times in surprise, then a few times more as he searches his memory. Honestly, not very much. We fought the Senju, then helped found the village. Madara betrayed the village. The second Hokage made us in charge of the police force, and details from before or since I guess weren't important enough to put in history books or anyone in the clan to tell me. I mean, I was 8 when. Yeah. Tsunade smiles a bitter smile. Madara betrayed the village. Yeah, he'd been reduced down to that footnote by the time I was your age, too. He hadn't even died that long ago. I still remembered being carried on his hip, but everyone was trying to pretend he never existed. Sasuke tries and fails to keep his mouth from dropping open. You knew Madara Uchiha? She shrugs, her tiny smile starting to grow. I mean, as well as you know anything that happened when you were a toddler ninja. Have kids young but not that young. Grandpa would tell stories about him, when it was just us. He told me all the time about how I'd tried to play 5-card draw for some sweets when Madara was looking after me and he'd cheated to win. Against a 2-year-old. Sasuke's not sure what he's having a harder time imagining that Tsunade was ever that young, or Madara, his clan's patriarch, spoken of in whispers fearful and reverent alike, cheating in a card game against a 2-year-old child. He tries to imagine Madara, the traitor, the bogeyman, the second of 2 massive edifices on either side of a waterfall, carrying a toddler on his hip. Much like every time he'd tried to imagine Madara before seeing an image of the man, Sasuke can only imagine his own father carrying him. Why? Sasuke wonders, brows furrowed so hard he's certain they've merged into one. Tsunade shrugs, who knows? He was an Uchiha, it was probably pride. My great-uncle had a theory about it, but he's the one who shoved you all in a corner and made you cops, so he's probably just a little bit biased. The second Hokage. Nobody had talked about him in the Uchiha compound, not if they could help it. Any mentions of him were brief, terse, and never complimentary. And textbooks said little more about him, as he was one of the only Hokage who'd ruled from the shadows, making no effort to ingratiate himself to the people. Sasuke can't help the jolt of curiosity that courses through him. He grabs it and runs with it. What did he think? Tsunade stares long and hard at the flashing pachinko display before she turns to look him in the eye. He called it the curse of hatred. He would say that Uchiha are caring people who love deeply, but don't tend to show it much until it was too late. Whenever what they loved was threatened or taken, that love turns to hatred, and spurred them to desperate and evil acts, first for vengeance and then for power. He'd point to how the Sharingan tends to develop in the face of intense loss or grief. I would say that maybe his view of the Uchiha is skewed because he spent his formative years killing them during the Warring States period, but he didn't like it when I did. Sasuke stares into the middle distance, eyes going out of focus as he turns over every piece of that. Sasuke only realizes he's speaking when he's halfway through his statement. I mean, there were people in the clan who were like that, I guess, but there were so many more who were open and kind, and I had relatives who would embarrass me with kisses and pinching my cheeks and all that kind of crap. There were so many more of them than people like my father. And what does he expect people to do when the people they love are threatened? Did he really think the Senja were better? Tsunade shoots him a level look. Of course he did, Sasuke. And so did everyone else. Back then I'll bet you the Uchiha are heroes now, because no one wants to speak ill of the dead, but before that, well, you were shoved out to the edge of the village for a reason. Tsunade's eyes drift back to the pachinko machine that's long since stopped its frenzy of activity. How do you justify something like that? How do you go back to a village that treats you that way and not just take a mission on the other side of the world and never come back? Sasuke frowns, watching Tsunade load the balls back into the machine as he collects his thoughts. There are quite a lot to collect, so Tsunade goes through several rounds before he thinks he has an answer. He wonders, almost to himself, what changes if you run away? Tsunade looks over at him, and for a brief moment she can't mask pure surprise. She smooths it over into something wry and distant quickly enough, but Sasuke won't forget that moment. She finally stands up from her stool. Fair point. They leave the conversation there, and Sasuke returns to the hotel that night to lie awake and stare at the moon, wondering if the second Hokage wasn't entirely wrong. Another time, they're walking down a side street when Tsunade suddenly stops and turns, peering curiously down at him. How much medical ninjutsu have you already learned? Sasuke, for a second, can't even speak. He can't have won her over that easily. There's no way. She has to have some ulterior motive. There's no way. Suddenly Tsunade is in his face, snapping her fingers next to his ear. Sasuke. When someone asks a question you oughta answer it. Sasuke forces himself to do just that. Not a lot, I guess. I just know mystical palm jutsu. Hold on, Tsunade cuts in, holding a hand up. There's no way I heard a 13-year-old kid fresh out of the academy tell me he learned mystical palm. Wanna repeat that for me? Sasuke frowns and, instead of repeating himself, just holds up one hand. His Sharingan flashes to life as the teal chakra coats his palm, and Tsunade has another brief moment of total shock, making her eyes go painfully wide before they dart over to his eyes and narrow down into the irritation and disappointment Sasuke's become accustomed to. No wonder your eyes were so screwed up. You cheated your way into medical ninjutsu, she sighs, pinching the bridge of her nose. God save the poor medic who has to break you of that habit. Sasuke's frown turns into a proper scowl. I couldn't cheat my way into it. I had to see it multiple times to copy it, and even then I've had to practice. Tsunade covers her face with her hand and lets out a muffled groan. Do I want to know what you've been practicing on? Sasuke can't help something of a smirk. Well, since you were also a medic with no one to teach you once, you already know. Tsunade doesn't take her hand off her face, but Sasuke can see her brows knit together in a frown. Great, good to know that Jiraiya still doesn't value my privacy. She drags her hand down her face and finally looks at Sasuke again. So, how bad's the damage? What have you done to yourself? Sasuke, once again, does not respond with words. He pulls off his arm guards to show her the small puncture marks and thin white scars, and picks up his foot to wiggle his still stiff toe. Tsunade surveys it all with an increasingly bemused expression, the side of her mouth pulling into another gentle smirk once she gets down to his toe. Well, I'll be damned, you actually were kinda smart about it, Tsunade muses through a chuckle. I can't say I ever was. Sasuke can't keep his eyes from going wide. This is smart. What does stupid look like? Tsunade grins and pulls up the bottom of her shirt by way of explanation. Cutting across her abdomen at a diagonal is a gnarled, ropey mess of scar tissue, unevenly healed out near the edge. The scar is smooth and silver, but near the center it's as dark and rumpled as it would look if she'd gotten wounded last week. Sasuke feels his stomach turn over and has to fight to keep his lunch where it is. Yep, I decided that a big nasty intestines popping out wound was the perfect testing ground. Tsunade chuckles as she lets go of her shirt and it falls back over the scar. I couldn't bend over forwards for a week, but that wasn't so bad. Meant Jiraiya couldn't get any peeks at my ass. Sasuke furrows his brow thoughtfully, eyes still focused on where her scar had been. Why do you still have it? Tsunade blinks a few times. Because it's a scar. I know it is, Sasuke huffs, but if what people say about your skill level is true, you could get rid of it altogether. Why don't you? Tsunade stares into the middle distance, her hand coming up to absently clutch at her necklace. She's quiet for a moment, perhaps longer than that question deserves. Well, she sighs, the best way to discourage behavior is to keep the consequences in mind. Not much better way to do that than to carry them on your body, right? Suzuki stares at her hand, closed around the necklace, and has a feeling she's not talking about the scar anymore. He pulls his mouth into a smirk. You sell yourself short as a teacher. Tsunade's turned on her heel and is heading towards the main street again. How do you figure that? Suzuki shudders as he replies, after seeing that, I'm definitely practicing on fish from now on. Suzuki's honestly not sure how much he means that, but it makes Tsunade snort out a little laugh, so he's certainly going to try. And yet another time, the last evening before the week is up, they're sitting in the tavern where they met and Tsunade asks in a low, rough voice, what did Shizun tell you about me? Suzuki freezes up and Tsunade rolls her eyes, swirling the sake in her cup. Nobody's in trouble if you spill it. Shizun's a grown woman, it's not like I can ground her or anything. Even so, Suzuki still takes his time before answering. He stares at his hands, laced together in front of him on the table, as he tries to put the words together before they leave his mouth. Thinking before he speaks isn't a skill he has a lot of practice with. The words come out slowly, like drips of water from a long-since turned-off faucet. She told me about Noeki and Dan. And the necklace. And your problem with blood. Tsunade takes a sip of her sake, then grumbles, should have asked what she didn't tell you, then. She didn't tell me what Orochimaru wants from you, Suzuki murmurs, staring hard at the tabletop. Tsunade is quiet. She focuses intently on the action of drinking her sake, refilling her cup, draining it dry again, repeat. It doesn't seem to be getting her all that drunk, but Suzuki supposes that isn't actually the point right now. He almost jumps when she breaks the silence. If you really want to know, I'll need an answer from you first. Suzuki frowns, but nods, fine. Tsunade sets down her sake and looks him in the eye, face smooth and impassive. Why do you want me to train you? Suzuki has to fight to keep from cocking his head to the side. I've already told you why. I want to know what you know. Tsunade's glare pierces through him, pinning him to his seat. And why do you want to know it? Why are you reaching so high so soon? There's always a reason. Is it your leg? Suzuki feels the dull throb in his knee, the pinch of his brace, and shakes his head. No. I'm keeping my knee the way it is. It hurts, but I can still run. I can still jump through trees. I can still fight. I'm keeping it as a reminder of what happens when I fail. Tsunade glowers over her sip of sake. There's a difference between a reminder and a burden. I wouldn't have kept my scar if it weighed me down. Suzuki shrugs with one shoulder. Yeah, it doesn't. But the necklace does, and you're still wearing it. Tsunade absently winds her fingers around the necklace's chain, eyes drifting to look at a spot over Suzuki's head. Well, I might not be for much longer. Suzuki forcefully swallows the bitter taste that rises up in the back of his throat at the mention of Naruto. There's reason he's been focusing all his attention on Tsunade. It keeps that ugly dark something from rising any further up, keeps it confined to the pit of his stomach. I'm here because my teammate is suffering, Suzuki states, voice as steady and resolute as he can force it to be. She was hurt. Bad. Physically and mentally. And it was my fault. To keep me from doing something stupid, she put herself in harm's way. I have to make it up to her. I have to make sure it never happens again. Tsunade snorts around a wry smirk. Should have known there's always a girl. Suzuki rolls his eyes as he fidgets in place. You got your answer. Now I want mine. What did Orochimaru want? Tsunade pauses, her fingers dancing over the gem hanging below her collarbone, expression distant. Sarutobi did something to him during their fight. Orochimaru lost the use of his arms, completely. They're starting to mortify. If he doesn't get them fixed, they'll need to be amputated. The pieces start to click together, and Suzuki's eyes go wide. He wants you to fix them. There's no way he'd ask you to do something like that for free. That's too big. What did he offer you? Tsunade doesn't answer. She just threads her fingers around the necklace's chain, staring through him. The only emotion on her face is a weariness that betrays how old she actually is under all the chakra. Suzuki's eyes slide between them both, and two more pieces click together. Suzuki swallows hard. Are you going to do it? When do you have to give him your answer? Tsunade finally looks him in the eye as she simply replies, tomorrow morning. Suzuki's mouth falls open, his voice coming out soft and quavering, "That's when the bet with Naruto ends." Tsunade nods, her eyes crinkling slightly at the corners in the ghost of a smile. "I've been keeping an eye on him, you know, out by that waterfall a little ways out of town. He's been training day and night. He might actually pull it off." Tsunade may be smiling, but Sasuke is using all his willpower to keep his face frozen, to keep his hands from clenching into fists, to keep from trembling all over. The roiling mass of something comes lurching up, and Sasuke could hardly stop it if he wanted to. Of course. Of fucking course. Not a damn thing he was doing mattered, no matter how many times Tsunade seemed like she was coming around. It was always about Naruto. She'd just been wasting time, waiting for the week to be up, waiting on Naruto to do the impossible so she'd know what to do next. He'd just been a distraction. Rage is settling into every space it can fill, and Sasuke can't parse out where to point it at Tsunade for leaving everything up to chance and fate so she won't have to make a choice and take responsibility, at himself for being so stupid as to think he could make a difference, at Orochimaru for manipulating Tsunade's grief, or at Naruto for that inexplicable ability he has to make everyone else's efforts trivial and meaningless. What Sasuke knows for certain is that he wants to hit something. Preferably something that can hit back. Sasuke stands up from the table and hisses through gritted teeth, "Excuse me," before storming out of the tavern. Naruto. Sasuke didn't have to shout. Naruto's only a few yards away, lying flat on his back in front of one of many trees he's ruined with spiraling scars in this tiny river valley. Sasuke wants to make his presence known and felt. Naruto, a panting heap on the ground with hands covered in fresh burns and layer of filth on him that can only come from having trained for a week straight, cracks open one eye at the sound. When it lands on Sasuke, they both shoot open and Naruto does a lightning-fast kip up into his low stance. Good to know he's about as happy to see Sasuke as Sasuke is to see him. Naruto's lip lifts in a snarl and he snaps, "The hell do you want?" Sasuke has made his presence known. He makes it felt by shoving chakra into the solace of his feet and dashing in to sock Naruto square in the jaw. Naruto slams back first into the scarred tree and bounces right back off it to throw a punch. Sasuke swerves around. "What the fuck is your problem?" "Oh, shut the fuck up, you've got one too." Sasuke cuts back as Naruto dodges a low kick. "I want to kick your ass, so I am. I know you want to fight me, so fight." Naruto responds by growling low in his throat and tackling Sasuke's bad leg. He can feel the pain all the way up in his teeth as Naruto knocks him to the ground, traps his leg with his own and forces his leg to straighten against his will. His tendons feel like they've burst into flames. Sasuke swears out loud and thrashes against Naruto's hold, kicking at him with his free leg and slamming fists and elbows into him. Naruto holds fast, adrenaline, exhaustion, and anger coming together to leave him with the keen tactical mind of an angry badger. Sasuke swears one last time before twisting his back as far as he can and biting down hard on Naruto's ankle. The shock makes Naruto let out a shriek of "motherfucker," and loosen his grip, enough for Sasuke to kick him in the chin and wriggle out of his grasp. Sasuke gets back up to his feet and activates the Sharingan just in time for Naruto to grab a handful of dirt and throw it at his eyes. It comes too fast for Sasuke to avoid it. His eyes shut on instinct and he feels the wind get slammed out of his lungs as Naruto hurtles shoulder first into his stomach. They both go crashing back down to the ground and Naruto pins Sasuke down. He gets his eyes open just in time to see Naruto, straddling his stomach, rear back and slam a first right into Sasuke's nose. Naruto gets a good few seconds of pummeling him on the ground like an academy bully before Sasuke finally gets his bearings. He hits Naruto with a palm thrust to the sternum, sending a burst of healing chakra along behind the impact. Naruto wobbles from the sudden spike of his pulse and Sasuke rolls out from under him, scrambling to his feet and using his brief window to get far enough that Naruto can't throw another handful of dirt in his eyes. "What was the point of all this training if you're just gonna fight like a wild animal?" Sasuke spits. "You haven't grown up at all." Naruto comes up onto his haunches and lunges at him again. "I haven't grown up. You're the one who's acting like a fucking kid. Your brother tries to kidnap me and nearly kills Sakura and you're just jealous no one's paying attention to you anymore." Sasuke uses Hyuga footwork to swerve around Naruto, striking for him again and missing by a hair. "And why should people be paying attention to you instead? What did you do to earn any of it? All anyone cares about is that stupid fox." Naruto throws another punch as he snarls, "Oh fuck you. I've been out here every day, every night, working my ass off. You're the one that won the fucking lottery with eyes that let you copy any jutsu and do it perfectly. What the hell have you ever worked for? Sasuke manages to get a grip on Naruto's collar and wrenches him in range so he can knee him in the chest. I worked to be able to run again. I've worked to learn how to heal people. I can make a difference. All you want is to one-up an old lady. Naruto pulls out of Sasuke's grip and slams his headband into Sasuke's nose, the metal edge cutting into the bridge. Don't you fucking lie to my face, jackass. You don't want to help people, you want to help yourself. Sakura took the mother of all bullets for you and all you care about is getting rid of your own guilt. Sasuke rears back and slams the sole of his foot into Naruto's gut, sending him staggering back. You wanna talk guilt? I saved Sakura's life when Kisame was about to kill her. Where the hell were you? Naruto pulls himself up to stand up straight so he can shout, behind a goddamn wall, where she trapped me. Because she came to save me. All you cared about was your stupid revenge. Sasuke's eyes are burning now, his throat aches and his voice comes out thick as he screams, he killed our fucking parents. What the hell would you have done? Naruto's pupils lengthen out to slits and the night air is suddenly boiling hot as he roars, oh I'll show you what the fuck I would have done. Naruto holds one hand out, badly burned palm out, and starts to gather chakra. He uses his other hand to start pulling it into a ball as it starts to spin, glowing brighter and hotter as it speeds up. Naruto springs towards him. Sasuke lets out a war cry and gathers lightning chakra in his chest, thrusting it all down his arm and into his hand. He shoves all the excess chakra into his feet to give him a burst of speed as he charges in to meet Naruto head-on. Naruto leaps into the air when he's only a few yards away, the imperfect Rasengan's light leaving an arcing trail behind him as he flies towards Sasuke and starts coming down through the air right towards Sasuke's head. Sasuke keeps charging and swings his arm up on a collision course with Naruto's ribs. Sasuke sees Naruto's face, starkly lit in the bright blue light from the Chidori and Rasengan. He sees the light playing off the beads on his bracelet, the one Naruto had shoved in his face as a birthday present Sasuke had never asked for. That Naruto had given him before telling him how much he respected Sasuke. That Naruto had given him before making him promise they would protect Sakura. One thought crystallizes, order in the perfect chaos of Sasuke's mind, I can't do this. Sasuke grabs his own wrist with his other hand and forces it away. The Chidori hits the dirt with a resounding crash and sends dirt clods and dust flying up in a jagged line as Sasuke's momentum keeps him going. He forces his hand to stay down, forces himself to keep going, until the light dies out and the strength leaves his legs. He collapses in a pile of jelly-like bones and aching muscle, takes heaving breaths that make his lungs burn with strain, keeps his eyes square on the ground. He waits out the adrenaline and starts to shake. Only then does he pick himself up and look over his shoulder for Naruto. Only one hand, planted in the center of a spiral scar in the ground, is keeping Naruto propped up and able to claim he's not lying in the dirt. That spiral scar is right where Sasuke's feet had been a second or two before he'd changed course. Naruto stares at the groove in the dirt, eyes wide, mouth agape, before he lets his arm buckle, the rest of his body falling with it. Sasuke only has a second to see his face before he presses it into the ground, but a second is all he needs to identify the emotion twisting his features. Shame. Sasuke lets out a sigh and hobbles over to Naruto's side. He flops down near his head, and neither of them say a word, letting the sound of the waterfall and nightbirds fill the deep, heavy silence between them. Sasuke bends first, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting Sakura hurt. I'm sorry for being petty and jealous and I don't know if we were friends, or are friends, but if we are, or were, I've probably also been a pretty shitty friend. I'm sorry. For all of it. Naruto doesn't say anything for a few minutes. When he finally turns his head to look at Sasuke, he's smiling. Sasuke doesn't know what to do with that. Naruto rasps around panting breaths, Sasuke. I gave you a birthday present that I bought with my food money. We're friends, believe it. Naruto holds the smile for maybe a second before his face crumples, tears cutting crooked lines through the layer of dirt on his face. I should have grabbed Sakura and ran. Why did I fight that stupid fish guy? That was stupid. I was so stupid. Sasuke shook his head, there's no way I could beat Itachi. Sakura said as much. I shouldn't have challenged him. We should have just gotten you out. I was being stupid. Naruto lets out a choked laugh, we're the biggest idiots in the village. Sasuke nods, a smile finally crossing his face, there's no one dumber than us in the whole country. He takes one of Naruto's hands and turns it over. The burns had already been bad, and that last attempt at the raise-non had just made them worse. It's a mess of raw meat pink and charcoal black in swirling circular patterns across Naruto's palms. Sasuke calls up soothing Saiyan chakra and it washes over the burned area, his hand shaking ever so slightly and leaving tiny scars in the wake of his work. It's better than nothing. Everything you said about me is true, Sasuke murmurs, staring intently at Naruto's hand so he won't have to look at his face. I'm selfish. I'm selfish and I drag everyone down along with me. But I'm trying not to be. That might be the only way for me to get stronger. What do you think? Sasuke turns to look at Naruto. Naruto is looking at nothing. He's finally passed out, eyes shut and mouth hanging open. If he were any more relaxed he'd be snoring. Sasuke snorts out a brief laugh and moves on to Naruto's other hand. He hears the shifting of rocks and a sharp gasp, then Shizun's voice calling out, Sasuke. Naruto. What happened? Sasuke turns and Shizun is racing over to them, heeled sandals causing her to trip and stumble a few times on the rough terrain. She falls to her knees at Sasuke's side and frets over him and Naruto both, shifting between the two of them with a harried energy that's a bit overwhelming after the excitement of the past few minutes. Sasuke speaks over Shizun's fretting, were you watching us the whole time? Shizun turns to him, blinks rapidly, what? No. I just got here, what happened? Naruto's hands are a mess, you're both filthy, what did you both get into? Sasuke just grins, lopsided and tired, I'll tell you as we walk. Help me carry him. Finally, the moment is right. They'd been tailing the kid for days, waiting for the moment to snatch him, but he'd either been right next to Tsunade or under Jiraiya's watch or just staying up all night like the creepy little fucker he was. But now it's the middle of the night, he's alone, he's exhausted, and he's walking back to the hotel through the side streets. He's all but begging to be kidnapped. Even so, Jinzuki opts to post up in the trees just on the other side of the fence, in direct contrast to Yoroi standing just within a dark alleyway. Kin had the guts to work their genjutsu out in the open, but Jin never did. That's why she'd gone to the Chunin exams and he hadn't. That's why she'd died, and for the moment, he's still alive. And if he wants to stay that way, he needs to make sure Sasuke never sees him or the Senbon. He'd stabbed them in the fence long before Sasuke was even within line of sight, placing them under the shadow of the tree even darker now, in the middle of the night. If all goes well, Sasuke won't know what hit him. Jin fidgets in his perch and blows some long dark hair out of his eyes. Yeah right, all never goes well. He watches Sasuke limp down the side street, eyes half open, and holds his breath. His eyes keep darting to Yoroi, he's nearly invisible, all in black in the deep shadows of the alleyway. Sasuke passes the alleyway and Jin nearly doesn't see the tiny nod from Yoroi. If it wasn't for the barest glint of setting moonlight off his dark glasses, Jin would have missed his cue entirely. But he doesn't. He pulls on the 3 strings in his hand, jingling the bells ever so slightly. Sasuke stops in his tracks, brow furrowing, before he suddenly lurches forward. He's likely seeing double right about now as the genjutsu dances on his inner ear, and in a few moments more he won't be able to walk straight. Yoroi creeps out of the alleyway on silent feet. His features are covered, but Jin is sure he's grinning beneath his mask. He raises his hands up, laces them together, ready to bring them down hard on the back of Sasuke's neck. And then he opens his big, arrogant mouth, not the round 2 I was hoping for, but at least it'll be fast. Jin grits his teeth in a grimace as Sasuke proves his reaction time to be much faster than either of them anticipated, whirling around and instead taking Yoroi's double axe handle to the forehead. The force of the blow sends Sasuke staggering backward, out of Yoroi's reach, and Jin frantically rings the bells again. Sasuke sways like a drunkard as the sound hits his ears. Yoroi closes the distance, wrapping his fingers around Sasuke's throat and lifting him up. But instead of choke-slamming him straight down, Yoroi flings him further down the alleyway, putting 2 yards of distance between him and Sasuke. Jin bites down hard on his lower lip. He knew it was a bad idea for them to send someone who'd already beaten Sasuke once. He's overconfident, he doesn't realize how much can change in 2 months. Sasuke drags himself back up to his feet and shuts his eyes tight, paying no mind to Yoroi's advance. When he opens them again, it's the bright blood red of the Sharingan. Jin gasps and swears under his breath the genjutsu is auditory, but that's not the problem. With the Sharingan his eyes will be sharp enough to see the thin shapes of the senbon and wire, even in the darkness. Right on cue Sasuke looks over his shoulder, eyes locking on the senbon. He hastily grabs a handful of shuriken from the pack on his waist and throws them at Yoroi, giving him cover to scramble towards the senbon. Jin swears out loud this time, he doesn't care if Sasuke hears him, he needs to yank the senbon free of the fence and get the hell out of here before it's too late. Sasuke's hand closes around one of the wires. Bright blue lightning chakra comes surging up the string from Sasuke's hand and hits Jin. The shock isn't enough to kill, but it sends him into convulsions so violent he lets go of the strings and falls out of the tree. He smacks his head on the ground and now it's his turn for his vision to swim as the genjutsu falls and Sasuke regains his bearings, shaking his head once to clear it before turning away. Jin can only watch the rest happen in a helpless daze. Sasuke darts back in and kicks Yoroi up into the air, before flickering like a shadow and appearing behind his back. He keeps kicking Yoroi higher and higher, knocking him around like a pinball, before finally appearing above him and slamming his good leg down into Yoroi's stomach. Yoroi plummets back down and hits the ground so hard it craters. The impact shakes Jin out of his daze, but when Yoroi hits there's a sickening crack and he goes limp. Sasuke lands heavy on his good leg and pushes up with a wince, striding over to Jin with murder in his eyes. Jin tries to scramble away on the heels of his hands, but even with his bad leg Sasuke's faster. He grabs Jin by the throat and pushes him up against the fence. The impact shoves the words out of his mouth, "Jay, just fucking kill me. Please. Get it over with already." Sasuke quirks an eyebrow, "You want me to kill you? It'll be better than what Orochimaru does to me if he finds out I failed," he babbles, nigh incoherent. "He told me what happened to Kin and Doso. I am not gonna go that way, I'm not. Just kill me, have some fucking mercy." Sasuke narrows his eyes, Tomo drifting around his pupil like sharks circling a wounded seal. "Not yet. You're going to tell me what you know about Orochimaru and Tsunade's deal first." "What? They don't tell me about that shit." Sasuke squeezes down hard on Jin's windpipe, turning his exclamation into a wheeze. Okay, just let go." Sasuke's grip loosens in time with Jin's lips. I don't know a lot. He was gonna bring back her boyfriend and kid brother or something. They're supposed to meet at dawn at Tanzaku Castle. I swear I don't know anything else. Now please just fucking kill me already, please." Sasuke stares him down for long enough that Jin knows he's considering it. Then his hand opens and Jin drops to the ground. "Go to the Leaf Village, do it fast while Orochimaru's preoccupied," Sasuke mutters. "Tell them you're surrendering in exchange for asylum. Tell them everything you know and you'll be protected." Sasuke stalks away into the night. The adrenaline filters out of his system, and Jin starts giggling uncontrollably. The laughter is 1 part wry, 2 parts manic. The kid's so fucking naive there's nowhere to hide in the Leaf Village. The place is still jam-packed with sound spies, so is every other hidden village. There's nowhere to hide. Jin has a feeling Orochimaru would find some irony in him crushing the false tooth in the back of his jaw. His body starts to convulse as the cyanide seeps into his system, his mouth starts to fill with blood, saliva, and vomit, and all Jin can think before he passes out and suffocates is that this is still a far better way to go than any death Orochimaru would have given him. The smart thing to do would have been to turn his ass right back around, tell Shizune everything, find Jiraiya, and hunker down somewhere Orochimaru couldn't find him or Naruto. Sasuke knows that. He's tired, he's sore, his chakra reserves are at best half full thanks to the blows Yoroi managed to land siphoning it away. He's a high-value target that could make a fight more complicated and risky than it needs to be. He'd be a liability on the battlefield. Sasuke knows this, too. And he's leaping across rooftops towards the castle anyway. In the slowly brightening dawn he pushes himself forward, ignoring every cry from his aching, strained muscles and landing hard on his good leg so his bad one can't trip him up. He's breathing in harsh wheezes like a horse pulling a train and doesn't allow himself to slow down, to stop, to look anywhere but dead ahead at the castle as it comes closer and closer. In the dawn light the white walls look pale gold. On any other morning it would be beautiful. Suzuki lands on the tiled roof with a clatter and finally pauses to steady himself. He takes another normal step and the tiles shift noisily under his feet. He swears under his breath and drops down into a tactical crawl. He runs through a few hand signs, and his perception dims, sounds grow muffled, and world grows just a bit darker, like a cloud had passed over the sun. No wonder they call it invisible cloak jutsu. Suzuki feels like he's crawling under a heavy down blanket as he creeps across the roof. He turns his head as far as he can to either side as he crawls, looking for anything out of the ordinary, and he quickly finds it, a pair of figures, hazy from the distance in the soft morning light. Suzuki inches towards them, forcing himself to take deep breaths. In, he pulls forward with his right arm. Out, he pulls forward with his left. If that's who he thinks it is, he can't risk them discovering him before he has a chance to do anything. For once in his life, Suzuki Uchiha has to be patient. And for once in his life, it pays off. Suzuki crawls until he's lying parallel to the two figures, and neither one has noticed him. Suzuki's breath catches in his windpipe. Right below him, beside a demolished section of the castle wall, stand two of the legendary Sunin. Tsunade's red-rimmed eyes are heavy-lidded, the look on her face one of blank resignation as she regards the other figure over several yards of distance. The man across from her with his long dark hair, reptilian gold eyes, and hands wrapped entirely in bandages, can only be Orochimaru. Suzuki stares at Tsunade's face and his mind fits the last two pieces of the puzzle together. She's going to do it. He leaps to his feet, drops his genjutsu and shouts at the top of his lungs, "Wait!" Suzuki's voice draws both sets of eyes up to his perch, and he does his best to stand tall while he still has the high ground. Tsunade's eyes are wide enough to hurt, her posture corpse stiff, and her voice coming out in a whisper, "Suzuki." She forces herself to glare and shouts up at him, "You can't leave me alone for 5 minutes, you little shit." Orochimaru couldn't care less about Tsunade's performance. His mouth falls open into a wide grin, needle fangs glinting in the morning light. He looks seconds away from salivating. When he speaks it's with an almost musical lilt, "Good morning, Suzuki. It seems your good breeding has paid off. It's so polite of you to just waltz right up instead of making me chase you down." Suzuki hops carefully down to the ground and bites down hard on the inside of his cheek to keep from wincing as pain lances up his bad leg. He strides forward, purposeful, and comes to a stop between Orochimaru and Tsunade. He stares down Orochimaru, the first good look he's gotten at him, with his arms hanging limp by his sides, the thin sheen of sweat on his pallid skin, and the deep circles under his eyes. Suzuki reasons that Orochimaru shouldn't be intimidating. But his eyes keep drawing back to his teeth, long and sharp. What would it have felt like, to be bitten, to have those fangs sink deep into his flesh and brand him? His mind keeps pulling back to Sakura, how she'd lain in feverish agony for 9 hours to keep him from having to do the same, and his stomach feels like it's collapsing in on itself. Orochimaru would have to unhinge his jaw to grin any wider. "To what do we owe the pleasure, Suzuki?" Suzuki can feel his hands shaking, but he doesn't have time for fear. "I came to make a deal. I want you to give Tsunade what you promised her and release the cursed seal you put on Sakura." In exchange, he has to take a deep breath, in through his nose out through his mouth, to keep his voice from trembling. "I'll go with you. And you can do whatever it is you wanted to do with me back in the forest of death. If you hold up your end of the bargain. I won't put up a fight." Tsunade's voice from behind him comes out in a horrified whisper, "Suzuki, what the?" Orochimaru meanwhile is staring at him, naked shock plastered all over his face. "Really? Really? That's not rhetorical. I need confirmation. It cannot be this easy." Suzuki balls his hands up into white-knuckled fists. "I give you my word, as a leaf shinobi and heir to the Uchiha clan. If you give Tsunade what she wants and free my friend, my life is yours." Orochimaru is grinning again, and he lets his head loll to the side as he wonders, "Sweet little Sakura, I understand, you do so adore your pretty little flower, but what profit is there for you in enabling an old slug queen?" "Because I know what you were offering," Suzuki replies, slowly, "and I don't think she's wrong to want her family back." Tsunade's grip on Suzuki's shoulder is strong but warm, her hand soft from years of healing chakra washing over it. "That's enough, Suzuki." Suzuki turns to her, mouth open to protest, but the words die before they hit even the back of his tongue. Tsunade is smiling down at him, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She gently moves him behind her and he can't take his eyes off her for even a moment as she plants herself resolutely between him and Orochimaru. I was almost going to do it, you know, she says, voice straining around the lump in her throat, even though I knew you would never give up your dream of destroying the village, even though I knew Nawaki and Dan would never want this. The thought of being able to hold them in my arms again, even for a moment, her breath hitches, caught on a sob she can't choke all the way down, but things have changed. Thanks to another two boys with more heart than brains, I finally remembered more than how they died. I remembered how they lived. They lived their lives full of love for the village and love for others, and if I'm going to carry this grief with me until I die I can also carry their dream with me, and I can keep them alive in my heart. Orochimaru just sneers in the face of Tsunade's declaration, that's all very touching, but if neither of us will yield then we're officially at an impasse. I'm afraid you've given me no choice but to do things the hard way. Tsunade wipes at her eyes, and her voice evens out as she says, Sasuke, listen closely. If you want to be a medic, there's 4 rules you need to obey no matter what. First, no medic shall ever stop treatment until their whole team has fallen. Second, no medic shall ever stand on the front lines. Third, no medic shall ever die until they're the last man standing. And fourth. She turns to him with a smile and points with her thumb to the rhombus in the center of her forehead. Any medic who masters the strength of 100 seal can ignore the first 3 rules. There's a gust of wind, stronger than any storm, and faster than Sasuke's eyes can track. Tsunade is no longer in front of him. She's in the air, plummeting straight down, leg poised to slam down on the top of Orochimaru's skull. Orochimaru waits until the last possible moment before he blurs out of sight and Tsunade's leg makes contact with the ground. The ground breaks. It splits into giant shards of earth, buckling under the force of the blow and flying up into the air. The foundations of the nearby walls all but dissolve, the rest of the wall crumbling with them. The shockwave knocks Sasuke off his feet and onto his ass. Orochimaru lands almost delicately on the roof the nearby castle wall, wobbling as he braces against the tremors left in Tsunade's wake. Tsunade moves with a fluidity that nearly seems casual as she rises up to her full height, doffing her jacket and letting it fly wherever the wind will take it. Come on, Orochimaru, she calls, the tone of it just a hair shy of playful, don't tell me you're too chicken to fight a girl. Orochimaru's grin is wild and the cackle that comes from his mouth pure glee. You haven't missed a step, have you, Tsunade? It's so interesting that we've never fought before. Then get down here and fight. Tsunade shouts as she darts forward again, fist connecting with the wall and shattering it under Orochimaru's feet. Tsunade is fast but Orochimaru is faster, blurring again before landing heavy in a tree just on the other side of the wall. Once again he wobbles upon landing, unable to use his arms to steady himself, and Tsunade doesn't give him an inch. She's over to the tree in an instant, wrapping her arms around the trunk in a bear hug. She doesn't even let out a token grunt of effort before she's wrenched it out of the ground, roots and all. She spins around twice, swinging the tree in giant circles, before letting it go flying over the far wall. Orochimaru manages to kick off it, but lets himself fly in the same direction, disappearing over the wall and out into the surrounding plains. Oh no you don't, Tsunade growls. She doesn't run. She doesn't jump. She just strides forward, kicking the far wall and making it yield to her, the structure bursting outward in a hail of stone to create an exit 6 feet wide. She spares one last glance over her shoulder. Stay here. Sasuke just stares back at her, eyes wide, mouth hanging open. He's certain he knew how to speak at some point, but he's completely forgotten every word in the common tongue. Tsunade nods and turns back to the field, stalking out towards the fallen tree and distant shape of Orochimaru. Sasuke doesn't even wait 1 minute before he's scrambling to his feet and following on her heels. Chapter 17. 17. It's not the devastation at the scene that lets Kabuto know the deal went sour. Oh no, he'd figured that out the second he felt the earth rumble under his feet and saw clouds of dust and dirt nearly eclipse the castle. He'd pushed his pace up to double time when the tree went flying. He lands on one of the still standing walls and surveys the damage. Cratering and blown out structures on this scale are usually the result of explosions, but even without the telltale scorch marks Kabuto knows better. He saw what Tsunade could do in a fit of random rage. This destruction is calculated. Which in one respect is helpful, as it leaves an easily followed trail. In another respect, He'd better get on following it right now if he wants to keep Tsunade from tearing Orochimaru's arms off. Kabuto curses under his breath as he drops down from the wall and dashes out towards the plains. He would have preferred to approach under the cover of Genjutsu, but out in this wide open space there's no point. Besides, he's running far behind schedule thanks to having to move the bodies of Jin and Yoroi. He should have just grabbed Sasuke himself, had this whole farce over and done with in an evening. Kabuto nearly trips over his own feet when right on cue he catches a shape running ahead of him, a predominantly dark blue shape, with a red and white fan embroidered on its back. Finally, something salvageable, he hisses to himself before darting forward, shoving a tiny burst of chakra into his feet with every footfall to increase his momentum. He knew stealth would be the price to pay for speed, and his suspicions prove correct as Sasuke stops in his tracks and whirls around, eyes wide and cherry non-spinning. Kabuto's moving so fast he doesn't have time for a precision strike. He grabs Sasuke by the face just as it's starting to twist in confusion and slams him down, dragging him through in the dirt. His momentum betrays him and he loses his grip on Sasuke, both of them spinning out and away from each other. Sasuke tries to push himself up, but Kabuto needs him down and down fast if he's going to grab Sasuke and escape with Orochimaru before Tsunade crushes anything important. He coats his hand in chakra, hones it to a razor's edge, and darts in. He dashes right past Sasuke, tapping his left thigh with a feather-light touch, but that's all it takes. The chakra scalpel reaches far below the surface and severs a tendon. Before he even knows what's going on, Sasuke lets out a sharp cry and his bad leg buckles bonelessly beneath him. He manages to catch himself again and grits his teeth against the pain. Kabuto frowns. Now that I think about it, you're probably used to maneuvering with that leg as dead weight. I'll go for the right next time. With the shock out of his system, Fury quickly replaces it as Sasuke snarls, like hell you will. Sasuke comes in low and pushes up into Kabuto's face, drawing the tanto from his belt and slashing for his throat. Kabuto doesn't have time to grab a kunai to parry it and has to use his chakra-coated hand instead. The blade digs into his palm and the sudden jolt of pain breaks his concentration, the chakra's sharp edge dissolving out into the air. Sasuke's tomo whirl and he throws two punches stolen straight from Rock Lee, one Kabuto ducks under and the other slamming right into his nose. His glasses shatter with the force of the impact and he goes staggering back, Sasuke following on his heels as his hand opens from a fist into a Hyuga palm thrust. Just as Kabuto is wondering what the hell that's going to do without a Byakugan, the hand disappears in a blaze of teal chakra that slams right into his sternum. Kabuto's pulse skyrockets and his vision tunnels, his mind briefly going blank at the hands of a tactic he'd used many times. He would have passed out if Sasuke didn't grab him by the collar and sock him in the stomach, the pain forcing him back into the moment. He gathers chakra around two fingers and taps them against the arm grabbing his collar. Sasuke lets out another strangled cry as his hand spasms and Kabuto's able to pull away. Kabuto backpedals on unsteady legs as he tries to force his pulse to calm down, desperate to get some distance between them but unsure what to do with it when he does. Sasuke may be surprisingly deadly up close, but so is Kabuto, and Sasuke is bound to try getting in even closer now that Kabuto's severely hampered his ability to form hand signs. He needs to pull this fight closer to Orochimaru, get a numbers advantage, do anything to keep this from becoming a fair fight. He tosses kunai and shuriken to goad Sasuke into following at a safe distance while he retraces Tsunade's path of broken ground further out into the field. He can only hope Orochimaru is having better luck than he is. Tsunade's fist makes contact with Orochimaru's cheek and he only has a few seconds to feel the crunch of his cheekbone breaking before he goes flying. Without his arms he doesn't have the balance necessary to change his position in midair and lands hard on his shoulder, skipping along the ground like a stone over calm water before finally rolling to a stop several hundred feet away. He may not be in the best shape of his life, but neither is Tsunade. While she catches her breath he can stagger up to his feet. His vision blurs, but that's not an issue. He's had worse than this when he's drunk. The spots dancing across it, however, are doing nothing to help his increasingly sour mood. There's a boulder nearby and Orochimaru runs up it with a trivial effort of chakra to get a better look out over the plains. Tsunade is advancing towards him, but she's not what catches his eye. Behind her he can make out two dark shapes, one topped with a shock of pale gray hair and the other dragging a leg behind it. What on earth took him so long? Orochimaru spits. He calculates distances in a matter of seconds. He can get to Kabuto, maybe even with time to spare before Suzuki closes in on him, but Tsunade is still faster. And if he heads for Kabuto, he'll be going towards her, giving her yet another chance to send him flying even farther away. If he could just use his fucking arms, this wouldn't be a problem. He grits his teeth and forces himself to breathe. No time for focusing on what he can't do. He still has options. In fact, he has the perfect option, if he can play it just right. Orochimaru leaps down from the boulder and charges straight for Tsunade. She doesn't flinch, letting out a piercing war cry as she thunders towards him. Tsunade never flinched, never drew away, and at least for a moment she almost seems like the same woman he fought beside all those years ago. But the only predictable thing about people is that they change. Orochimaru's mouth drops open into a wide grin and he unhinges his jaw. Kusanaga's blade slides out, leaving only the hilt still in his throat. Tsunade sees its glint in the pale sunlight. Her eyes go wide and her steps falter. She's flinched. That would be enough for some, but Orochimaru doesn't leave anything up to chance. His neck shoots out, looping through the air, and in the opening she created he stabs straight for Tsunade's chest. She lets out a high gasp and muscle memory takes over. She moves to parry, forgetting that she doesn't have a blade of her own, and Kusanagi leaves long, clean slices stuttering diagonally across her palms and forearms. Blood, bright and wet, spurts out from her radial and ulnar arteries. Tsunade's breath catches. Her eyes watch the spray of the blood, as if Orochimaru isn't even there, and she loses her footing. Tsunade collapses to her knees, shaking like a leaf as she stares in naked terror at the blood running down her arms, dripping from her elbows onto the grass. Orochimaru can't help it, he pauses, just to stare down at her, the woman he still knows better than he knows himself. He shakes his head, clicks his tongue. He swallows Kusanagi and sighs, the timing is never quite right for us, is it, Tsunade? Our ships will have to pass each other this night too. That's all the time he can afford to waste. He's off like a shot towards Kabuto once again, but as he crosses the distance he starts to think even that was too much. 3 more shapes are making their way across the plains from the demolished castle. And one is a blinding shade of orange. He shouts, "Stop toying with Suzuki and grab him, Kabuto. We're running out of time." Kabuto starts to shout back, it is not that easy, before he's forced to pivot, parrying Suzuki's Tonto with a kunao as he tries to strike at Kabuto's flank. Kabuto's free hand flares sharp blue and Suzuki twists away, the blow grazing his already limp leg. Kabuto manages to sever a tendon in the knee and the leg goes completely limp, knee bending almost all the way backward. Suzuki can't keep himself from falling heavy to the ground in the face of that. It's the perfect opening. Orochimaru's neck stretches hard and fast, his head shooting for the closest patch of Suzuki's skin he can reach with his fangs primed and ready to bite down. Finally everything is getting back on schedule. Instead of flesh, Orochimaru tastes steel. Suzuki strikes for his open mouth with his Tonto and he's forced to bite down on the blade to keep it from cutting into his cheeks or tongue. Suzuki pushes hard with his blade, Orochimaru's teeth scrape painfully against it as he clamps down harder to keep it still. While he's pinned in place, testing his strength against Suzuki's, Orochimaru can see Kabuto from the corner of his eyes frantically unwinding the bandages on his arm with one hand and biting down hard on his free thumb. Orochimaru flexes the muscles in his throat and Kusanagi comes shooting back up, clashing against Suzuki's blade and knocking him away. Suzuki reels back, eyes wide and Tomo cartwheeling, and only barely manages to parry and riposte Orochimaru's next strike. Orochimaru's long, nimble neck loops easily around Suzuki's stabbing thrust and he slashes for his spasming right arm. Suzuki has to turn his entire body to block the blow, and even still there's so much more of Kusanaga's blade that he can't avoid a shallow cut across his cheek. Orochimaru laughs, the sound wet and stretched around the sword in his throat. Impressive as always, Suzuki, but I'm afraid there's not much contest when you bring a knife to a sword fight. Suzuki's eyes dart just past him before coming back to glare at him. What did you do to Tsunade? Orochimaru lets out another hissing chuckle, nothing she won't survive. The only thing keeping her frozen there is her own fear and weakness. She was a poor choice of mentor. And that was a poor choice of words. Suzuki's face twists with rage as Saiyan Chakra surges down his spasming arm, forcing the spasms to stop, and he's making hand signs faster than Orochimaru can track them. He only realizes what Sasuke's doing when he puts one hand up to his mouth and takes a deep breath in. Orochimaru starts to reel his head back as fast as he can pull it. He's been burned by Uchiha fire before, he is not letting it happen again. He doesn't have a choice, he's fast but breath is faster, and the air ignites in a sphere of heat and light. It burns through the grass down to the soil and catches the side of Orochimaru's face, igniting the edges of his hair and burning away the skin on his broken cheek. As the fire dissipates, Orochimaru sees a form come flying through it, and a sandaled heel connects with his eye. Naruto's voice slams into his eardrums at the same time his foot slams into his face. "Leave Sasuke alone, you gross old snake." Orochimaru finally pulls his head all the way back to his shoulders, just in time to see Naruto land in a low crouch in front of Sasuke. Jiraiya isn't far behind him, and neither is Tsunade's plain little assistant. Jiraiya lands somewhat unsteadily but draws up to his full height so he can more effectively glare down his nose at Orochimaru. Shizune kneels at Sasuke's side as the boy lurches forward, retching up all the nothing in his stomach. Naruto's confidence quickly turns to confusion as his eyes dart all around the battlefield. Wait a minute, what's wrong with Sasuke? And what's Kabuto doing here? Why's Tsunade just sitting over there? One question at a time. Naruto, Sasuke coughs. How many fucking times does shit like this have to happen before he cuts himself off by retching again? Shizune's voice comes out fast and clipped as she gives Sasuke a quick field examination. Someone's used a chakra scalpel to sever several muscles in Sasuke's left leg and right arm, and he's nearing chakra exhaustion. Nausea's an early warning sign. Jiraiya's voice is hard and authoritative. Naruto, Sasuke, get over to Tsunade and get her head back in the game. Shizune, Four Eyes over there is all yours. Orochimaru is mine. Am I now? Orochimaru calls. I think you're going to have to learn how to share, Jiraiya. Kabuto drags a streak of his blood across the summoning calligraphy on Orochimaru's arm, and in a loud puff white smoke engulfs them both. He feels the great snake appear under his feet and rear up through the smoke, its head towering several stories above the battlefield. The second snake slithers out of the smoke and goes straight for Shizune, putting her on the back step as she fires poisoned needles at its wide-open mouth. Kabuto is nowhere to be seen. Good, he's finally fighting seriously, Orochimaru mutters just as Jiraiya appears behind him, clinging to the snake's back and glaring at him with death in his eyes. I suppose it's time I do the same. Kabuto crawls out from the smoke, a simple but perfectly executed invisible cloak jutsu layered over him as he brings himself up into a crouch. His vision is blurry at a distance, but he doesn't need precision to see the bright orange and dark blue of Naruto and Sasuke sprinting and hobbling over to Tsunade, just as Jiraiya ordered them to. He follows their path, keeping close enough to hear them speak. Come on Sasuke, what's wrong with the old lady? I don't know now, come on. Naruto doubles back and grabs Sasuke under the shoulder, all but carrying him the rest of the way to Tsunade. Sasuke lurches out of his grasp and shuffles around to kneel in front of Tsunade, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her. She blinks rapidly, trying to keep her eyes focused on Sasuke and not the blood splattered around her on the grass. Tsunade, snap out of it, we need you. Sasuke hisses as he shakes her. Tsunade's voice comes out soft, unsteady. I thought I told you to stay behind. You can kick my ass later, he mutters, taking her forearms and placing them in his lap as he coats his hands with healing chakra. You need to kick Orochimaru's ass now. Kabuto scoffs to himself. If he didn't already know, it'd be easy to guess that was the only medical ninjutsu he knew, considering how Sasuke treats mystical palm like a cheap parlor trick to pull out whenever he wants to impress someone. Just like a gifted rich kid to want to skip over all the hard, bone-breaking work it takes to actually properly learn medicine. If he ever learns how to use something as refined as a chakra scalpel, Kabuto will eat his sandals. Naruto's head suddenly jerks around to look over his shoulder, right at Kabuto. It finally occurs to him that while he was glaring down his nose at Sasuke, he'd scoffed out loud. He drops the cloak, and Naruto doesn't immediately jump into a defensive stance. He instead stares at him, head tilted to one side, brows furrowed in pure, honest confusion. Naruto wonders out loud, no seriously, what are you doing here, Kabuto? Why aren't you back in the Leaf Village? Kabuto crosses the distance in a flash and grabs Naruto by the collar. I'm betraying you, you little fool. Naruto only has time to widen his eyes before Kabuto throws him towards a boulder and he slams right into it, falling to the ground with a gasp as the impact knocks the wind out of him. Sasuke pushes himself up to his one good knee, gritting his teeth and blocking Tsunade with his body. Kabuto just shakes his head. Sasuke may be strong, but he has all the composure of a raging bull, just about as much chakra. This won't be hard. Tsunade's teaching you well already. Kabuto snickers, gesturing to Tsunade with his bleeding thumb. You're cowering like a professional. Sasuke's face contorts into another livid snarl and he forces himself up to his feet. If you don't shut your mouth. Tsunade starts to speak, choking out only, Sasuke, don't, but Kabuto makes sure to shout over her, oh please, tell me what you're going to do with one leg and no chakra. Face it, you're spent. Kabuto adjusts his shattered glasses and twists the knife one last time. Don't put up a fight, Sasuke, follow your clan's example. Sasuke's eyes go wide, his tomo spin so fast they're a black blur in a red sky. Kabuto grins, sharpening a chakra scalpel around one hand, hook, line and sinker. Sasuke lets out an incoherent war cry, lurching towards Kabuto surprisingly fast on one leg. He throws a punch and Kabuto weaves around it, one hand grabbing Sasuke by the back of the collar while the other taps him on the right hip before taking a handful of his shorts. He tosses Sasuke back behind him, sending him flying several yards before he comes rolling to a stop. He hisses in pain, hands clutching at his right hip, his right leg twitching violently but not moving. I'd tell you to stay put until I'm done, but I don't think you have much of a choice, Kabuto calls over his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't be long. He turns back to Tsunade. The once proud Sunin's eyes are darting frantically around the battlefield, never settling in one place for long as the fear in her eyes solidifies into something more concrete. Good. She should be scared of Orochimaru, of him. Her eyes finally zero in on Kabuto as he comes closer and she starts to crawl away on the heels of her hands and feet, but she's still fighting off catatonia. There is no way she can outpace him. Kabuto keeps walking at a leisurely pace. He has all the time in the world. A shrill voice breaks the silence, step off, creep. All Kabuto has time to think before a sandal slams into the side of his face is, evidently not. Naruto's kick sends him spinning, but Kabuto catches himself in time to see the orange nuisance land 10 feet away before another Naruto comes barreling in from the same direction. He has just enough time to get into a defensive stance but not enough to gather chakra. Kabuto manages to grab Naruto's shoulder when he gets in striking range, forcefully redirecting his punch away from his gut. He grabs the opposing arm before hooking one leg around one of Naruto's and forcing him to the ground. He tries to pin him down and start gathering chakra, but Naruto thrashes wildly. He smacks his hard metal headband right into Kabuto's chest, forcing a harsh gasp out of him, then with sharpening teeth he clamps down on Kabuto's upper arm. Now it's Kabuto's turn to thrash. Pure instinct takes over, the primal desire to get something that is biting him to please stop doing that, making him let go of Naruto's body and instead grab his head. He's so busy using his arms to try and wrench Naruto off he completely forgets about his legs, and Naruto manages to untangle them before slamming his knee into Kabuto's groin. Kabuto was trained well enough to not immediately fall into the fetal position, but he curls in on himself slightly as Naruto scrambles away. His clone comes racing in and helps him up, drags them both to stand in front of Tsunade, then backs off as the real Naruto turns a feral growl Kabuto's way. That's it, asshole, Naruto hisses as he holds one hand out to his side, chakra pulsing down it in such high quantities Kabuto can feel the heat of it sloughing off Naruto in waves. I'm gonna shut you up for good, believe it. Naruto brings his other hand in and starts forcing the chakra in his hand into a loose sphere. For half a second, Kabuto nearly panics, but then he realizes how slowly Naruto's gathering the chakra, how loose the bundle is, how hard he's gritting his teeth to keep his concentration. This isn't the fourth Hokage, this is a child playing at being his father. Kabuto has all the time in the world. He gets to his feet and prepares 2 more chakra scalpels, one on each hand, while he gets into another counter stance. Naruto sprints towards him long before the Rasengan is ready, chakra spooling off behind him like loose threads from a sweater. This time Kabuto dodges inward, grabbing Naruto around the shoulders and the waist, slicing any muscles and chakra paths he grazes along the way. The imperfect Rasengan sputters and coughs, blinking out as Kabuto hip tosses Naruto in a circle and chucks him back to where he started. Naruto needs his clone to pull him up and steady him to be able to stand at all. Kabuto clicks his tongue against his teeth, Too slow, Naruto, far too slow. Behind him Tsunade's hand clutches at her necklace, her expression pained. Good. She brought this on everyone. She should keep her eyes wide open and see what she's wrought. Kabuto stalks forward and grins, the expression twisted, all that work, and in the end you're just a victim of bad luck. There's a sound like the cries of 1,000 sparrows and a sharp pain in Kabuto's side that blossoms across his entire body, forcing him into violent convulsions and shoving a scream out of his lungs as the lightning burns across them. His eyes roll into the back of his head and he only notices he's foaming at the mouth when he starts to come back to consciousness. His head lolls forward, falling at the perfect angle to see the tip of Sasuke's knife sticking out the front of his belly. Sasuke's other hand, stiff and awkward, fists itself in Kabuto's ponytail to keep him in place and keep himself upright. Sasuke's voice is rough and ragged, slinking out around harsh breaths, there is no such thing as luck. And then he screams the only two words that could make this worse, now, Naruto. Kabuto's head snaps up and there Naruto is, holding one hand out to his side, the shadow clone forming the maelstrom of chakra pouring down his arm into a highly compressed ball of chakra spinning faster than thought. Kabuto still has an opening, he can still dodge, Naruto's a yard away he has to move the second he tries to twist his torso there's another sharp pain in his side and he looks frantically down. The only blood around the wound is on the knife. Everything else around it is perfect, unmarred flesh. The crazy little shit had healed the wound seconds after making it, sealing the blade inside Kabuto's torso. If he moved, the blade moved and dug into his organs. If he took it out, he opened a brand new wound that pierced all the way through his body and would definitely lead to him bleeding out. If he stayed where he was, Naruto was going to hit him with the Rasengan. And even if he did somehow turn around, Sasuke is right there behind him. He's trapped. So he does the only thing a cornered rat can do, get ready to bite the cat. Naruto roars long and loud to announce his charge. The seconds stretch out in front of Kabuto like miles of empty road as he gathers what chakra he still has in his left hand and his core. He sharpens the chakra on his hand out into a scalpel and overlays the image of the chakra network on Naruto's swift approaching body in his mind. As the wind, heat, and light from the spinning chakra orb threatens to overwhelm him, Kabuto focuses hard on Naruto's heart, on the single intersection between dozens of chakra pathways that sits right on top of it. The Rasengan hits his stomach and Kabuto slices for Naruto's heart. They connect at the exact same time and Kabuto doesn't have the mental capacity to care that he might not have cut that as clean as he could have because it feels like Naruto's drilling straight through his stomach with a tornado. The force of the blow sends him and Sasuke both skidding backward 10 yards, their feet digging a trench in the dirt, and they slam so hard into the nearby boulder that it buckles and craters. Sasuke doesn't lose his grip on the knife even as he slams back first into stone, but it jostles the blade and sends harsh, biting pain surging up and down Kabuto's body. It disrupts Kabuto's concentration and he nearly drops the healing chakra working frantically to lessen the damage done by the Rasengan. There's going to be a scar, and for some reason that's the thought that makes Kabuto finally snap. The dust clears and he doesn't let Sasuke catch his breath, slamming an elbow back into his nose and knocking his head back against the rock. The shock forces Sasuke to finally let go of the Tonto's hit and Kabuto staggers out of his grip. He only sticks around long enough to see Naruto spit up a gout of blood and fall backward. Kabuto only manages to get around to the other side of the boulder before hacking up blood and falling to one knee. He curls up against the stone, breathing fast and hard. With one swift yank he pulls the Tonto out and redirects a fresh surge of chakra to everywhere it touched while he tosses the blade out into the grass. He can't afford to think of anything else but healing, focusing all his chakra into his core. The battle raging around him will have to wait its damn turn. Sasuke scrambles on hands and knees toward Naruto, heart leaping up into his throat with every beat. Tsunade manages to get there first and presses one ear to Naruto's chest. Sasuke makes it to Naruto's other side and Tsunade mutters, "Something's wrong with his heart, I can't tell exactly what." Through his clothes Sasuke, unzip his jacket. His hands are shaking but he complies, pulling Naruto's jacket open as Tsunade coats 2 fingers in chakra and sharpens the edge. She slices down along his shirt, using one hand to hold her wrist steady, then dulls the chakra's edge before placing her fingers on his chest. Her eyes open in wide, unadulterated terror. Tsunade's voice comes out in a warble, the muscles around his heart have been torn to shreds. How did he? It had to have been while the raise-non was. Sasuke blurts out, "Can you fix him?" For longer than they can afford, Tsunade stares down at Naruto, eyes wide, shoulders drawn in. With her younger guys, Sasuke could almost believe she was a terrified rookie medic and not a legendary Sunin. The fear in her eyes is painfully human. Both of them are shocked out of their own heads when one of Naruto's hands weakly rises up from his side, fingers grazing Tsunade's necklace before dropping back to the grass. Their eyes dart up to Naruto's face. His eyes are barely open, but there's a ghost of a smile on his blood-stained lips. "See? I won the bet," Naruto slurs, eyelids dropping close. "Shouldn't never looked down on me, believe it." Tsunade is silent for a moment longer, mouth agape. She shuts it into a soft, brilliant smile. She takes off her necklace and gently works it around Naruto's neck. Then she meets Sasuke's eyes. The resolution in her gaze is warm and stable like the earth beneath their feet. "Yes, Sasuke," she replies, "I can fix him." A whistle slices through the air and Sasuke's eyes lock in on its source. Orochimaru is sailing through the air, Kusanagi unsheathed from his throat, honing in on all three of them. Sasuke's body moves before he can tell it how, scrambling to block Naruto's body with his own and jostling Tsunade out of the way. It startles her into looking over one shoulder and she moves too fast for Sasuke to stop her. She shoves him back and he goes toppling over, then turns to face Orochimaru, hands moving to parry without a blade end. Blood splatters across Sasuke's face. The tip of Kusanagi hovers 2 inches from his nose, sticking out from between Tsunade's shoulder blades. And Sasuke is 8 years old again. He's home, standing in the doorway to his parents' bedroom, their blood staining the tatami black. Itachi standing over them with a sword at his side. He knows what these things mean but he can't understand. He's caught between wanting to scream and wanting to throw up. Tears are running hot down his cheeks. It's all happening again. It's going to happen again and again and again, and it's never going to end, not until he finally dies with them. Sasuke is frozen. Sasuke is mute. Sasuke can do nothing but gaze in terror at what Orochimaru has wrought. The sword slides out of Tsunade's chest as Orochimaru sheaths it in his throat. Tsunade falls to one knee, giving Sasuke a brief look at Orochimaru's face. His eyes are wide, mouth still hanging open. He looks horrified. Orochimaru comes down to meet her and hisses, "Tsunade, you're the one person I don't want to kill. Listen to me, if Uzumaki is allowed to live, it will mean more trouble than you can possibly imagine. Get out of my way. Please. Go fuck yourself," she chokes out, the sound wet and thick. Orochimaru grits his teeth. Why? If the Akatsuki get their hands on this child, even if they don't, he's dangerous. Tsunade shakes her head. "You're not killing or taking either of these kids. That's final." Orochimaru rears up, too fast for anyone to track. "Fine, I'll cut through you if I have to." Kusanagi flashes up and out of his throat and towards Tsunade once more. She doesn't even flinch, letting it slice a long, deep channel from her shoulder to her hip. Orochimaru neck stretches to try and loop around her, but she twists to block Sasuke and Naruto with her back. The blade cuts a jagged line dangerously close to her spine and Tsunade lets out a harsh cry. Her blouse is more red than gray, the sickly sweet smell of blood overpowering anything else in the air. Orochimaru falters again. His voice comes out in what can only be described as a panicked yelp. "What's the point of this, Tsunade? He isn't Nawaki. They're whelps you don't know from a village that stole everything you ever cared about. This is a senseless waste." Tsunade's heel comes spinning around and cracks him across the jaw. Orochimaru corkscrews through the air, landing in a tangled heap. When he lands he has to reach up and rehinge his jaw with a loud, bone-scraping snap. Sasuke's eyes dart from him back to Tsunade. She's standing tall, back straight as a pine, as curling black lines unfurl from the spot on her forehead where her rhombus seal used to be. "Fine, you want a reason? I'll give you a reason," Tsunade snarls, "because I've been chosen as the 5th goddamn Hokage. These kids are under my protection. And I am not dying until I turn that village into something worth dying for." Orochimaru's words rumble out of his throat, raw and furious. "Look at your wounds, Tsunade. I don't think you have much choice in the matter." She grins, "Wolfish, don't I?" Tsunade laces her hands together in the tiger sign and chakra pulses out along her body, the lines scrawl off her forehead, around her entire body. Jets of steam trace the lines of her wounds, the flesh sealing itself closed, smooth and perfect. Only blood and torn clothing proves that Orochimaru did anything at all. Tsunade throws her arms out wide and calls, "Go ahead, Orochimaru. Try to kill me. Stab me with Kusanagi, feed me to Manda, do your absolute worst, there's nothing you can do that I can't recover from." Orochimaru gawks at Tsunade in silence. After a moment or two more he closes his mouth, a manic giggle coming through his clenched teeth. Then he turns on his heel and starts sprinting as hard as he can in the other direction. Kabuto finally comes out from behind his boulder to limp just a few steps behind him. Jiraiya's voice rings out from the clean other side of the battlefield, "Tsunade. Summon Katsuyu. We have to cut him off before he gets away again." Tsunade dabs her finger in some of her still wet blood and starts to drag it down one arm, but stops and instead turns back to Naruto and Sasuke. She kneels down and looks him in the eye. "I don't know where Shizune is or what shape she's in, so I need you to keep Naruto stabilized while we're fighting Orochimaru. Understand?" Sasuke's brain feels paralyzed. "What?" Tsunade grabs Sasuke's face in both hands. "Sasuke. Listen to me. Naruto needs you to get a grip or he's going to die. You need to keep his heart pumping and his chakra flowing until I've handled Orochimaru and can take over. Understand?" Sasuke can't even form complete sentences anymore. I don't know he. Tsunade smooths his hair out of his face and states, "Sasuke, this is the job. You're never going to be ready for what the battlefield throws at you. You just have to do it, because if you don't people die. I can help you start, but after that it's up to you. Do you understand me?" Sasuke has no other choice but to nod. Tsunade places his hands on Naruto's chest before folding her own over his. He can feel her chakra moving, feel her gently urging his and Naruto's to follow as it flows through the severed chakra pathways and squeezes around Naruto's heart, forcing it to beat. Sasuke copies her movements and feels out the network with his own leading lines of chakra to get a sense for how it moves throughout the body. Tsunade's chakra flow is clean and effortless, following the paths of the network as if it was flowing naturally through her own body, squeezing in perfect time with the pulsing of chakra. Sasuke's control has never been that fine, even on its best days. But it's going to have to be now. Sasuke concentrates hard on the flow of chakra, the rhythm of heartbeat, his focus so intense that he doesn't notice when Tsunade's hands leave his. He doesn't notice the giant slug, snake, and frog appear in the middle of the field, facing each other down in a scene out of legend. He notices when their strikes shake the ground but can only think about compensating for the shivers created in his chakra flow. He doesn't notice Shizune and a slightly smaller slug come near, guarding Sasuke and Naruto from any collateral damage. He doesn't notice his hands shaking, his eyelids growing heavier, his lips turning blue. Sasuke closes his eyes, turns off his Sharingan, feels nothing outside his chakra and what's directly underneath his palms. He doesn't open them again until he feels Tsunade's hands again, soft and warm, close over top of his. He drags his gaze up to Tsunade. The rhombus is back in place in the center of her forehead. His vision is swimming so he can't be sure, but she seems like she might be smiling. "It's okay Sasuke, it's okay," he hears her say through a thick bank of fog, "you can stop now, it's okay." His tongue feels like it's made of felt. "Orochimaru, is he?" Tsunade's hands come up to his shoulders and Sasuke's eyes slide shut again. He falls forward and his face presses into something soft that smells like sweat, blood, and soap. He feels a hand on the back of his head, stroking his hair. "He's gone, I promise. You're safe, you're both safe. You did great, Sasuke, I'm so proud of you." That's the last thing Sasuke hears before he finally passes out. If any lesser medic were fixing Naruto's shredded heart muscles or the many severed tendons in Sasuke's leg, they would need total quiet, total darkness, half a day of preparation and a small army of other medics to help them concentrate on the process. Tsunade, in contrast, makes casual conversation while performing the procedures. "You know, me and Sasuke, we're not selfish," she muses, soft teal chakra flowing from her palms into Sasuke's thigh, "we're self-centered." Jiraiya raises an eyebrow from where he sits at her side. He's tired, sore, and sweaty enough that he's taken off his headband and untied his hair. Shizune is busy stabilizing Naruto after Tsunade's surgical work on his heart muscles and chakra pathways, so she's in no position to lose it if he ribs her mistress a bit. So he smirks and drawls, "Is there any real difference besides semantics?" Tsunade snorts, "Yeah, actually. If you're selfish, morals bend around you. Things are good if they're good for you and they're bad if they're not what you wanted. But being self-centered means you think you're the cause of every single problem, and you're the only one who can fix them, since you created them in the first place. So what you're telling me," Jiraiya remarks, smirk pulling into a grin, "is that you're actually a perfect choice for Hokage." She laughs, the first genuine laugh he's heard from her in more than a decade. "I guess so, Grandpa thought that way too. So did Sarutobi. Minato. Well, you'd know better than I would." Jiraiya frowns, speaking as he thinks it through. Minato wasn't really concerned with why things happened, all told. When problems arose, he just knew they had to get fixed. And if he thought he could do it, he would. He's staring hard at Naruto, he knows he is, but he's too tired to try and hide it. The kid's a lot like him. Tsunade turns to him with a level look, "You're going to have to tell him. Better you than anyone else at this point." Jiraiya lets out a long, heavy sigh, "I know." She finishes her work on Sasuke, her chakra flickering out. Her hands start to shake a bit, not tremors of nerves but simple exhaustion. They look thinner, somehow, the joints knobbier, some veins more prominent than before. Jiraiya follows her arms up to her face. He expects to be more shocked at what Tsunade really looks like than he actually is. She's aged well, still beautiful with lines around her eyes and at the corners of her mouth, the muscles in her arms still strong and supple. She's just Tsunade, the Tsunade he loves, but painted with a brush made from her experience and wisdom. If anything, he loves her more like this. She leans against his side and he pulls her as close as she'll ever let him be. After years wondering if she was even alive, it's more than enough. "You know. When I first saw Orochimaru," Tsunade murmurs, "I was happy. For half a second, I thought I'd never see him again. I thought the last I'd hear of him was Shizune telling me more news from home, that some Umbu had tracked him down to the ass end of the continent and assassinated him. But there he was." She scrubs at her eyes, "Fucking listen to me, I'm 51 years old but seeing Orochimaru turned me into a 12-year-old kid again. What is wrong with me?" Jiraiya presses his cheek into Tsunade's hair and he whispers, "Nothing. Nothing's wrong with you." Tsunade shudders with sobs. Jiraiya stops fighting the tears. The remnants of Team Sarutobi cling to each other and finally take time to mourn all they've lost. Orochimaru hasn't said a single word to Kabuto since they fled the battlefield, using Manda as the most ill-advised meat shield possible. Kabuto has told him that they might not be able to procure enough sacrifices to appease Manda for that slight. He's told him that the summoning itself was unwise, because if Manda learned of Orochimaru's weakness he'd no doubt betray them. Kabuto has told him that without Tsunade's help they'll have to move him to a new body, and soon. Orochimaru hasn't responded to anything. He's simply stalked ahead of Kabuto, trudging to the darkest, deepest chambers of their current hideout in order to sit alone and stare at a wall. Kabuto knows these moods well. Generally they tend to come at the end of long, fruitless experimentation that leaves Orochimaru questioning his own goals, and they end the second Orochimaru indulges his particular vice. That being alcohol, and quite a lot of it the Sunin don't do anything by halves. If one of them is going to break the prohibition against gambling and the other the prohibition against loose women, the last one has to pick up the slack with enough cheapsake to intoxicate a small country. But now he can't so much as open a bottle on his own, let alone drown himself in it. Kabuto leans in the doorway, gazing at his master. The man he sees sitting curled up in the dark feels like a completely different person than the one who'd taken him under his wing so long ago. Kabuto's hand drifts down to his midsection. He feels the scar tissue beneath his shirt, the long sweeping lines of the raised non, the wiggling contours like the markings on a topographic map from the Chidori, and the tight knot from where the knife had pierced his side. Kabuto speaks, his voice as easy and casual as he can make it. "What was it like, seeing your old teammates after so long?" "Nothing," from Orochimaru. He keeps going, crossing his arms over his chest. it must have been strange, at the very least. Jiraiya didn't seem to faze you very much, but Tsunade. You were very patient with her. I knew Sasuke could distract you, but I didn't expect Tsunade to do the same. Still nothing. Orochimaru doesn't even move. Kabuto turns slightly away, leaning his head back against the doorframe. I researched what she was like in her prime. Beautiful, strong, ruthless to her enemies and kind to her friends, heiress to Senju glory. She broke quite a lot of hearts when she settled for Kato. Orochimaru finally moves only his eyes, flicking up to glare at Kabuto. Are you quite done? Kabuto turns, blinking in faint surprise. Really? Was I actually onto something? Orochimaru doesn't respond with words. He gets to his feet and walks forward, unflinchingly, straight towards Kabuto. Orochimaru bears down on him, stopping only when they're nearly nose to nose, gold eyes boring into his. Kabuto just arches an eyebrow. Well? Was I? Our window to take Sasuke is closing, Orochimaru rasps, dodging the subject with all the grace of a drunk staggering away from an oncoming train. We have to play our last card. I want Sakura. I want her now. And if Sasuke doesn't come chasing after her, there will be hell to pay. Do I make myself clear? Kabuto lets Orochimaru's words hang in the air for far longer than they deserve. He inclines his head in the barest imitation of a bow. Crystal, my lord. Sasuke doesn't wake up until 11 the next morning. The sun streams warm through the window, and Sasuke blearily nuzzles into the pillow instead of making a move to get up. He'd just dreamed of a battle, long and arduous, where Naruto and Tsunade both had brushes with death. The dream was absolutely exhausting. He needs another nap to recover from it. A gentle hand touches his shoulder and a feminine voice says, Sasuke, it's time to get up. Oh, this makes more sense. He's obviously still 8 years old, and Tuesday is pop quiz day at the academy, so Sasuke screws his eyes shut and slurs, 5 more minutes, Mom. Tsunade's laugh is almost a cackle. Ah, Shizune, I think you've been adopted. Sasuke's eyes open wide and he shoots up into a sitting position. Tsunade is sitting on the opposite bed, a wide grin on her face, while Shizune kneels bashfully at his bedside. What little he brought with him has been packed up and set neatly at the foot of his bed, where Taunton is sitting and happily sniffing at his feet. Sasuke looks back over to Tsunade and takes stock of her. Her blouse is a different shade of gray, and there's no necklace sitting on her collar. That all really happened, Sasuke murmurs, words dropping off his tongue like pebbles. We actually made it out of that. Is Naruto alright? Shizune beams at him. Yes, all thanks to you. And before Sasuke can insist that Tsunade probably did the hard work, Shizune's thrown her arms around him in a hug that makes him freeze up on reflex. You did so well, Sasuke. If you weren't keeping him stable, I don't know if we could have done anything. Sasuke turns his eyes up to the ceiling so he won't have to look at anyone. Thanks. Tsunade's voice cuts in like a sobering blast of cold water. You also disobeyed my direct orders to stay put, and broke all 4 rules of the medical corps seconds after learning them. Shizune reluctantly lets him go so they can share a wary, sheepish glance. Both of them brace for Tsunade to hit them with a verbal strike as bone-breaking as any physical blow. Which is why your first day as my apprentice will consist of looking after Taunton, Tsunade continues, voice warm, and when we get back to the village, unless Team 7 is away on a mission or your sensei bribes me with gifts, you'll have to spend 1 hour every day organizing my paperwork until I think you've learned your lesson. Seem fair? Sasuke blinks owlishly, mouth opening and closing a few times as he tries to remember how language works. Tsunade waits patiently, brow quirked in amusement. Eventually, Sasuke shuts his mouth and nods. Yeah, that's fair. Excellent, she says as she gets to her feet and dusts off her pants. Now get your ass out of bed. Naruto and Jiraiya are waiting on us. After we meet up we're going straight home. Double time, Uchiha. Sasuke grabs his things and the pig and lopes out as fast as he can behind her. Taunton is a lot heavier and more unwieldy than he thought, so after a minute he just lets her trot at his feet. When the 2 parts of the group meet up at Tanzaku Town's gate, Naruto surprises Sasuke by pulling him into a tight hug. It's not long they're 13-year-old boys. Of course it isn't, but it's very warm. Thank you, Naruto mutters into Sasuke's ear, voice thick. Sasuke brings an arm around to squeeze Naruto back. Don't worry about it. Naruto pushes off after a second or two more and holds his fist out for Sasuke to bump his own against, a gesture of affection they both are far more comfortable with. Jiraiya rolls his eyes with a wry smirk while Naruto, once he notices Tsunade a few steps back from them, scowls so hard Sasuke thinks his face might get stuck like that. So is she seriously taking the Hokage job? I thought the pervy sage was just ribbing me, Naruto grouses, crossing his arms tight over his chest. Sasuke frowns, yeah, she is. What's the problem? Naruto grimaces, I mean sure she's strong and good at medical ninjutsu and stuff, but come on, the Hokage's supposed to be kind and wise and selfless and no offense but she's kind of mean and short-tempered and greedy and... Tsunade's suddenly at Sasuke's side, a sickly sweet smile on her face, so Naruto, you want to be Hokage, right? Naruto blinks a few times before puffing out his chest like he always does when this subject comes up, of course I do. That's what this whole bet was about, right? I'm gonna be 6th Hokage before you can blink, believe it. Tsunade grins, my, you seem to have thought out your entire career trajectory in meticulous detail. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the village's tax code? Do you think it needs any reforms? Naruto's face goes as white as it always would on pop quiz day at the academy, Tsunade taps a finger to her chin as she continues, oh yeah, and there's also the matter of payroll. I hear Jonin have been complaining that their pensions aren't anywhere near enough to provide for their families in the event of their untimely death. That's gonna be a hot ticket issue even long after I'm out of office. Naruto is deflating like a balloon with microscopic holes poked in it, it is. She sucks in breath through her teeth as she winces. There's also quite a lot of talk about overhauling our social security system, since the current generation of ninja is far larger than the previous and thanks to the relative peace we'll probably have more ninja living to reap retirement benefits, and then there's the issue of how to adjust that for civilians and... Jiraiya lets out a wheezing laugh, struggling to talk around it. Please, Tsunade, you're gonna kill the poor kid without even touching him. Naruto indeed does somewhat resemble an embalmed corpse as he stares into space, a deep terror in his eyes. Sasuke can't help snickering, but Taunton oinks up at him to remind him to be nice to his friend. He stops laughing but does not stop smiling. Tsunade walks up to the stunned Naruto and slips his headband off. She brings him back to the land of the living by pressing a quick kiss to his forehead. While Naruto blinks the sight back into his eyes, Tsunade chuckles, you've got a lot to learn, but if this past week has taught me anything, it's that you're a fast learner. You're a special kid, Naruto. You'll grow up into a fine young man who definitely knows what taxes are. Naruto bristles a bit, but his cheeks are pink and his mouth turns up rebelliously at the corners. I know what they are. I just don't know how they work. Tsunade waves Sasuke over, get your butt in here too, kid. Sasuke blinks in surprise before carefully walking to stand even with Naruto. Tsunade leans in with a smile, reaching around to untie his headband before giving his forehead an appraising look. Sasuke's brow furrows, and just as he's about to ask her what she's doing she pokes it dead center with 2 fingers. It sends a jolt straight down to his heart, a lump forming in his throat. Tsunade snickers, yep, that thing's just big enough that one of these, she points to the strength of 100 seal on her own forehead, will look right at home. Hope you're ready to make great-granddad roll in his grave. Sasuke feels warm. So warm he feels like he'll burst into flames. The whole attack left in his heart is still there, it will always be there, but something feels like it's blossoming around it, through it, not filling the hole but making certain his heart isn't empty. It feels more full than it's ever been. There's so much Sasuke wants to say, wants to shout from the highest mountain he can find, wants to sing. But none of it would mean nearly as much as the simple, thank you, he says instead through budding tears. Tsunade just grins, we'll make a damn fine medic out of you, Sasuke Uchiha. And Sasuke nods with a determined, yes ma'am, because now he knows he wants her to be right. There is a visitor Tsubaki doesn't recognize in Sakura's room. By this point, this isn't new. She takes stock of this one the same as any other. He's a man in his late 60s, with a shock of dark hair poking out above bandages covering his forehead and right eye and a cross-shaped scar on his chin. His right arm is hidden within his black, floor-length robe and his left leans heavy on a cane. He'd been staring intently down at Kakashi's bed before his eye flickers up to her, far too quick. Tsubaki freezes in the doorway, the way she does whenever any ninja above Jonin rank actually look at her. My apologies, he says in a voice that sounds like it's been eroded by centuries of rainfall. I came to look in on Kakashi. I did not mean to intrude on your visit to your daughter, Miss Harano. She blinks rapidly, taking one hesitant step into the room. It's no trouble, but you have me at a disadvantage. You apparently know me, but you are. He inclines his head to her, lower than he has to. You may call me Danzo. I've been acting as a consultant to the Hokage's council. Well, that would explain the hairs on the back of her neck standing at attention. She bows from the waist. Then I should get out of your way. I don't want to trouble you any further, sir. There's no need, Danzo replies, tone somewhat vague but neutral enough for Tsubaki to assume he isn't upset with her. Kakashi is merely an old subordinate of mine. Sakura is your daughter. I should be the one leaving. Tsubaki shakes her head, perhaps with more vigor than is necessary. Please, if Kakashi is important to you, I wouldn't want to cut your time with him short. Danzo's mouth pulls into a smirk, the simple motion taking quite a bit of effort from a face unused to it. I suppose important is a way to put it, yes. He has a way of monopolizing people's attention. Tsubaki can't help the bitter little frown, and Danzo catches it instantly with a soft breath of a laugh. Ah, you know exactly what I mean. He isn't a bad person, she quickly replies, pushing some hair behind one ear. He's just careless, I guess. Danzo nods. Drifting over to Sakura. From what I hear of your daughter, she's anything but. Tsubaki blinks rapidly in surprise. Really? Her name has been drifting around the chambers of government, Danzo replies. In all this idle time the results of the Chunin exams are finally being evaluated. Nothing is guaranteed, but your daughter seems to be among those being considered for promotion. Her showing was quite impressive, most focus on her duel against Gaara, but what I find most interesting are her results on the written exams. Tsubaki can't help the swell of pride and frisson of nerves in her chest. I mean, Sakura's always been very good with tests. I don't think she ever brought home a failing grade. Most assuredly, but that's downplaying her accomplishment, Danzo counters. The written exam was designed to be unfair, impossible to complete through intellect alone, so that it would encourage cheating. Danzo turns to face Tsubaki completely and looks her in the eye. Miss Harano, your daughter got a perfect score, and she did not so much as glance at another candidate's paper. That implies genius levels of intellect, and heroic levels of integrity. Tsubaki's eyes are wider than the moon. Oh. In my opinion, Miss Harano, your daughter will be one of the finest ninja we've ever seen, Danzo concludes with a decisive nod. You should be proud. Tsubaki's heart fills with warmth as she blinks away some brimming tears. I promise you, sir, I am. He smiles and it looks even more stiff and strange on his harsh face. I'll be taking my leave now. Have a good day, Miss Harano. He leaves the room and Tsubaki sits down to talk to her daughter, blissfully unaware of exactly who had just made her dance right into the palm of his hand. Chapter 18. Becoming Hokage takes quite a bit longer than Sasuke thought it did. It most likely is a faster process when the Hokage in question doesn't have to reinstate her Leaf Village citizenship and membership within the shinobi ranks, go through an extensive interview process so Tni can determine if she's been compromised, formally present herself to the council, the clan heads, the Umbu and all the rest of the Jonin, send her respects to the daimyo through a messenger that won't return with a reply until the next week, and then wait around while VIPs are called in. The festivities are organized, and the ceremonial Haori is custom-tailored because nobody actually thought the Hokage would show up until she walked through the gate. It gets to the point where Sasuke starts to worry she'll never get around to healing Sakura and Kakashi until one afternoon she interrupts him while he's organizing her paperwork, grousing that Naruto is all the way up her ass about the issue and it's time to make him shut up. Sasuke would have gone without her grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and carrying him like a kitten by the scruff. When he finally wriggles out of her grasp and says so, she says he needs to wear shirts with less ridiculously large collars perfect for grabbing. Her words, not his. Naruto meets them on the street and chatters in his ear for most of the walk. He does a lot of complaining about the fact that Tsunade hasn't been inaugurated yet, which when Sasuke outlines everything that had been leading up to the inauguration he exchanges for staring in mute horror. Sasuke wonders how many other energetic young genin desperate to become Hokage also had those dreams ruthlessly cut down by the sword of bureaucracy. Naruto manages to shake himself back to normal and crow about how it won't be like that when he's inaugurated. Sasuke starts counting the days until even Naruto has to face the painfully banal nature of reality. It's like spinning a roulette wheel these days, walking into the hospital lobby. Everyone Sasuke knows has an equal chance of being there. Today they startle Guy and Hakume out of conversation as they walk through the door. Tsunade's eyes alight on Hakume and she lets out a loud, barking laugh, "Hakume Hyuga, you son of a bitch." Guy jolts back like Tsunade just slapped him, but Hakume cackles, "Slug Queen. What took you so damn long?" The two of them meet in the middle of the lobby, trading strong grips that turn into the two of them pulling each other into a hug so quick and brusque it's nearly masculine. Sasuke smirks a bit, "Somehow I'm not surprised you two know each other." "Pfft, know each other, that's an understatement," Hakume snorts, hooking a thumb in Tsunade's direction. "Me and Queenie here used to be at each other's throats about everything. If we couldn't beat the other to learning a technique first, we'd damn near kill ourselves trying to make sure we were the one doing it better." "Which you had no excuse for," Tsunade cuts in, narrowing her eyes in a playful glare. "Miss, what's the point of being on a genin team?" Hakume elbows her in the ribs, "Screw you, if your teammates weren't disasters you would have taken an apprenticeship too." Tsunade says nothing in her teammate's defense. "We had to start working together when we figured out that with my chakra control and Hakume's Byakugan we made a crack surgical tag team. When the two of us were working we didn't see a single death on the operating table." Hakume glances over her shoulder at Guy just in time to see him perk up at those words, a shimmer of hope lighting up his deep black eyes. She turns back to Tsunade, elbowing her more insistently this time right on her scar. "Out of curiosity, how long until we lose you to the Hokage's office?" Tsunade shrugs, 2 weeks, give or take." "Why? Got a case for me?" Hakume's grin is fierce in a way that makes her look 30 years younger. "I got a case for us. Our favorite kind, high risk, high reward." Tsunade smirks, mischievous, "No wonder you're the one who managed to actually lock a guy down, you always know just what to say." Tsunade abruptly starts walking deeper into the hospital. "You can fill me in while the brats here lead me to my first 2 appointments." Sasuke and Naruto have to scramble ahead of the 2 medics and 1 jonin, leading the way through the hospital while Guy resists the urge to talk over Hakume about Lee's condition and mostly succeeds. Naruto leans in and manages to do a good job of whispering, "Hey, if she can actually get bushy brows all fixed up, do you think she could fix your knee, too?" Sasuke shrugs, "I mean, when they first diagnosed me they said the damage was permanent. That's not a word medics throw around lightly." Naruto rolls his eyes, "She's the best in the world, right? Why wouldn't she be able to heal you?" Sasuke pushes the thought to the back as he mutters, "We'll see, I guess." Sasuke has to stop and take a deep breath when they open the door to Sakura and Kakashi's hospital room. They look like shadows, thin and still in the pouring sunlight. Sasuke doesn't move until he sees them take 2 shuddering breaths, each. He feels Tsunade's hand settle on his shoulder and give it a squeeze. He nods and shuffles forward, giving everyone in their party room to filter inside. Tsunade hooks one ankle around the leg of the ever-present stool and scoots it up next to Kakashi's bed. "All right, Shizun pulled their files for me, but I'd like to give them my own exam just in case. Sasuke, watch carefully without the Sharingan. Turn that thing on even once and you're back on Tauntaun duty." Hakume, other side of the bed. "I'll tell you if I need a better look at something." "Listen to you, bossy as always." Hakume snickers while complying anyway, "You haven't changed a bit." "You know what we would tell the men," Tsunade snorts, "bossy just means I get shit done." The 2 women get to work and Sasuke makes a concentrated effort to focus simply on them. Tsunade gives Kakashi's body a cursory exam, mostly just to test his reflex responses. They're non-existent thanks to the drugs keeping him under. She and Hakume spend far more time up at his head, with Tsunade instructing Hakume to get a better look at the chakra pathways in his brain and check for damage. Sasuke hears from the corner of his ear Naruto whispering from the corner of his mouth, "Hey, Bushi or Brow Sensei, what are they doing?" The genjutsu got in his head, but that's not literal, right? Sasuke can hear the soft smile in Guy's voice, "It is and it isn't. Chakra points and pathways are sensitive. That's why the gentle fist is so lethal. Those parts of us aren't used to being attacked. They don't have any defenses. Meanwhile, psychology may seem like something abstract, but it's all in your head quite literally. To simplify, when something traumatic happens to the mind, the brain physically changes in response. The chakra pathways that run around and along it are forced to change along with it, which can damage them. Not irreparably, but noticeably enough that skilled medics like Lady Tsunade and Dr. Hyuga can use them to figure out the exact nature of the psychological damage. Hakume shoots him a grin. Someone's been attending our seminars on his off days, hasn't he? Guy stands up just a little bit straighter, voice brimming with a pride devoid of arrogance. Absolutely. Even a specialist should be well-rounded. Tsunade quickly finishes her exam before wheeling the stool across the room, spinning with a practiced grace to face Sakura. Hakume follows her at a professional clip. Sasuke has to take a deep breath and count to 3 before he can follow them. Sakura's examination is far more thorough as Tsunade investigates how her broken bones and punctured lung mended. Tsunade takes a moment to check the chakra points on Sakura's arms, shaking her head and pointing out to Sasuke clusters of tiny, faded bruises that almost look like freckles, a less dramatic but useful signifier that someone's used too much chakra in too little time and strained their chakra points. The physical damage on its own has healed fine, but Hakume and Tsunade give her body one last check to see the condition of her muscles after having spent so much time in a drug-induced coma. Nothing's atrophied just yet thanks to the attentions of the nurses and on-call medics, but she'll need physical therapy to get some strength and coordination back. They move on to her head. The second Tsunade sends probing chakra into her forehead, she spits a venomous swear out from between gritted teeth. Couldn't go easy on a 13-year-old kid, could he? She whispers before raising her voice. Hakume, get a look at her chakra pathways. Let me know if the damage is the same as what we saw on Kakashi. The veins raise up on Hakume's temples and she sucks in a sharp breath. The patterns are the same, but the damage itself is more intense. They almost look like they've been burned. Tsunade sighs, and with how vulnerable a developing brain is, I doubt what I do for her will be enough on its own. She'll need counseling, and lots of it. Hakume nods. Should we get her up first? Tsunade chews on her lower lip before shaking her head. I'll need more time to get her up, and time is chakra. Kakashi first. Tsunade glances at Sasuke, brows furrowed as she turns something over. Before she smiles, we're turning this into a teaching moment. You can get Sakura started for me, just use some basic mystical palm, hands on the top of her head. Focus just on her chakra network. You have permission to use your Sharingan. It takes Sasuke nearly 30 seconds to process the words. His throat suddenly feels like sandpaper. He bites down on the inside of his lip to drag himself back into the moment. This is just training, same as anything he'd done with Kakashi. He can handle training. All right, Sasuke rasps. Tsunade winks at him before she rolls away. Sasuke turns to Sakura, kneeling down at her bedside, chakra covering his palms and flooding into his eyes. A red film falls over the world. He can't see the specific chakra paths, but he can track the flow, and true to Hakume's assessment, the chakra in Sakura's brain is less flowing, more overflowing, like the village rivers during the spring monsoons. With a long breath in through his nose, Sasuke sends chakra down, through the points on her forehead and scalp, searching for the pathways. He finds them full of holes and broken links. Tsunade's assigned him readings on anatomy to get him up to speed on the basics he skipped right over, so Sasuke has a rudimentary but serviceable knowledge of how the chakra pathways are supposed to look, enough to send healing chakra through the roots. He starts mending holes and bridging gaps. Once he's found his rhythm, Sasuke exhales through his mouth and closes his eyes, turning the Sharingan off. It doesn't require total, isolating focus like it did the first time, but the voices around him sound like they're coming from the room across the hall. He can hear Tsunade's voice speaking a list of instructions, a hoarse grumble, Guy, and Naruto's elated shouts, Hakume's harsh reprisal for all the noise they're making, but he doesn't understand a word of it. He only opens his eyes once he's certain he's repaired the breaks and breaches in Sakura's chakra pathways, just in time to see Tsunade lean around to get his attention. She wags her chin toward Kakashi's bed. He's asking for you. I'll take it from here. Sasuke turns to look over his shoulder. Guy and Naruto are crowding him, Naruto trying to fill him in on everything he missed and Guy giving his rival friendly advice for his rehabilitation process, but Kakashi's mismatched eyes are locked on Sasuke. The mask and his disheveled hair make it hard for Sasuke to figure out what emotion Kakashi is feeling in specific. His gaze is intense. It's the sort of look Sasuke's used to receiving when he's in trouble. Sasuke marches stiffly over and settles down on one knee. Hey. Kakashi bobs his head in a shallow nod. Hey. You okay? Sasuke's mouth twitches at one corner, the best he can manage where smiles are concerned. I'm fine. Kakashi is quiet, taking Sasuke in. Sasuke doesn't meet his eyes. Kakashi murmurs, you know who put me here, don't you? Sasuke swallows and it feels like hundreds of tiny shards of glass are digging into his flesh. Yeah. Kakashi's sigh is long and deep, but not surprised. Did you go after him? I did, Sasuke coughs, staring at a loose thread on the edge of the hospital blanket. That's why Sakura's here. Silence settles like a thick fog and Sasuke forces himself to keep staring at the loose thread. He imagines pulling it and unraveling the whole thing. He thinks he hears Kakashi say his name but is far too fixated on imagining reknitting the blanket into a slightly different blanket. Kakashi's hand gently nudges his shoulder. Sasuke, look at me. Please. He doesn't want to, he can't describe in words how much he doesn't want to, but the fact that Kakashi said please makes him look up on shocked reflex. Kakashi's eyes are crinkling at the corners, the only way Sasuke can ever tell he's really smiling. You're not in trouble, he says around something like a laugh. I'm not going to lecture you. I'm not angry. I'm not even disappointed, since it seems like you've been making up for what happened with interest. Sasuke stares at Kakashi like he just read him a treatise on trigonometry in a dead language. But Kakashi just reaches out and ruffles Sasuke's hair, and in that moment Sasuke realizes with a pain in his throat just how much he missed him. He doesn't cry. He doesn't hug Kakashi tight enough to crush him. He's not ready for that yet. Sasuke leans hard into the touch and how Kakashi pauses and blinks a few times, eyes going slightly wide, is enough for Sasuke to know the message has been received. You're fine, Sasuke, Kakashi murmurs, you're doing just fine. Kakashi takes his hand off Sasuke's head and he glances over toward the foot of the bed. Naruto's standing with his arms loose at his sides, watching with an oddly thoughtful look. Guy, meanwhile, has a hand covering the bottom of his face. His eyes look far away and sad. There is something deeply, fundamentally wrong with the idea of Guy being sad. All eyes are drawn to a soft groan and Tsunade's voice, gentle as you please, good morning, Sakura. Sasuke stood up and turned around fast enough to give himself whiplash. Hakume is helping Sakura sit up, propping up pillows to cushion her and supporting her head while Sakura gets the hang of how necks are supposed to work. Sakura looks groggy. He's seen her like this before, every morning at the academy and while waiting for Kakashi to meet them for the day's mission, because Sakura is not an early riser by nature but refuses to oversleep because she's never been late to anything in her life. Sakura licks at her chapped lips and looks slowly around, voice coming out just as dry and cracked. How long? Sasuke's drifting over as Tsunade replies, you've been out for 3 weeks. Your physical injuries were severe, and your psychological injuries were even worse. We'll work out the particulars soon, but for the moment just know you'll be saddled with a lot of therapy, physical and otherwise, before we'll be comfortable discharging you. Sakura's eyes finally focus on something when she catches sight of Sasuke, just over Tsunade's shoulder. Okay. Tsunade turns to Sasuke with a raised eyebrow, I believe you had something you wanted to say. Sasuke tastes sour shame on the back of his tongue, feels every eye on him like a burning welt on his skin. He can't be a coward right now. He can't be selfish. This is not about him. He extracts the words one at a time, I'm sorry. I was an idiot who didn't listen to you and if I had you wouldn't be here. I won't let it happen again. I promise. Sakura doesn't say anything for a few moments. She blinks once, twice, 3 times, slow and heavy. Sasuke waits for her to process the words, waits for her to finally scowl at him and say that sorry isn't good enough, say that she never wants to see him again, and turn away. She doesn't. Sakura smiles, reaches out with one weak hand and Sasuke moves closer. Her hand closes around his, touch delicate and subtle like everything she does. Thank you, she murmurs. It's unseasonably warm, even for a fire country autumn. Suzuki's not sure how nobody else in the room seems to notice it. He's also not sure why they're all staring at him in various states of awe or amusement. Suzuki feels that sour tang again and he wants to tell Sakura he doesn't deserve that she should give him the silent treatment for a month at least, but bites the inside of his cheek. This is not about him. If she wants to forgive him, that's her choice to make, not his. Suzuki awkwardly pats the knife on his hip and words start to fall out of his mouth in an unsightly dribble. I mean, even though you weren't there, you still kind of protected us. If I didn't have this knife, we probably would have died more than once, but I mean, I almost lost it. I kind of left it inside someone. He pulled it out and tossed it, though, so that's good. Kind of. Guy, I need you to do something for me, Kakashi croaks, nearly making Suzuki leap out of his skin. Please pull these courtesy curtains closed around me so I don't have to see any more of that. Guy, in his patented Guy way, replies in the most unhelpful fashion possible. Kakashi, I am surprised at you. How could you discourage your students from pursuing the greatest form of youth's flowering, the throes of young love? It's not only healing for Sakura, but for everyone witnessing it, including you, and furthermore. Tsunade stands up, purposefully making her stool clatter with the motion. We'll get you your own room. Hakume, Naruto, Guy, how about you show me this Lee kid? Suzuki, keep Sakura company. Everyone files out of the room, Hakume only pausing to draw the courtesy curtain around a grateful Kakashi, and Suzuki finds himself bizarrely alone with Sakura. Suzuki's pretty sure it's a bad thing that his first feeling is an overwhelming urge to either sprint out the door or leap out the window. His fingers twitch in her grip and he clears his throat. Do you want me to go find your mom and tell her you're awake? She'll probably want to see you. Sakura shakes her head, her smile curling into a slight smirk. No. Stay. Tell me more about how you nearly lost my very expensive gift. Suzuki snorts, feeling better already. He settles down on the stool Tsunade vacated and Sakura flops back against her pillows, laughing softly. Now that you're here, absolutely. I appreciate how seriously you're taking Lee's case, Hakume says around a sip of sake, but I don't think the kid would fault you for partying tonight instead of studying. Tsunade waves absently to the room with her free hand, the other holding a heavily dog-eared medical journal. What do you mean? This is partying. We've got sake and everything. Suzuki looks up from marking any instance of spine or spinal in the pile of medical journals as tall as he is. I don't get how drinking while we research is supposed to help. Usually I would agree, Shizun remarks in a small voice, but for some of these case files it's practically a necessity. The things some jutsu can do to a spinal cord. The Hokage's residence is a far cry from the cramped barracks or freezing tents Hakume remembers doing all her best research in. The living room is warm and spacious, with a view of the entire village and the forests beyond. Suzuki and Shizun do the busy work at a dining table made from mahogany, in chairs the first Hokage grew himself. Tsunade is sprawled across a sofa covered in velvet made from real silk, a gift from the daimyo of Earth Country to her great-uncle. Hakume herself is sitting on a rug woven in the Wind Country by nomadic tribes with oral histories that spoke of a time before the Sage of Six Paths and called the veracity of his existence into question. Hakume supposes this is what getting old and selling out looks like. She takes another sip and concludes that selling out gets a bad rap. Besides, unless we find some miracle cure, this surgery requires a lot of prep time and a lot of recovery time, Tsunade continues, flipping a page, and in 10 days I'm not gonna have enough time to keep up with either, let alone getting this 50% chance up to 58% or better. So we multitask. You think better when you're drinking. Hakume grins, and you drink better when you're thinking. The two of them drop into harmonized snickers at the old, stupid joke, and Shizun and Suzuki roll their eyes. Suzuki's dark brows furrow. What specifically makes this procedure so risky? Mostly it's the fact that we're picking a lot of very tiny foreign objects out of the spine, Shizun replies. Usually for bone fragments we have medical ninjutsu to dissolve them, but if they're embedded in more bone, I think you can see what the risk there is. This surgery takes precision and concentration, and one's focus naturally starts to ebb if they've been working on something non-stop for hours. So, point is, Tsunade cuts in, if we slip up even once, at best Lee becomes quadriplegic. Sasuke goes back to marking in silence for a few seconds before he starts thinking out loud. There's no way to simplify the work itself probably, but if you could make the work less risky with some kind of safety net. Sasuke looks up, turning his chair to face Tsunade. What was that thing you were doing during the fight with Orochimaru? That thing that let you heal any damage as soon as you took it. Tsunade frowns. Creation rebirth, but I can only use it because I've been storing up chakra for 30 years. I do have a version that I can transfer to other people, but that takes even more chakra and is designed for the battlefield. It would heal him too rapidly. Any incision we made would close as we're making it. Hakume drums her fingers on the floor as she thinks the proposition over. Well, we don't need 30 years worth of chakra, just enough for several hours, right? And if we're using less it'll go a bit slower, not too slow but slow enough that it's covering our ass if we slip up instead of undoing our work as soon as we do it. Tsunade slowly sits up. There is something, it's supposed to be for guarding against big attacks, concentrating healing chakra in the area almost like a shield. Shizun, do you know what I'm thinking of? Shizun pulls a big encyclopedia of medical jutsu closer to her, flipping quickly through the pages. It's gone by a few names but pre-healing jutsu and cellular activation are the most common. Shizun hands the book to Sasuke to hand to Tsunade. It takes up the top half of page 54. Tsunade's grin unfolds. She starts looking between the encyclopedia and the documents. Sasuke, keep looking for spines but also keep an eye out for this jutsu. Shizun, look for anything like it in the case files. If we're the first people to try this and it works, we're writing a paper and you are definitely getting credited as co-authors. We better be. We're doing 3/4 of the research here. Hakume snorts. Tsunade isn't listening to her. She's muttering under her breath about when to budget time for testing this in a controlled environment if they can't find any data in the documents. A part of Hakume remembers why she was convinced Tsunade and Orochimaru were going to somehow make it work and live happily ever after, conjures memories of the two of them in the hospital labs talking excitedly over microscopes, and she swallows them down before the nostalgia makes her sick. She grins over at Sasuke instead. With how she's attacking this, that damage in your knee is looking a lot less permanent. Sasuke blinks. What? Hakume shrugs. Lose thanks to the sake. When I diagnosed you I was convinced I'd never see this bitch again. But here she is, and she's basically adopted you. You could be back to how you were before all the damage by tomorrow. Sasuke bites the inside of his cheek. He looks far more conflicted than the prospect of being free of his brace should warrant. Shizun saves him with a laugh. It's more like he adopted her. And I think he needs some time to process that. It's a big change, isn't it? Sasuke nods, the motion shallow. Yeah, it is. He gets back to work without another word. Naruto has noticed something. Sakura is not okay. She stares too hard at the shadows in the corner of her hospital room. Every time he and Sasuke visit she has to choke down a shocked little gasp with this look on her face like she thought they were never coming back, even though they come at the same time every day. Her hair is growing out in ragged waves that she's refused to let anyone cut. The circles under her eyes are dark against her too pale skin, making her look more like Itachi than Sasuke does. Naruto's not sure if nobody else has noticed or if everyone is just waiting for her to say something, but the bottom line is that even with Tsunade's help Sakura is nowhere near back to normal. She does a very good job of trying to be okay, though. She's doing it right now, smiling and making casual conversation with him and Sasuke while her mother braids her bangs so they wrap around her head like a crown, sitting where her headband usually does. Naruto doesn't even try to hide how fixated he is on watching her work, on how easy Sakura's mom makes the intricate weaving seem, how she can do it without looking. They're all crowded in the Harano home's tiny living room. Technically Sasuke is in the tiny kitchen but they're only separated by a counter, getting ready for the festivities surrounding Grandma Tsunade's inauguration. Any shinobi that wasn't on the other side of the continent or stationed on the wall was called back home and given the day off to enjoy the ceremonies and festival that'll be running well into the night. Sakura's mom had run into them in the hospital lobby the week before and asked, jokingly at the time, if they'd be wearing yukata to the festival. When they'd told her they didn't own any, she'd determined right there she would alter a couple her ex-husband left behind to fit them and hadn't left them much room to argue. Sakura's mom plucks a few locks of hair out of the braid to fall artfully in Sakura's face, then beams, I wish I had a camera, the three of you look wonderful. Sakura pushes unsteadily to her feet, her mom supporting her. We should get going. I wanted to say hi to Ino before her family's stall gets overrun with customers. Her mom gives her a serious look, lowering her voice. Don't push yourself too hard. There's no harm in sitting down if you're tired, or... Sakura smiles, a smile that would fool anyone who didn't know her as well as Naruto does. You know I won't, Mom. I'm not like certain other people in the room who keep ending up back on crutches. Sasuke rolls his eyes with a soft chuff of, oh shut up, and comes around to take Sakura's arm from her mom without being asked. Sakura leans on him like it's the most natural thing in the world for her to do. Naruto drowns out his own complicated feelings at that sight by shouting, come on, we're burnin' daylight. If we don't get going now, all the food lines are gonna be huge when we get there. Sakura's mom starts collecting some folded garments and bolts of silk. I'll be helping at Grandma Nohara's stall if you want to say hello. Don't any of you stay out too late, alright? They all chorus back a round of alrights and byes before filing out the door. Kakashi is right where they left him, leaning right next to the door frame in his normal uniform. For some reason Kakashi doesn't like being around Sakura's mom for too long and really doesn't like being in her house. It's probably because of all the bad news he's had to give in that tiny living room over the past month and a half. Kakashi's eye settles on Sakura's braid as they all start walking, a smile warping his mask. I was wondering what was taking so long. Sakura rolls her eyes. My mom insisted, said she missed being able to play with my hair when all of it was long and the back's still not long enough for her to do anything. Kakashi nods, it looks good. It was worth the wait. Naruto adds on, enthusiastically, yeah, your mom's some kind of genius with hair, believe it. How did she even learn how to do that? Sakura shrugs as her cheeks start to flush with pride. According to my grandma, you practice on your little sister every night whether she likes it or not. That's why I can't braid, only child. Naruto cocks his head to one side. You and Ino never braided each other's hair. Sakura snorts out a laugh. Oh no, definitely not. By the time our hair was long enough for braids we were deep in the weeds fighting over Sasuke, and she elbows him a bit for emphasis. Sasuke stumbles a bit at the sudden impact, blinking rapidly. What? What is it? Geez, we've only been walking for a few minutes and you've already zoned out, Naruto grouses, folding his arms behind his head. I know you don't sleep much, but did you pull an all-nighter this time? Sasuke scowls at him, but it's long since lost any venom it would have had. I was thinking, that's all. I'm not surprised you don't know what that looks like. Naruto Uzumaki, pinnacle of maturity and composure, blows a raspberry in response. Sakura's pale brows furrow as she looks to Sasuke. What's on your mind? The real evidence of how things have changed between Sasuke and Sakura isn't that he actually tells her. It's that he only pauses for a second instead of 20 minutes before he does. I was thinking about my knee, Sasuke replies. A lot of people have been talking about how Tsunade could repair it now that she's back. And I mean, I had to watch Lee's surgery. I know she could. She made that look like it was easy. My knee wouldn't be anywhere near that hard. I wouldn't have to be in a wheelchair for a week then on crutches for another. The recovery would maybe take a day. So? What's the problem? Naruto wonders. Sasuke purses his lips, staring off into the middle distance. The thing Naruto's been most surprised to learn about Sasuke is how much of his rude, prickly behavior is the result of being criminally bad with words, especially when he doesn't have time to think them over. Naruto and Sakura give him as much time as he needs. When people talk about it, he answers, slow and methodical, they talk about me going back to normal. Like fixing this will make me how I was before I broke it. And I don't want to go back to that. I don't want to forget what I learned. Sakura tightens her grip on his arm. Sasuke. This isn't like my hair. You've adapted, but the pain keeps you from ever being as fast as you used to be. And it's something your enemies can take advantage of if they work your knee. Naruto winces hard as he remembers doing just that. Sakura leans in, whispering just at the edge of Naruto's hearing, the point is, there's a difference between reminding yourself and punishing yourself. You have the Sharingan and are being taught by two legendary war heroes. You have so many advantages and this is the only thing holding you back. Coming into battle with a handicap is. Sasuke elbows her back, smile wry but soft. Okay, I get it. I'll think more about it, just stop spitting on my ear. Sakura snickers out loud, I was not spitting on your ear. I do not spit when I talk. Sasuke's grins are rare, but not for Sakura, whatever you need to tell yourself. The two of them fall into conversation, mostly Sakura talking and Sasuke replying with monosyllables or hums of acknowledgement, like Naruto and Kakashi aren't even there. Naruto doesn't try to butt in, just watching them, and Kakashi watches him watching them with an inquisitive tilt to his head. They make it to the main festival thoroughfare and Naruto lets Sasuke and Sakura leave him behind, giving them a vague assurance that he's gonna go get some food while they head over to the Yamanaka family's stall. Kakashi leans down closer, ramen for your thoughts? On me it's a party, after all. It takes Naruto a second longer than usual to say yes, mostly because he's shocked that Kakashi is actually paying attention to him. Ichiraku always takes over the area just outside the shop on festival days, setting up patio seating for overflow customers. Tuki and Ayam are already busy, but they had Naruto's usual order made and set aside because apparently he's become that predictable. Naruto certainly isn't complaining. Kakashi does just a little bit since he'll have to wait for his ramen while Naruto gets to eat right away. As they settle down at one of the outside tables and Naruto fills his mouth with noodles, Kakashi remarks casual as you please, Sasuke and Sakura have gotten a lot closer lately, haven't they? Naruto slurps thoughtfully. He can understand his own feelings pretty well, but he isn't so good at defining them with words. He still gives it his best try, I guess so. I thought I wasn't gonna be their third wheel anymore, since Sasuke and me have our own stuff only we know, like how Sasuke and Sakura had the curse mark. But I still am. It's different. They're different. Kakashi leans his cheek on one hand, different how? Naruto frowns, pushing the egg around with his chopsticks, well I mean. That's kinda the weird part. Because I think I know, but if I'm right then it doesn't make any sense. I should be a lot angrier if I'm right. Kakashi's brow furrows a bit, why's that? Naruto answers with his mouth full, I dunno, I just feel like I should be. I was all the time in the academy when Sakura would fawn over Sasuke, but now he likes her back. I never thought he would, at least not until she moved on or something. Kakashi smiles beneath his mask, well, don't let it get you too down. I also lost out to an Uchiha in that department when I was your age. Naruto has enough table manners to swallow his food before letting his jaw drop, what? No way. You're too much like Sasuke, girls had to be all over you. I don't believe you for a second. Kakashi's eye drifts up as his voice takes on a thoughtful lilt, I doubted I wasn't in the academy long enough to develop a following. Naruto groans, polishing off his ramen, way to humble brag, sensei. Kakashi's voice is somewhere between wistful and didactic, Naruto, I became a genin while I still had most of my baby teeth. Every time I see a kid come out of the academy older than I did is a small miracle. Naruto isn't sure he understands what that means, but from the way Kakashi's staring off past him Naruto thinks better of asking for clarification. Kakashi shakes his head with a sigh, I don't think my food's getting here anytime soon. Go ahead and see the rest of the festival. If I die of starvation here let Sasuke know he's inheriting my dogs. Yeah right, you just don't want me to get a peek at your face when you eat, Naruto snorts, standing up anyway, who gets your books when you die? Kakashi smiles again, I put a special seal on the inside cover of every one when I die they all burst into flames and burn down my apartment with them, leaving no evidence. Naruto lets out a crowing laugh, nice. See you later, sensei. And the universe proves him right as Ayam brings out Kakashi's ramen the minute Naruto turns his back. Naruto strolls around the main thoroughfare and it occurs to him that this is the first festival he's actually attended. He's been near ones the village has held in the past, but when he was too little to do much about how people treated him he got chased away from every stall he tried to visit, and when he was big enough to do something he got chased away because he'd stolen or vandalized something. He can buy things now. He has friends he can spend the festival with now. Naruto has to pause for just a second to take in how much he's changed, too. Naruto's shocked out of his thoughts by Kiba's voice, louder than anything Naruto can manage, yo, Orange Julius. He whirls toward the sound, teams 8, 10, guy, and the rest of his own are coming down the way in a cluster big enough they're blocking traffic. About half in yukata, half in street clothes, and Lee in a hospital-issue wheelchair for the first week of his recovery. The group are a loud and colorful disruption. Naruto couldn't be happier to see them. He barrels into the group and they're off. Shikamaru, Koji, and Kiba wheedle Naruto over Yakitori for details about his trip out of the village and what the soon-to-be fifth Hokage is actually like. Naruto tries to be honest about how much of a crab apple she is, but Tenten and Sasuke get very angry when he does, so he changes the subject. Sasuke talks taijutsu with Lee and Neji while Naruto and Shino somehow end up competing to see who can actually manage to catch a goldfish at the goldfish scooping stall without spending more than 500 ryo. Naruto wins and names his fish sushi, something Shikamaru thinks is hilarious and Lee thinks is needlessly cruel. Everyone, multiple times, has to keep Lee from getting out of his wheelchair and walking on his hands. Sasuke lectures him on how they just fixed his spine and if he stresses it with that kind of balancing act he could wreck it all over again, which makes Tenten and Neji exchange private smiles and makes Ino stare at Sasuke like he's grown a second head. Hinata manages to win a big-ticket prize from a ring toss stall and gives the large stuffed animal to a little girl who'd been staring at it in wonder. Naruto catches Ino and Tenten ribbing her for not giving it to him and he just says he wouldn't want it and she was smart to give it to someone who did. He has no idea why this makes Hinata turn bright red and Tenten laugh very hard. Naruto overhears a lot of conversations he's not supposed to, Neji asking Tenten if he actually deserves to be out with everyone like nothing happened during the Chunin exams, Ino lamenting to Lee as she perches on the back of his chair that she feels like everything is changing around her while she's standing still. Koji confiding in Shikamaru about feeling like he isn't taken seriously. Tenten drags all the girls into a photo booth, but Hinata manages to escape just as the second picture is taken. She's a blur of white and deep violet half obscuring Sakura, and when they see it Shino and Neji both are reduced to helpless giggles they try very hard to choke down, which just makes them laugh even harder. Ino comes sprinting back from the bathroom at one point, all but screaming that she totally saw Asuma and Kurane making out, and teams 8 and 10 react like children learning their parents actually kiss. Lee innocently makes things even more awkward with his insistence that it's completely natural, their sensei are adults, why he's met many of the women guy has dated and they're all lovely people. At about that point Ino just took the back of his chair and started sprinting down the street. And Naruto realizes as he pitches in a few ryo for takoyaki that he wasn't even gone for too long, but he's missed them all so much. The inauguration itself is scheduled for sunset. As the last rays of sunlight hide behind the trees the Leaf 12 filter towards the spectators area, just at the base of the Hokage Tower, and the group is slowly drawn in different directions. First is Sasuke, who catches Shizune frantically waving to him and says he'll catch up with them after the inauguration. Sakura leaves right after he does, muttering in a small voice that she should find her mom, and Team Guy is plucked out from under their noses by Guy himself energetically letting them know he saved them all seats. Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, Kiba, and Shino are all sniffed out, literally in Kiba's case, by their parents and dragged to where the rest of their clans are. Before Naruto knows it, it's just him and Hinata and a half-eaten plate of takoyaki in Naruto's left hand. Naruto turns to Hinata, "I'm gonna go find Kakashi-sensei, wanna watch it with us?" Hinata perks up, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, and Naruto doesn't need to be particularly smart to see that she'd want nothing more in the world than that. But she purses her lips, presses her index fingers together, and opens her mouth to stammer something. A deep, cold voice cuts at Naruto's ears, "Hinata." Hinata gasps, eyes going wide, and on reflex her hand shoots out to grab Naruto's sleeve in a vice grip. Naruto doesn't know whose voice that is and he doesn't care. Hinata is trembling. She's terrified. He pulls his sleeve out of her grip so he can replace it with his hand and he turns them both around. The man staring down at them is tall and severe, with long dark hair and ice-white eyes. He looks enough like both Hinata and Neji that it's not hard to guess who he is. There's a little girl at his side that looks a lot like Hinata did when she was that little, dressed in a yukata more reserved in print and color than children's styles ever are. Hayashi Hyuga's hard stare slides off his daughter and onto Naruto, melting into pure puzzlement. "Mr. Uzumaki," he says with a bow that's really more of a glorified nod. Naruto, not sure how to respond to one of the most powerful men in the village addressing him, returns the gesture, "Mr. Hyuga." Hayashi's eyes flicker back over to Hinata, features hardening once more, "You need not stay with the clan, but you will come with me to greet the Wind Country daimyo. At once. Naruto nods, all right, let's go. Where is he? Hinata's face is now a deep puce, the hand in his soaked with sweat. Hayashi once again shoots him a puzzled look, but Naruto is already craning his neck to look around. He spots a collection of nearly palatial palanquins at the extreme eastern edge of the crowd, 5 of them emblazoned with the symbol of the great elemental nations and a few more modest structures with the symbols of smaller countries. Naruto starts heading over, nearly dragging the dazed Hinata behind him. Hayashi has no choice but to power walk to keep in step with him. If you insist on being here, at least let me introduce you, he huffs. It would significantly harm your ambitions towards the Hokage's office if you caused a diplomatic incident in your first conversation with the daimyo. Naruto raises an eyebrow. How do you know I want to be Hokage? Hayashi smiles with only his mouth. Your voice carries. There's an abrupt shift in the crowd when Naruto gets close to the palanquins, both in features and in wealth. The village elite pay their respects to the VIPs, who receive them while surrounded by guards from their hidden villages. The shinobi from Mist are as pale as Zabuza and Haku, some with a pallor nearly as blue as Kisame's and razor-sharp teeth. They couldn't be more different from the robust and swarthy ninja from Cloud. The rock ninja have a curious habit of wearing uniforms that leave one arm exposed, and the Fire Country's dignitary is surrounded by Jonin Naruto doesn't recognize, with Umbu probably planted nearby. Naruto's eyes slide back to the Wind Palanquin's guards. There are only 5 of them, but there's something familiar about the 2 standing out in front. They're probably just Chunin since they only look a few years older than him. As he gets closer he can pick out more distinctive features, the girl's blonde hair pulled back into 4 tails, the boy in a full black outfit with purple face paint. Hinata's face goes white, but Naruto brightens up and waves, carefully, because he's still holding takoyaki. Hey you guys. Long time no see. Kankuro and Temari stare at Naruto in complete, slack-jawed shock. They don't say a thing as Naruto and the Hyugas come closer, not even when they stop right in front of them. Hayashi sneers down his nose at them. The boy greeted you, didn't he? It would be rude to leave him hanging. Temari's the first one to blink herself back to the world, shooting Hayashi a quick glare before looking back to Naruto. Yeah, it's been a long time. Kankuro shoots Temari a look. It hasn't even been a month. Temari, the smile he turns to Naruto is a bit strained, but he's making an effort. Good to see you too, kid. You gonna finish that takoyaki? 2 well-wishers come out of the palanquin, giving the Wind Daimyo a heavy-set man with immaculately kept facial hair in a headdress that somewhat resembles a fan a clear line of sight on the party. His pinched face unfolds into a smile when he sees Hayashi, who returns it with another smile that's pure formality. Hayashi, so good to see you again, he laughs, and I see you brought your lovely daughters. Hayashi bows from the waist. You insisted, last time we spoke. He puts a hand on the back of Hanabi's head. This is my youngest, Hanabi, and he gestures to Hinata as she schools her features into something that looks at least neutral. And my heir, Hinata. He shoots her a pointed look, making Hinata stiffen. Naruto squeezes her hand and she manages to relax, ever so slightly. She bows before Hanabi can, ironing out her voice into something pleasant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace. I'm humbled to hear you asked after me and my sister. Naruto and Hayashi both glance at Hinata in naked surprise, but the daimyo chortles, such a way with flattery. You're lucky to have her as a successor. I think she has a bright future ahead of her in diplomacy. Hinata smiles, the expression wobbly at the edges but bright enough to convey good tidings. I should also introduce our guest. This is Naruto Uzumaki, the village's Jinhiriki. The daimyo's eyebrows shoot up and Hinata brings her arm around to push on Naruto's back, nudging him into bowing low. It's, good to meet you, Your Grace. When he comes back up the daimyo is all but beaming. What a charming coincidence. He raps his knuckles on the latticed wood wall behind him. Gaara, come up here, would you? Hinata stops breathing. Footsteps come crunching hesitantly through the grass, and Gaara rounds the palanquin. Naruto expected him to look exactly the same, give or take a change in outfit like his siblings. He nearly drops his takoyaki when he sees the long, thin scar running from the edge of Gaara's jaw all the way across his face and straight through the love character carved into his forehead. He'd nearly forgotten all about the fight before his and Gaara's showdown in the woods, how Sakura had drawn blood from Gaara for the first time. The daimyo speaks like Gaara and Naruto aren't staring wide-eyed and frozen at each other. Gaara, the Leaf Village's Jinhuriki has come to pay his respects. I hear the two of you met during the Chunin exams, is that true? Gaara swallows hard. Yes. The shock filters out of Naruto's system and he grins. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Your Grace, is it cool if me and Gaara go around back and catch up a bit? It's been forever. The daimyos laugh bubbles with surprise. Well, of course it is. Who am I to get in the way of old friends? Just don't go too far. Now, Hayashi. Naruto doesn't stick around long enough to hear the rest, strolling over to pull Gaara back the way they came. The surface of Gaara's gourd ripples when Naruto takes him by the shoulder, but nothing reaches out to grab him. When they reach the back of the palanquin, Naruto turns to grin full force at Gaara. What are the odds, huh? Can't believe the brass actually let you back in the village. Gaara crosses his arms over his chest tightly and avoids Naruto's eyes. It was not our idea. I'm not comfortable here either. I promise we have nothing planned and I won't hurt anyone. I'm going to stay back here the whole time and no one will have to see me. Naruto's grin drops and he furrows his eyebrows. What? No, Gaara, I'm not Gaara, I'm happy to see you. Gaara's eyes slowly slide to his, widening by a fraction of a centimeter. Why? Naruto rolls his eyes with his whole head. Cause I thought your village would kill you or put you in prison for life or something. You did bad stuff but you should get a chance to make up for it, especially when like half of it was their fault for being dicks and putting a demon in you and all that crap. Gaara's mouth twitches at one corner. Oh. That's very open-minded. Naruto just stares at him. You're having a real hard time learning how to be nice, aren't you? Gaara does not nod or shake his head, but his fingers tense on his arms and the top layer of his gourd ripples again. He'd better leave that thing outside if he ever wants to play poker. Naruto cocks his head to one side. So wait, if you didn't wanna be here, and the Leaf Brass didn't want you here, then why are you here? Gaara looks away. My siblings and I are heirs to our late father's position as Kazekage. Temari is first in line. But the council is deliberating on appointing her and she and Kankuro aren't interested in the position, so the village is in limbo. If we had a Kazekage, they would have come to the inauguration as a show of good faith. The three of us were the closest thing they had. Naruto's eyes go wide. What? I thought a Kage got elected or chosen by the daimyo. How are you in line for it? One of Gaara's shoulders twitches. Not quite a shrug, that's how it's done here. In most other villages the Kage is, if not in law in practice, a hereditary position. Naruto's eyes are nearly bugging out of his head. No way. So you could be Kazekage tomorrow. That is so not fair. Gaara's shrug is stiff, half because he's not used to doing it and half because of the heavy weight on his back. I won't be made Kazekage. Naruto furrows his eyebrows. Why not? You're eligible. If your brother and sister turn it down, the job should have to go to you. Why wouldn't it? Gaara stares at him for a long moment before he speaks like he's explaining something to a child. I am guilty of multiple murders that I only could have committed through use of the demonic creature sealed inside me. To be fair, that hadn't actually occurred to Naruto until right now. Gaara's grip tightens on his arms. The council has made up its mind about me. And I don't disagree with them. Naruto just blinks. Then prove them wrong. Prove yourself wrong. Gaara's brow furrows, warping his scar. How? Naruto shrugs. Be a good person who protects people and cares about them and doesn't kill them. Gaara's mouth twitches again, almost resembling a smirk. You make that sound easy. I mean, it should be, Naruto remarks, at least I think it should. It isn't always, not even a lot of the time, but I think trying to be good counts for something, doesn't it? You might never change their minds, you might never become Kazekage, but you'll still be helping people. There'll still be more people who are alive and happy. That might add up one day. I don't know to what, but it'll add up. Gaara slowly tilts his head, a fraction of a degree. You're not nearly as sure of yourself as I thought. Naruto gulps. Is that bad? Gaara's face does something very strange. One corner of his mouth moves up and stays that way. It's a valiant attempt at a smile. He replies, "It's human." Naruto smiles a bit, "The effort worth more than the result, I'll take it." Hinata pokes her head around the side of the palanquin, voice hardly a whisper, "And Naruto, the ceremony's starting in 2 minutes." Naruto nearly leaps out of his skin, "Shit. I gotta go get a good view, but did you eat yet? Here, take these, share with your brother and sister." He hands the takoyaki to a bewildered Gaara before reaching into his kinchaku, "And what's the water situation in sand?" Gaara's face smooths over into a neutral mask, "We have water, Naruto." "Good, then you're adopting this guy," Naruto quickly adds, shoving Sushi's bag into Gaara's other hand. "His name is Sushi. The goldfish scooping stall guy also gave me some food for him, but I think I dropped it, so you'll probably have to get some later. Take care of him. Don't kill any more people. Bye." Naruto nearly leaves Hinata in the dust as he scrambles to find an open spot in the crowd, central enough to get a good view and far enough back that he won't have to crane his neck too far, but he manages to slow down and she manages to catch up. Naruto lets out a hard breath through his nose, "I'm starting to feel like I don't know anything about being Hokage." Hinata frowns, tiny and concerned, "Why do you say that?" "I don't know, I mean," Naruto answers as he spots a patch of open grass and starts heading toward it, "I've been thinking a lot about it, with all this going on. And hearing a lot about it too. It's wrapped up in a lot of stuff I don't really get and just, never really thought about. I never thought about daimyos liking me or tax reform or councils or anything like that before. Well, I imagine. Probably the first Hokage thought the same way," Hinata remarks, smoothing out her yukata's skirt as they finally come to a stop. He didn't want the position, he'd recommended Madara Uchiha for it, but the people elected him instead. Naruto's eyebrows shoot up, "He did? I thought Madara was evil, why did he want him to be the Hokage?" Hinata stares at him for a long minute before she replies, "Naruto, did you not read our history textbooks? We went over it on the first day of academy classes." Naruto grimaces, Yeah, I failed history." Hinata doesn't groan or roll her eyes or put her hand to her temple or pinch the bridge of her nose. She covers her mouth with her hand and lets out a tiny, hiccuping giggle. Well, he did," Hinata answers, Madara and Hashirama. The first Hokage, he was friends with Madara. He trusted him, even if no one else in the village did. The village would ask him why he kept Madara around, and well, people remembered and wrote down the answer. Hinata straightens up, eyes focusing on the first Hokage's likeness on the mountain, and recites, "The Hokage doesn't need to be an expert on everything. He just needs to surround himself with the smartest people he can find and figure out which of their ideas are the best." Hinata's shoulders relax and she meets Naruto's eyes for the first time in forever. "Why, you know a lot of smart people, Naruto. You have a lot of good friends. We'll help you figure out what taxes are." Naruto can't help laughing as he tries to shoot back, "I know what taxes are. I just don't know what I gotta change about them. I failed accounting, too." Hinata starts to laugh, but a hush falls over the crowd as all eyes draw to the roof of the Hokage Tower. The ceremony has begun. Tsunade strides out, nearly to the edge of the roof, resplendent in a deep green yukata covered in designs of trees in full blossom. At her back are the Leaf Village Council, Shizune, and Jiraiya. Shizune has dressed up for the occasion, but the pervy sage is the same as he always has been, including the lazy smirk on his features. Shizune holds the ceremonial Hokage's Haori and Jiraiya holds the helm, twirling it lazily around until the one female member of the council glares at him. Tsunade stops and turns, kneeling with her back to the crowd. On the back of her yukata is a symbol embroidered in gold thread. To Naruto it looks like a double-sided trident, but when he asks Hinata what it is she whispers back that it's the Senju clan crest. Two members of the council, the old woman with her hair elaborately piled up on her head and the man with spectacles, take the helm and Haori from Shizune and Jiraiya and step closer to Tsunade. The old woman speaks first, "We come here on this day to appoint our newest Hokage, the fifth of their name. If there are any objections, speak now or forever hold your peace." No one would dare speak. "Not today." The old woman nods. Tsunade Senju, born August 2 in the year 948, daughter of Mune Masa Senju, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, you come to us today not as one who would rule but as one who would serve and protect. Do you swear, upon the blood of your clan, to support and defend the will of fire against all enemies, without and within? Tsunade's voice is clear, ringing out like a bell, I do. Do you swear that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the village? I do. Do you swear that you take this obligation freely, without any reservation or evasion? I do. Do you swear that when your time is at its end, you will well and faithfully pass down the title you are about to receive? I do. There is a pause that feels like it lasts a century. Then I declare, beneath the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths who watches from heaven, and the eyes of all Hokage who have come before, the old woman places the helm on Tsunade's head as the bespectacled man drapes the Haori around her shoulders, that you may address the people of the Leaf Village as the fifth Hokage. There's a round of polite applause as Tsunade stands and turns. The Haori flutters around her in the early evening wind, the helm covering her face in shadow, and she takes a moment to survey the crowd in silence. Then she removes the helm, and her voice rings out across the village, I am no one's idea of perfect. Like my grandfather, my great-uncle, and my teacher, I am human. I won't stand up here and pretend that I never turned my back on this village. Because I did. I won't stand up here and pretend that I'm the most qualified person for the job. Because I'm not. I won't stand up here and pretend that this village has always been perfect, or just, or right. Because it hasn't. I lost people I loved to wars this village started, to policies this village put into place, to behaviors this village encouraged. This village gave me scars that will never fade. The atmosphere is stifling as Naruto waits on bated breath for Tsunade to continue. But, she mercifully does, I came to a realization. A village, a collection of buildings inside a wall, an insignia on a metal plate, a uniform. These things don't have a will. A system, a government, these things don't breathe, don't see, don't think. This village has power, but only the power we give it. And a village cannot change unless the people within it make it change. I come before you now to promise, on my life, that I will fight with every piece of my soul not for a village, for a piece of land with a wall around it, but for all of you. I will fight for your right to live, and not just live but live well, free from all the pain I had to endure to get to this point. I will fight to make my grandfather's dream of a world where no children have to die in battle a reality. And I swear on his memory, I will fight beside you as we forge a brighter future, for ourselves, for our children, for everyone who watches from heaven. I vow to lead and protect you all as your fifth Hokage. The moment her speech ends, at the top of the Hokage cliffs a single point, impossibly small at this distance, ignites in flame. The flame spreads in sheets, so large and so bright that only a forest could feed it, but there aren't any trees at the top of the mountain, how, until a single word is spelled out in fire. The crowd erupts into surprised, delighted applause and cheers, and not simply for the show. There's a charge of excitement that ripples in nervous loops through the air, like the moment before a miracle. Naruto stares at the fire, trying to figure out how so much of it got up there so fast. There's no trees, maybe they placed some oil, but it all spread out from one little point, how? Sasuke isn't on the roof with Tsunade. He's not in the crowd with them. Naruto tallies up every place that Sasuke isn't, and zeroes in on the only spot he could possibly be. He stares up at Tsunade, framed in Uchiha flames dwarfed only by the burning will she holds in her heart. Naruto can only imagine what she's seeing as she stares down at the ocean of people she promised to fight for. He can only imagine what Sasuke sees, high atop the Hokage cliffs, wreathed in fire to light the darkness. He can probably see the entire village. Maybe he can see the whole world. Naruto would like to see that. Hinata's fingers close around his hand again and he looks over to her. She meets his gaze with a smile that holds more warmth and light than the fire on the cliff. In its light her hair is a deep, endless black, and her pale eyes the vermilion of the setting sun. Naruto has noticed something. Hinata is very, very pretty. That's gonna be you up there someday, Hinata whispers. Naruto's face heats up and he returns her smile, wide and gleaming, someday soon. Believe it. Hinata just squeezes his hand, I always did. Chapter 19. 19, alright, that's Team 6, Tsunade sighs, flipping the folder closed, providing numbers still work like I think they do, Team 7 should be next. Danzo's voice stabs through the air like a spear. Do remember to be objective, Lady Hokage. Tsunade smiles sweetly while cracking her knuckles one finger at a time. Please, I have people to do that for me. Proctors, please take me through Team 7's results and give your recommendations. As the proctors flip through their notes, Tsunade stretches out her back, swallowing a yawn. Now that she's officially Hokage, that means it's time to get caught up on all the real work, and that means being cooped up in the only conference room in the Hokage Tower with no windows. Danzo's insistence, for security reasons, for going on 5 hours straight, Danzo's insistence, so that they can get this task over and done with now and move on to more pressing matters, evaluating the results of the Chunin exams and debating which kids to promote with not only the proctors who were actually there but their Jonin teachers and the clan heads and the Hokage's council. 3 guesses whose insistence that was, and the first 2 don't count. Tsunade desperately wishes she had something stronger than tea to help her through this, but at this point she'll take what she can get. Ibiki's the first to speak up. First is Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki got a perfect score on the written exam. Tsunade nearly drops her tea, by not answering a single question on it. Tsunade nearly snorts her tea as she laughs into it. I've got one question, she coughs. Is that because he's a genius, or because he's an idiot? Idiot, Ibiki replies immediately. He spent the 45 minutes before the 10th question doubled over having a panic attack, and when Hinata Hyuga offered to let him cheat off her paper, Tsunade spies Hayashi Hyuga's upper lip lifting in disgust. He refused. However, though he's an idiot, he's an exceptionally charismatic idiot. When we posed the 10th question, he screamed that he doesn't give up, and that inspired everyone still left to stay put. More people passed because of him than anything else. I don't think he has the critical thinking skills to be a Chunin, but he certainly has the leadership ability and the integrity we like to see. Screaming loudly enough to inspire a group of children counts as leadership these days. That explains quite a bit, Danzo mutters a hair above his breath. This whole team kinda sagged in the second exam. Anko picks up as she leans back in her chair, heels on the long table. They took all 5 days to get a scroll and make it to the center. Literally, they got there with 20 minutes left. Naruto made out better than his teammates when it came to injuries, but from what the kids themselves said, that's cause he didn't do a lot of fighting until the last night. He does deserve a bit of slack for the extenuating circumstances his team slammed right into, but it was still a pretty poor showing. I don't think the kid has the endurance or the strategic mind a Chunin needs. Genma takes a minute to line up his own notes and hates before he says his piece. Yeah, third verse is the same as the first here. Kid's got a lot of raw power and picked up some interesting techniques, but he has a nasty habit of just throwing himself straight at the enemy and only thinking of a more intelligent strategy when he's forced into a corner. If Niji hadn't been stuck in his own head and Naruto came at him like this, he would have been wiped out. He has perseverance and strength, but he can't lean on that forever. Tsunade nods. Fair, fair. Kakashi, do you have anything to add? Kakashi shrugs. Nope. Naruto needs more time to develop a sense of discipline and diversify his strategies. He's not ready to make Chunin, not by a long shot. Tsunade pauses, eyes sweeping over the table to see if anyone is going to pop in with an objection or unhelpful comment. No one does. It's a bit disheartening, but she knows Naruto needs more time to cook. She doesn't push it. Alright, Naruto Uzumaki will remain a genin, she states. Let's move on to Sakura Haruno. All whispered conversation ceases. There's a pregnant pause before Ibiki clears his throat. Say whatever you want about the girl, she's extremely intelligent. She got a perfect score on the exam. Without cheating. All that implies is that you made the test too easy, Mito Kato spits, adjusting his spectacles. Ibiki doesn't respond, but Shikaku Nara does, leveling a completely neutral look on the elderly counselor. Sir, Ibiki didn't write that test. I did. Mito Kato glares at him, but says nothing. Tsunade will give the old hawk one thing he knows: when he's put his foot in his mouth there's no sense in choking on it. However, she has trouble with practically applying that intelligence. Ibiki continues as if Mito Kato hadn't spoken. She was too focused on the written test itself. She didn't cheat because she didn't think to cheat. She seems to have trouble breaking out of the mindset of a student and instead thinking like a soldier. Personally, I think experience is the best teacher and would promote her just to take away any crutches she's still leaning on, but I'll leave the final decision to you, ma'am. All eyes drift to Anko. Tsunade becomes very aware, suddenly, of how stuffy and humid a windowless room in a fire country September can be. Anko takes her feet off the table with a sigh, scooting her chair all the way up to the table. Okay, gonna put a disclaimer on this, I'm not an objective voice when it comes to this girl. During my exam Orochimaru got his fangs in her. Pretty much everyone in here is briefed on what that means, so I won't go over it again. From the information Sasuke Uchiha provided, we know Orochimaru was going for him and she came in with the save. I like the loyalty and selflessness, but it was a reckless move that put her team in danger and contributed to their late arrival at the tower. From what I've seen outside my exam she could make a good Chunin, but I recommend against promoting her until after the curse mark has been permanently dealt with. Genma's voice cuts in like the blade of a sword. I respectfully disagree with the assessments of both of my colleagues. During the preliminary rounds Sakura showed she could use her incredibly precise chakra control to get a handle on her curse mark, and in the third exam she showed not only an aptitude for battlefield strategy but also for thinking on her feet, performing Jonin-level genjutsu and changing her strategy immediately after the first one failed. She managed to make Gaara bleed. And when the invasion hit she showed discipline, asking permission to pursue the Sand Ninja so she could bring them into custody. Most importantly, she showed that she learned from her mistakes in the first two exams and worked to correct them. She's ready to be a Chunin. That's my recommendation, ma'am. Tsunade drums her fingers on the table, but before she can say anything Danzo's voice pierces the air. With all due respect, Jonin Shiranui, nothing could be further from the truth. There's a brief rumble of surprise among the assembled ninja. Even Mito Kato and Yuditen sit up straight and share a brief, shocked glance. Tsunade narrows her eyes and starts cracking the knuckles on her other hand, finger by finger. Danzo waits for the noise to settle down into a whisper, then continues, Sakura Harino has shown herself in all her engagements to be reckless and immature. The girl sends herself hurtling past chakra exhaustion on a regular basis. Hayashi scoffs, what do you expect? She's clanless, no doubt she has little chakra to work with at all, and it sends a murmur of assent through the more conservative clan heads. Danzo pays him no mind, showing a severe lack of forethought. And when she does run out of chakra, she consistently abuses the curse mark to gain more, showing a lack of discipline. The girl has a narrow, myopic view of the world and her place within it. She prioritizes her teammates and herself over the safety of the village. Now hold on, Kurane cuts in, leaning over the table, that's a baseless accusation. I assure you, Jonin Ui, it is not, Danzo replies, almost sounding bored. I have read her reports and debriefings on her recent engagements. When asked why she used her curse mark against Gaara during the invasion, the only reason she could give was because she wanted to ensure her victory. When asked why she pursued Ataki Uchiha, she simply said it was to keep her teammates alive at any cost. She knows who Orochimaru is and what he is capable of, yet flirts with becoming his pawn for reasons as petty as this. She is willing to exchange the entire village for personal glory or the lives of two people. Tsunade catches the head of the Sarutobi clan whispering to the head of the Ui clan, as if Orochimaru would have any use for a clanless child. Kakashi's voice comes out in a ragged snarl, Danzo, she's 13 years old. She's a kid. I'm afraid under Fire Country and Leaf Village law, Kakashi, any individual holding a shinobi rank is an adult. Danzo counters, they are given the privileges and responsibilities of adulthood, and one of these responsibilities is putting the village ahead of everything else. That is what this all comes down to. Sakura Harino does not act in a manner fitting an adult or a Chunin. This would simply mean she needs more training under normal circumstances. But under her unique circumstances, she would be a liability if given the independence of a Chunin. Yuditen nods and adds, Mito Kato and I agree. The girl is not ready, and the village is not secure. To promote her now would be irresponsible. Tsunade steeples her fingers in front of her mouth. She gazes at Sakura's picture on her file. It hasn't been updated since her ninja registration in January, 2 months before she'd turned 13. She still has long silky hair, a brilliant smile, and round, pink cheeks. Tsunade eyes shift down the table. Before I decide, Kurane, Kakashi, I want to hear your recommendations. Mito Kato adjusts his glasses and angles a sour frown her way, deliberately seeking out biased opinions now, Lady Hokage. Seeking out expert opinions, counselor, she replies coolly, the fact of the matter is that Danzo may have done his research on Sakura, but he has simply read about her. Kurane and Kakashi trained her. They know her strengths and weaknesses inside and out. They have more information than anyone else at the table. You would trust Sarutobi to give everyone a fair assessment of me. I trust them to do the same for their student. Tsunade knows no one in the world would give a less fair assessment of her, and so do Mito Kato and Yudiden. But Sarutobi is dead. And you do not speak ill of the dead. You especially do not speak ill of the dead in front of the head of their clan. Tsunade knows how the game is played. Kurane and Kakashi share a long look across the table. Kurane closes her eyes and murmurs, unfortunately, even though I think Danzo's assessments of Sakura were uncharitable. I don't think they were wrong. Sakura is very concerned with her teammates. They take up a lot of her attention and can distract her from the bigger picture. She is not a liability, but she does need more time to grow, and more than anything what she needs right now is guidance. Giving her the independence of a Chunin would be antithetical to that at this stage. So, at the moment, I can't in good conscience recommend she be promoted. Kakashi takes quite a bit longer to answer. His hands are folded tight in front of his face, almost like he's praying. He lowers them to the table with a long sigh, Sakura. We can't avoid the fact that she's the child of civilians. She didn't grow up with the same pressures and expectations as the rest of her classmates. She got to be a child for far longer than any of them. That's made her inquisitive, passionate, and kind. It's also made her self-conscious, reckless, and vulnerable. More than anything, Sakura is aware of all her faults, and overcompensates for them. Sakura's not ready to be a Chunin. Not yet. Tsunade spares the little girl in the file one last look. She turns the page. In light of all the points presented, I have decided that Sakura Haruno will remain a genin. Let's move on to Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura Haruno is not alright. Every time she goes to sleep, the sky turns red, the ground turns black, and her hair is long. The dreams are so crisp and clear she's leapt awake ready to attack whatever hapless nurse woke her. She sees attack Uchiha in every dark corner, in every crowd, in every single night terror. His voice is always there, repeating itself, echoing and reverberating and merging with every other disruptive voice she keeps locked in the back of her mind. The perfunctory hospital counseling mostly just serves to make sure she doesn't kill herself, but it does come with more sessions of medical ninjutsu. It doesn't remove the scars, it can't, not without risking serious brain damage. All it does is blur the edges, make everything vague and out of focus. She doesn't see the rusted blade or Naruto's heart being crushed, but she feels pain, terror, shame, and a profound feeling of being small and helpless. No, Sakura is not alright. But that isn't anyone else's business, now is it? She works diligently at her physical therapy, building her physical strength and coordination back up with a smile on her face. She attends her counseling sessions and tells the counselor that she's doing well but not too well, that every day makes it a little easier to bear, that really her mother and her friends supporting her is what's getting her through this. She gets discharged from the hospital and starts training again with a spring in her step. She tells Kurane over tea and dango that she feels like they've just scraped the surface of genjutsu and really the incident just made her want to be better so she'll never fall for something like that again. That, at least, is true. She goes on C&D ranks with Team 7 and agrees with Naruto and Sasuke that she's also a bit underwhelmed when they've been up against so much bigger. She watches movies with her mom and gets ramen with her friends and brushes her hair and cleans her room and pretends to be alright, because that's what she's always done and it's better for everyone this way. Now that things seem as close to normal as they're going to get, the gossip has shifted from who's totally into who to who's got the best shot of being promoted to Chunin. In the chaos that followed them, Sakura had all but forgotten what the exams had actually been for. But more surprising is her place among the top contenders. If anyone's getting promoted, Tenten had said over a Saturday lunch with just the female members of the Leaf 12, I think everyone who got to the third exam has a good shot. I don't think Naruto or Neji are gonna get promoted, mostly because a lot of their fight was just the two of them proving that they're impulsive and get wrapped up in their own drama, so that just leaves you, Shikamaru, and Shino. Between the three of you I think you've each got a 50-50 shot at best, maybe a little less for Shino since we didn't get to see him actually fight. All three of you could be promoted. Hinata and Ino had objected, Hinata claiming that Naruto had done very well and Ino claiming that promoting someone as lazy as Shikamaru was a national security risk, but Sakura had stared at her food and dwelled on the thought. She hadn't been sure if she'd wanted to be promoted, it would mean leaving her team, and she felt the most like herself when she was with them. That had come when she'd told her mother about it over dinner, and instead of wilting like she always did when Sakura talked shinobi business at the table, she'd brightened up instead. "I think your friend is onto something, honey," she'd replied, smiling as she took their plates into the kitchen. "I got to talking with an old commander of Kakashi's, he was visiting while the two of you were out, that does a lot of work with the council. Apparently your name's going around the tower." Sakura's eyes had gone wide. "It has? What have people been saying?" Her mother had turned on the sink and rolled up her sleeves. "That you could be one of the finest ninja the village has ever seen. Can you believe that? I knew you were brilliant, and it sounds like the brass know that too." It had taken Sakura a moment to realize she was smiling too. "I guess so." After that, Sakura redoubles her efforts. She begs Kakashi for more ninjutsu and taijutsu training in the morning, she spars long into the afternoon with Naruto, she studies long into the night with Sasuke, genjutsu for her, anatomy and biochemistry for Sasuke, she fills every waking minute with work. If she's going to make Chunin, she's going to be the best Chunin the Leaf Village has ever seen. She hears a rumor that this year their teachers will have a say in their promotion, so she shows her commitment to growing and learning from her mistakes by training voraciously with Kurane and Kakashi. As Sakura tries to be better, she starts to feel better. Maybe it's the endorphins from all the exercise she's getting. Maybe it's because she never gives her brain too much time to rest with the constant activity. Maybe the counseling is actually working. All she knows is that she's laughing at Kakashi's dumb jokes, watching awestruck when Kurane demonstrates genjutsu with expert grace, feeling the warmth pool in her chest when she glances at Sasuke from the corner of her eye. Sakura is going to be alright. Because a Chunin has to be alright, and she is going to be a Chunin. The day before Shikamaru's birthday, Sakura remembers everyone in their class birthdays without fail. Kakashi has them meet not at their usual bridge or alleyway but at Training Ground 3, where they'd taken the bell test and first come together as a team. Sakura's heart is beating out of her chest. This has to be a sign, bringing them back to where it all began so they can mark a turning point in their team. It's happening. It's happening. She laughs at Naruto's grousing about Kakashi's punctuality and makes small talk with Sasuke and pretends like her palms aren't sweating beneath her gloves. Kakashi appears, late as always, and tells them since they don't have a mission today they're doing some basic training for a few hours. Sakura barely hears it. She's listening for one word and one word only. "Oh yeah, one last thing before we start," Kakashi mentions, "we're breaking early because we've been invited to lunch by Team 10, apparently Shikamaru's maid Chunin, so they're celebrating with barbecue. Not sure why, but I get the feeling that was Koji's idea." Sakura's extremities feel like they've fallen asleep. Her fingers and toes tingle, going very cold. Naruto's eyes bug out and he sits straight up. "What? Shikamaru made Chunin? That's insane, who else got promoted?" Kakashi pretends to think, looking up and away, before shrugging. "He was the only one. Really, a lot of the brass were calling for none of you to be promoted since the exams were cut short, but..." Kakashi's voice fades out. Everything sounds like television static in Sakura's ears. She thinks Sasuke asks her if she's okay and she tries to make herself smile and say she's fine. It's hard to do that when she feels like she's floating a yard behind her body. Training begins. Sakura's chakra control wavers in the middle of sparring and she falls in the river. Kakashi turns it into a teaching moment, teaching Sasuke a simple fire-style technique to dry her off, then immediately sends her home. She doesn't look well. She thinks she says she's fine again. Kakashi leans in and says she can tell him if something's wrong. She says she's fine. Again. Sakura goes home. The house is empty. Sasuke dried her off, but river water is full of moss and muck, so Sakura decides to take a bath. She heads upstairs. She gets some clean clothes to change into. She heads into the bathroom. She sets her clean clothes down outside the door. She closes the door. She turns around and looks at herself in the mirror. She looks at herself in the mirror. She looks at herself in the mirror. She looks at herself in the mirror. She's been looking at herself in the mirror for 10 minutes. Her hair has grown out. It's almost long enough for someone to grab it and use it to hold her head in place and make her watch. The circles under her eyes are deep and dark, the lines from the corners of her eyes dark in the harsh light. Itaki is staring at her from the mirror. His voice, her voice, Orochimaru's voice, all and none slither and slide around the tiny room. Don't bore me with your crocodile tears. Why cry for a nuisance? If you cared for him you would have protected him. Of course you want someone to save you. Why would you change everything you did in pursuit of your own vanity? Was never going to amount to a single thing. Willstillpyouseantstopillstillpytstopillstillpytstopillstillpyouengtooweungtooweungtoo. Sakura lets out a harsh, throaty scream, anger and fear bubbling and boiling together, and she'll show you who's young and weak, and throws a kunao at the mirror. The tip scratches the surface and bounces off, falling onto the tiled floor with a clatter. Sakura is Sakura in the mirror. Her hair is too long. She needs to remember what that girl in the forest, the girl who was strong enough to terrify the strongest boys she knew, had done. She grabs her hair, barely enough to pull into a tiny ponytail, in a fist, grabs the fallen kunao, and chops it off. She cuts her bangs so they fall to her collarbone, as long as they were back when she'd had the guts to kill. The locks of her hair look like flower petals on the tile floor. Sakura runs the bath as hot as it will go, curls into a ball in the water, and sobs her throat raw. Different people have different responses to frustration. Her mother would take walks up and down the street. Rin would shut herself in her room and study aggressively. Tsubaki cleans. She keeps her voice a few decibels louder than the running water as she scrubs dishes with intent. I can't believe this. You work so hard and go through so much in that exam and they just give the promotion to some kid who fell asleep in all your classes. Sakura mumbles from the sofa, Shikamaru's actually really smart, Mom. So are you, she shoots back, you're smarter, you apply yourself and this is what you get in return. Nara clan, of course it's the Nara clan. Shikaku talks big about being more open-minded than his father, but what does that count for? Sakura's fingers tense on her folded arms and she frowns at the coffee table. It's not like that, Mom, it's whatever, Mom. It doesn't matter. It absolutely matters, this is your career we're talking about, Tsubaki exclaims, nearly dropping a plate. Sakura, if you don't speak up about little things then when big things happen, people will walk all over you with the big things. I know Mom, I know, you've told me a million times, Sakura grumbles, pulling her legs up onto the sofa. I don't know why you're so mad. You should be happy. You always get upset when I'm in danger. I'm safer as a genin. This is fine. Tsubaki sets down the dish and turns the water off. Normally I would be, especially after the past 2 months, but... Tsubaki pads into the living room and takes her customary place on the sofa, across from Sakura. In her pajamas, curled up into her corner of the couch, refusing to meet her eyes, Sakura looks so young. She looks like she's pouting because Tsubaki tried to nudge her towards withdrawing from the academy, again. How could the village see her as anything other than a child? Tsubaki doesn't understand. Tsubaki sighs, I promised to support you in your dreams, no matter what. And I've seen how hard you work every day, I know how you're trying. To see all your hard work go to waste in favor of lifting up kids who already have every advantage is frustrating. Especially since your Aunt Rin had to jump through all the same hoops 20 years ago. Sakura blinks rapidly before turning just her head to look at her. She did? You never told me that. Tsubaki leans against the arm of the sofa with a bitter little smile. No, I didn't. I didn't want to discourage you. And more importantly Rin wouldn't want me to discourage you. It definitely was worse back then. They made Rin take an entrance exam to prove that she actually did have chakra and that we weren't shoving her in the academy because we wanted to leech off a shinobi's paycheck. When she made Chunin, one of the proctors said to her face that they only promoted her because it was wartime and they needed all hands on deck. She would grin and bear it, but someone had to get angry, so. Tsubaki shrugs, chuckling, I suppose old habits die hard. Sakura's quiet for a while, one hand coming down to futz with a loose thread at the hem of her pajama pants. Tsubaki will have to remember to cut that later. She uncurls and scoots closer to Tsubaki, murmuring, "Someone might have spoke up against me, but it wouldn't be Shikamaru's dad. Don't take this out on him or Shikamaru." Tsubaki puts her arm around Sakura and pulls her into a loose but warm hug. "Okay, honey. I won't." "Sensei." Kakashi snaps his book shut. "Yes, Sakura." Sakura seems very preoccupied with adjusting her gloves. "What's the normal promotion rate for the Chunin exams?" Kakashi glances over to Sasuke and Naruto. They're busy with their glorious and dignified mission of scrubbing graffiti off the back of the movie theater, and too concerned with affectionately sniping at each other to hear much of anything. Still, he plays it casually to start. "Short answer? There kind of isn't one. The Chunin exams pass rate is dependent on how many teams apply, whether or not we're at war, how many genin we have kicking around, all kinds of extenuating circumstances. Basically, the statistics are all jacked up." Sakura's mouth twitches in a tiny smile before she forces a hard breath out through her nose. "That doesn't sound right to me. I mean, look at our class. The village has a surplus of genin thanks to the Decade of Peace. We just got attacked and are short-staffed as a result, so for only one person to get promoted." Kakashi arches an eyebrow and cuts in. "Sakura, you did know I'm legally not allowed to tell you why you didn't get promoted before you decided to start fishing for answers, right?" Her mouth snaps shut. Kakashi smiles and nudges her gently with his elbow. "Come on, I know Naruto and Sasuke can be annoying, but is spending another year with us that bad?" Sakura shrugs, shoulders bunched in tight. "I mean, how much of that year are we actually going to get? Sasuke spends half the week with Lady Tsunade as it is, and Naruto's started dipping out just as often because Master Jiraiya needs to borrow him. Soon Team 7 will just be you and me." Kakashi's glad for the mask. Sakura doesn't need to see that he's just as bothered by that idea as she is. He'd just gotten his team back. He was finally coming over the hill on this whole being a teacher thing, but already they're being pulled in different directions. And if it did come down to just him and Sakura, Kakashi's not sure he can give her all the support she needs all by himself. He puts on a smile anyway. "That wouldn't be so bad, would it? You're always begging to learn more ninjutsu from me. If it was just the two of us, I'd actually have the time to teach you." Sakura twitches one shoulder in a shrug and stays quiet for a few seconds, before finally she meets his eyes. "Can you give me anything? The broadest possible hint? I just want to know something instead of nothing." Kakashi sighs theatrically. "If you must know, in the broadest possible strokes, we decided that you all needed more time to learn." Sakura stares hard at him, jaw clenched tight. She's no doubt trying to decode that answer to try and find every single specific reason she's still a genin. He expects her to storm over to Naruto and Sasuke in a huff, but instead she puts on a perky smile. "I should help make sure we actually finish the mission before sunset." Sakura trots over to her teammates and Kakashi narrows his eyes, watching her go. He doesn't like to think about how much she resembles her aunt, but right now it's unavoidable. Because whenever Rin smiled like that, it meant she was absolutely furious. "Oh no. No way. No goddamn fucking way in hell. Would you care to be specific, Teiwa, or are we going to endure several more expletives before that happens?" "Shut the fuck up, Jirobo. Look at that skinny little bitch. Ain't no goddamn way that's who Orochimaru wants. Teiwa, the only other girl with pink hair in this village is you. Do you wanna double check the info card?" "I've read the dem info card, Seikon. I know that this is the target, but there is no fucking way Orochimaru wants her as his next body. So what are you really saying? I think Kabuto is fucking with us. Or he's not telling us everything. I don't fucking know. Something is wrong here. So what do we do about it, Do we tell Kabuto to his face that he's a liar and a schemer and, most importantly, we're not going to follow orders and complete our mission? Fuck no, Kidomaru, that's stupid." "Exactly. So keep your trap shut. We have a mission, and we're seeing it through. End of story." Sakura takes the long way home. The very long way home. The going in the complete opposite direction way home. She's too busy staring at her feet to see where she's going and too busy grinding her teeth to care. Kakashi had been so full of shit it was leaking out from behind his mask. What kind of idiot does he think she is? She doesn't need more time to learn, she's learned plenty. She knows what this is. Her shoulder burns and throbs and Sakura scratches incessantly at it. It's this. It's always this. Kakashi is so fucking terrified of the mark, so are Anko and Kurane, so is the entire village brass. She's not a genin to these people, not a ninja, she's a rabid mutt they're trying to muzzle and keep on a leash. How long before they stop letting her leave the village? How long before they quarantine her? How long before they put her down? Sakura stops when she finds herself in front of the memorial stone. She stares at her reflection in the black stone and catches the fire in her eyes, the boiling outrage, the deep black hate. Between her hair and her eyes, Sakura is closer now than she'd ever been to that moment in the forest of death. Of course they're scared of her. She was scared of her, too. She's still not sure she isn't. Sakura sinks down on her heels and runs her fingers along the names carved into the stone surface, closing her eyes and navigating entirely by touch. She finds her aunt's name. Mom and Grandma give spare, anecdotal information about what she was like as a young ninja, like Sakura is right now. Sakura doesn't know who her teammates were on her genin team, doesn't know what she faced in her chunin exams, doesn't know what sorts of jutsu she specialized in. All she knows are a few dates: when she graduated from the academy, when she made chunin, and when she died. There were pictures in their family album to show her the first two, one where her 15-year-old mother is holding up rabbit ears behind her 9-year-old aunt's head, one where her 17-year-old mother is giving her 11-year-old aunt Inuji, and Sakura figured out the third from where in the album Rin disappears. When she'd asked how Rin died, all her mother had done was say in a thick voice, "She died protecting the village," before excusing herself from the room. Sakura is now 1 year older than her aunt. Could she die to protect the village? Could she fight until her last breath for it? Could she sacrifice herself for it? She knows she can kill. She came very close to death. But she did that for Sasuke, for Naruto, for Kakashi. The village is too big. And no matter how much she hated to admit it, hated to feel like it, Sakura is still so small. Sakura presses her forehead to the name and whispers, "I wish you were here. I wish you could tell me what to do." There's a rustle in the trees, the sound of feet hitting ground. "I see, you're looking for guidance." Sakura whirls up and around, rising to a ready stance in the snap of a finger. Scattered on and around the 3 wooden posts are 4 ninja, perhaps a year older than she is, and each is bizarre. The boy in the center seems to have a second head, the boy crouching atop one of the posts has 6 arms, the boy standing off to one side is tall and heavy-set with his hair shaved into what she can only call 3 separate mohawks, and the lone girl has hair an even richer pink than Sakura's. Each is dressed near identically to Orochimaru, and if that wasn't enough of a clue to divine their loyalties, the 6-armed boy is wearing a sound headband that glints in the dying sunlight. The 2-headed boy grins and spreads his arms out wide. "Good news, Sakura Harino, we would be happy to provide just that." Chapter 20. XX Sakura starts pulling chakra in the soles of her feet, snarling, "I don't know what a bunch of terrorists could possibly teach me. Some manners, evidently," the heavy-set boy grumbles under his breath. "True, it's impolite to make accusations when you can't even put a name to the charge," the 2-headed boy agrees. "We'll make introductions quickly, since you seem to be feeling impatient today." He gestures to himself, "You may call me Seikon, and my comrades are," then to the boy with 6 arms, "Kidomaru, the heavy-set boy, Jirobo, the lone girl, and Teiwa. We are known as the Sound 4. Sakura quirks an eyebrow, creative name. Teiwa snorts, leaning against one of the posts, more creative than naming a pink-haired girl Sakura. Sakura's eyes flicker back toward the memorial stone before she glares back at the Sound 4, "I'm not interested in anything you're offering. Stand aside." Kidomaru lets out a low whistle, "Yep, I think you're right Jirobo, she could stand for an etiquette lesson." Seikon's grin spreads across his face like a plague, "Indeed, let's beat some into her." Seikon moves lightning quick, but Sakura's just barely able to dart around him thanks to the chakra she'd preemptively shoved in her feet, falling into a roll, and as she comes up she casts a simple genjutsu, one that'll make the Sound 4 think she's just a few inches behind where she actually is and give her more room to run. Seikon doesn't let up, dashing on her heels and reaching out to grab her collar, but his hand passes right through the genjutsu and closes around air. He rolls his eyes and calls over his shoulder, "Teiwa." Dissonant note. Teiwa whips a flute out from nowhere and blows into it hard. The note is harsh and unpleasant and Sakura's genjutsu shatters like glass when it hits. Sakura just keeps sprinting for the natural cover of the forest while her mind works triple time. She's a sound ninja, of course she uses sound-based techniques. She probably knows her genjutsu too. If she could break mine so easily. Fuck, I haven't really covered sonic genjutsu in any detail yet, but I can break it if I hear it. There's no time not to be sure, now run. Seikon's voice is clear and commanding. Kidomaru. Don't let her get home field advantage. Immobilize, don't kill. Sakura glances over her shoulder to see Kidomaru leap up and spit out a white glob, firing right for her feet. Sakura leaps and forms seals at the same time, rushing through the signs for hidden mole jutsu and diving into the ground like water. She digs forward and down. If she can't hide in the forest, she'll go deep enough underground that they can't pull her out. Via the magnetic forces all around her, Sakura feels Jirobo walking at a leisurely pace, stopping right where she'd dove down. Then, with one foot, he stomps. Chakra and seismic waves thunder through the soil toward her and slam right into Sakura, sending her shooting up through the earth at a 45-degree angle. She comes flying out into the air in a geyser of dirt, and as she spins through the air she manages to get her bearings. She's flying over the trees. This is what she wants. She just has to fall in the forest before anyone can try and pull her back towards the open field. Right on cue, Sakura catches sight of Kidomaru springing up into the air, filling his cheeks with more of that white goop. She waits until the second he rears back to spit, then begs the sage to please let this work before forming the snake seal. Earth-style weighted boulder jutsu. Gravity hits Sakura's chest like a hammer and she plummets straight down, clean through all the branches between her and the forest floor, cratering the ground when she hits and sending up a giant plume of dust. She immediately breaks the jutsu and forces herself to keep up, scrambling to run deeper into the forest. Great, instead of hiding in the forest they now have an incredibly easy starting point to track her from. Her hands are shaking but Sakura keeps running, fingers a blur as she sends clones and petal illusions over those clones, spreading out from her in a wave, fanning out through the trees to hopefully throw the sound 4 off her track. Sakura then drops an invisible cloak over herself, just to make them work a little bit harder, and books it deeper into the trees. She hears Seikon's mocking laughter from the forest canopy. Running away? Really? A 4-on-1 ambush should be nothing to any shinobi worth her salt. But what can we expect from a third-rate shinobi from a third-rate village? There's another dissonant note from the flute and Sakura feels half her petal illusions break, and Teiwa's voice follows it, typical leaf genjutsu, fragile and simplistic. You've got promise, but you're not going to learn anything by staying here, playing ninja like a little girl. You're squandering your potential. Sakura might think that herself, might hear the darkest voices in the back of her mind say the same, but she doesn't give a fuck what these jackasses think. They're terrorists, enemies of the state, enemies of her and everyone she cares about. Their words slide off of her like water off a duck's back and Sakura shoves chakra into her feet, forcing herself to move faster by bouncing between tree trunks. Seikon keeps jeering as his voice draws closer. You need to face reality, Sakura. You're clanless, the child of a civilian, you are nothing to these people. With us, with Orochimaru, you'll find strength and glory. And you'll be smart enough to see when you're being led right into a trap. Right at the end of his sentence, Jirobo comes rocketing up from the ground, directly in front of Sakura, and he hits her with a palm thrust right to the stomach. Sakura goes flying clean through every single tree between here and the river. Sakura frantically opens every single chakra point, covering herself in a coating of chakra so that when she hits the river instead of sinking into it she goes skipping across it like a stone. She rolls to a stop and hears 4 sets of feet splash down in a circle around her. Look at her, Teiwa spits, I told you she's not what Orochimaru would want, just shove her head underwater and let's go home. Seikon's voice comes through gritted teeth, we have orders. We can't take her by force and we can't kill her. But what's a little waterboarding between friends? Seikon reaches down and grabs Sakura's hair. Sakura grabs hold of the cursed seal and roars, let go. Sickly green chakra comes off her in a burst of force, slamming into the sound 4 and sending them all tumbling backwards. Sakura channels that chakra down into the water around her, racing through the hand seals tiger snake rat snake tiger and stomping 1 foot on the river's surface to get the chakra moving. Water style water wall. The water surges up in an arc underneath each member of the Sound Four, crashing over them like a wave. Teiwa's chakra control falters and she ends up pushed into the river, Kidomaru diving down to grab her, while Jirobo and Seikon disappear within the wave. Sakura keeps the wall up, never relenting, tells herself not to stop pushing until she can be sure they've all drowned. Seikon comes rocketing out of the wave, skin covered in spots like a leopard, and his hand closes around her throat. He knocks her off her feet and when her shoulders hit the river he forces her head beneath the water. Sakura immediately starts thrashing, starts scratching at Seikon's arm, feels petals burning further across her body than they've ever gone before as water surges into her lungs. She's stronger like this but so is he. It's like fighting against a statue. Seikon pulls her out and cackles, "Did you think you were the only one who got a gift? Don't forget, Sakura, it's called a curse mark for a reason. Keep using it whenever someone grabs at your hair and it'll degrade that weak body and brilliant mind of yours." Before she can contemplate the implications of that, Seikon shoves her head back beneath the water and Sakura can only hold her breath for a few seconds before the hand around her windpipe squeezes and forces her to gasp, taking in more water. Seikon pulls her back up, just in time for her to see the rest of the Sound Four closing in on them, soaked to the bone and absolutely furious. A black pattern scrawls across each of their faces, arrows for Jirobo, swirls for Kidomaru, jagged lines for Teiwa. Seikon's fingers bruise her neck as he growls, "What is your purpose, Sakura Harino? Is it really to stay in this backwater village and hide behind your friends? It's a simple exchange, Sakura, your freedom for power and a purpose. What's it going to be, Sakura? Us, or them?" Sakura tries to say go to hell but with her windpipe nearly crushed all that comes out is GGKKKHHHTTHHHHH. Teiwa is screaming in Seikon's ear for him to just go ahead and kill her, Kidomaru is shouting back that they have a mission, Seikon is still asking her what it's going to be, but behind all of that Sakura's ears pick up a sound that's out of place. The rustling of paper. Dozens of hawks come flying out of the surrounding trees and swarm the Sound Four. Seikon's grip breaks as he brings an arm up to strike at them as they try to claw and peck at his eyeballs, and in the moment Sakura has before she hits the water she gets a good look at the creatures. No, not creatures, illustrations. The hawks screech and fly and rake like the real thing but they're clearly drawn from ink, their flesh paper, their forms shifting strangely when they move like they're being replaced with a drawing of the same creature from a different angle. Jirobo manages to bat one away and it bursts into ink. Sakura's back slaps against the water and a hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her under the surface. This time Sakura actually manages to take a deep breath and hold it. She's dragged down until she's face to face with an umbu mask, a tiger she thinks, and anything else distinctive about the individual is hidden beneath a large black cloak. They press a finger to their lips and start swimming downriver. They're still holding Sakura's wrist so she has little choice but to follow. With her curse mark she doesn't even need to form the hand signs, she covers them both with a greater invisibility jutsu and drops two petal illusions a few yards behind them. It's only when they're a kilometer away that Sakura feels a kunao pierce and break the illusions, and she finally relaxes. After swimming for a few more minutes the umbu drags them both onto the riverbank and Sakura shakes herself off like a wet dog. They're near the outskirts of town. The only landmarks Sakura can pick out in the dusklight are the Naka Shrine and some broken walls marking the Uchiha district. She turns to her rescuer as they shed their cloak and shake it out. They don't appear to be that much older than her, and they're not wearing a standard umbu uniform. Their outfit should by all rights be very nondescript considering the predominant colors are black and gray, but they ruin that by having one long sleeve and one short sleeve as well as an exposed midriff. Their skin is so pale it's nearly see-through. They tilt their head slightly to one side as they regard their cloak, then remark in a smooth voice, "Interesting. It actually is completely waterproof." Regardless, they still take a small backpack off their back and check through it. From what Sakura can see it seems to be filled with scrolls, ink, and brushes, usually the tools of a fuinjutsu specialist, but apparently more diverse than they seem if those birds were their work. The river water didn't ruin anything so they close up the backpack again with a nod and put their cloak back on. They then turn to Sakura, "We're expected elsewhere, Miss Harino. Do you need time to turn your curse mark back off?" Sakura blinks the water out of her eyelashes and shakes her head, "No, just give me a second." She closes her eyes and concentrates on the cursed chakra, on every single petal on her skin, and pushes it back into the 5 petals on her shoulder. Just for good measure, Sakura uses her own chakra to perform the simple fire-style technique Kakashi demonstrated to dry herself off. Good, and if you could place another genjutsu on us before we leave, that would be helpful, the Umbu remarks. We wouldn't want to be followed. Sakura frowns a bit as she runs through the hand signs. Regardless, where are we going? They tilt their head even further to one side and simply reply, to meet someone. Sakura rolls her eyes. That's likely the clearest answer she'll get out of this Umbu, if they even are Umbu, but at least they're being polite about their trap instead of just trying to beat the crap out of her. The genjutsu is intricate, but subtle, and uses deceptively little chakra. All it does is make them both seem incredibly uninteresting, and as they dart across rooftops into the heart of the village, all eyes slide off the strange shadows and back to their own business. When they have to drop to street-level traffic parts around them without thought, Sakura walks straight past Ino and her erstwhile rival doesn't give them a second look. The Umbu takes her all the way to the Hokage mountain and tests the limits of her genjutsu by having them climb it, and Sakura is so glad that it's getting dark. Otherwise, 2 kids walking straight up the mountain towards the first Hokage's head would be impossible for any genjutsu to obscure. They snake up around the first Hokage's chin, up to his ear, and the Umbu perches in the shell of the ear to knock on the hollow in a distinctive pattern before quite literally whispering into it. The stone slides away to reveal stairs heading down into a deep darkness. The Umbu moves aside and gestures toward the staircase. She doesn't want to turn her back on them. She's still not sure they're actually Umbu, but it's hard to believe any foreign spy would be able to set up an ambush location inside the Hokage mountain. Sakura takes a deep breath and descends into the abyss. Kabuto feigns interest in his voice but not on his face as the Sound 4 report in over the radio. Really, she did. Are you sure an Umbu took her? Birds made out of ink, fascinating. I see. Kabuto pauses for a long minute. No, continue with your mission. You are to wait for Sakura until midnight. If she doesn't leave with you by then, you're to return. No, I'll inform Lord Orochimaru personally about the Umbu. It's better if we make preparations for that sort of eventuality on our end. Good luck. Don't get caught. Kabuto turns off the radio and returns his attention to the tube. Between the 2 liquids within, he watches the clearer, bluer fluid struggle to differentiate itself from the bright green, forming into shapes that resemble lungs, a ribcage, a spine, a skull, flesh to cover the bones, a tongue to fill the mouth, and bright violet eyes. The collection of parts speaks in a gurgle. You're a liar. Interesting, you're perfectly capable of sight and hearing even when completely liquefied, Kabuto remarks with a smirk, jotting down a note, but not speech. You're not gonna tell Orochimaru a damn thing, it continues to burble. Maybe you should watch what you say when you think no one's listening. Kabuto's smile is pure sweetness. Oh really? Do you have something you want to tell Orochimaru, Suijutsu? The vague, watery face twists in terror before the pieces of Suijutsu melt back into water, spinning together with the bright green liquid. Kabuto grins and writes down a few more notes. Suijutsu knows what's good for him, and crossing Kabuto never is. Orochimaru did teach him one thing: fear is a fantastic motivator. Sakura's jaw drops the second she steps out of the stairwell. The chamber before her seems to go on forever, above and below, with cold metal walls covered in massive pipes. Large wooden beams crisscross the room, as well as bridges like the one she's standing on. The room feels like a natural cavern or some kind of massive temple. There's a sort of reverence in how still the air is. As she looks around, she finally notices that she and her Umbu guide aren't alone in the room. There's an old man, perhaps the 3rd Hokage sage, leaning on a cane in the center of the bridge. He looks to her with the one eye he has uncovered and nods in her direction. Good evening, Miss Harano. I've been expecting you for some time now. Please, come closer. Sakura glances over her shoulder at her Umbu escort. This bridge is very narrow, and they don't seem like they're going to budge, so Sakura shuffles forward until she's about a yard away from the old man. He looks like the sort of person who was handsome in his youth, but stress made him age faster and harder than he should have. At the very least, he still has all his hair, and none of it's gone gray. Sakura chews on her bottom lip as she avoids meeting eyes with the old man. Is this Umbu headquarters? He looks away from her, considering her question. Yes and no, I suppose. We are part of Umbu, a necessary part, but it is similarly necessary that next to no one know we exist. Sakura's eyes go wide and her skin goes pale. Her curse mark prickles and burns beneath her sleeve. Her voice shakes as she asks, "Am I about to die?" The old man stares at her for a few seconds, eye going slightly wider. Then he looks away and lets out a noise Sakura thinks for a moment is some sort of cough before she sees the small quirk at the edge of his mouth. He's laughing. And he apparently hasn't laughed in quite a while because he is very bad at laughing. Once he recovers, he shakes his head. "I can see why you'd think so, but no, Miss Harano. That would be a waste of your prodigious talents." Sakura relaxes a bit, feels a slight warmth in her chest from the compliment, but furrows her brow. Then, "What am I doing here?" Danzo nods. "I have neglected to properly introduce us." He gestures with his cane to the room. "We are Root. Our duty is to carry out missions so secret and so sensitive that they cannot even be trusted to the standard Umbu troops." He then bows to her. "I am the head of this organization. You may call me Danzo." Sakura is at a complete loss for words, so she simply returns his bow and tries keep her jaw from dropping back open again. She feels like she's going to wake up from a fever dream. There just can't be any way she's standing in the hub of the Leaf Village's most clandestine organization because its leader wanted to personally speak with her. He couldn't be interested in a cursed, clanless child. There was no way. Danzo straightens up. "All business. I have called you here because you, Miss Harano, find yourself in an advantageous position. Ever since the attack on the village, Root has been trying to divine a way to get someone behind Orochimaru's lines to report information back and, when the time is right, put an end to him. But unfortunately Orochimaru was once one of us and is familiar with our methods of infiltration, as well as our few veterans who would be strong enough to assassinate him." Sakura's palms start to sweat. "So you want me to do it?" "As I said, you are in an advantageous position," Danzo replies. "You carry his curse, and he wants you at his side. To do this would carry great risk, and it would be very, very deep cover. You would have to act in front of friends and family as a traitor. You would have to act as an ally to a monstrous individual, who could ask many unsavory things of you to prove your loyalty. I do not ask this of you lightly. You are young, and were not trained for this kind of work, so I understand if you do not think yourself suitable for the mission. You are free to refuse, and will be allowed to leave alive. We have more sophisticated ways of keeping our secrecy than silencing you permanently." Sakura purses her lips, eyes drifting down to her feet as she rubs at her curse mark. I'm. This is a lot to take in. I think you're overestimating how much Orochimaru actually wants me. He was going for Sasuke in the Forest of Death. I just pushed Sasuke out of the way and it was too late for him to stop, and if I went by myself I'd have nothing to offer Orochimaru. I'm clanless, I don't have a Kekii Genkai, I'm just, me. She can hear the Umbu behind her tilting his head to one side. "That is an odd thing to say, Miss Harano. If Orochimaru didn't want you to join him, why would he have instructed the Sound Four to subdue you and not kill you, or take you by force?" Sakura opens her mouth, but she doesn't have a rebuttal. That is odd. Teiwa had wanted to kill her, but that had seemed more like a personal issue, maybe even something as base as simple jealousy. Danzo briefly looks about as surprised as he's probably capable of looking, before nodding once more. "You also sell yourself quite short, Sakura. I was present when your Chunin exams results were evaluated. You were one of only 2 candidates seriously considered for promotion. You have a genius-level intellect, chakra control on par with that of a Jonin, a gift for strategy and a level of discipline and integrity that is rare even among our village's heroes. This was apparent to everyone. And your lack of a Kekii Genkai is not nearly the detriment you make it out to be. If anything, it means you have more choices available to you than any of your peers. You can be whatever you desire. And I imagine as far as Orochimaru is concerned, you can be anything he desires." Sakura stares wide-eyed at the old man, emotions a roiling mess in her gut. "But if that's all true, if everyone thought that, then why didn't I get promoted?" Danzo picks up his cane and taps the end against her shoulder, right on the curse mark. "Simply put, you were considered a flight risk by those who cared for you, and those who didn't overlooked you entirely. They saw you as exactly what you called yourself, a cursed, clanless child with nothing to give. That is not what I see. And I imagine it is not what Orochimaru sees either. Sakura is reeling. She worries she'll lose her balance and fall off the bridge. She's angry her teachers and proctors held her back, yet understands they only did it because they were afraid of losing her, and is furious that the clan heads would overlook her like that. But could she blame them really? And she's filling with a kind of pride at how her work is finally being acknowledged and valued. But does it have to be by Orochimaru? Does it have to mean leaving home behind? Does it have to mean pretending to be a traitor to her friends, her family, everything? Danzo's hand replaces his cane, patting her shoulder somewhat stiffly. Take your time, Sakura. I know how much this is for someone so young to handle. There's a sound of rustling paper and the chirping of a small songbird. Sakura and Danzo both look over her shoulder to the umbu behind her, who's holding their hand out for a paper songbird to perch upon. The umbu brings the bird up to their ear, listens to it chirp for a few moments, then with a shake of their hand turns it back into a slip of paper. I apologize, sir, Miss Harano, they cut in, but we may not have much time at all. I left that bird to spy on the sound, for I've been informed that they have orders to wait for Sakura until midnight before returning back to the land of sound. Our window could be closing. Danzo's face shifts into a minuscule frown. I think you may be right. His gaze turns back to Sakura. Then I must ask you for your answer now. Sakura's eyes shift to the darkness below the bridge. The sheer depth of it is almost incomprehensible. If she fell off this bridge, would Sakura fall forever? Would she never see light again? Would she ever hit the ground? Sakura's vision blurs with tears. I'm so scared of him, but also what he did to me. I don't. Every time I use the curse mark I feel like I'm slipping into something I can't pull myself back out of, and I'm terrified. I don't want to be a monster like Orochimaru and Itake, and if I go to Orochimaru, I don't know, I feel like I could go over the deep end, and Danzo gently cups her chin, and his voice is warm, grandfatherly. Sakura, I know who you are. I know the things you have done, that you have gone through. And I know that every single thing you have done, that you have endured, that you have given up, it has all been for love. You love so deeply and completely that it threatens to consume you, threatens to burst out from you. And that is why I trust you with this mission. Because at your core is something strong and incorruptible. Nothing done in the name of pure, true love is monstrous, Sakura. Sakura could cry. Sakura could sob, wildly and uncontrollably, and hug Danzo so tight he broke. His words coalesce into a white-hot point of warmth, igniting a fire in her breast, and Sakura thinks that maybe this is why they call it the will of fire, because this feeling inside her rivals the sun. Sakura Harano knows who she is. Finally, miraculously, she knows exactly who she is and what she's meant to do. Is this what Aunt Rin felt right before the end? Sakura stands up straight and looks Danzo in the eyes. I'll do it. I'll go. I'll report back, I'll take out Orochimaru, and I'll come home. Danzo's smile is a tiny, atrophied thing. Sakura feels all the more special for being allowed to see it. He pats the top of her head. You will come home a hero, Sakura Harano. He straightens up and schools his face back into something professional. This mission is S rank, and it is top secret. You must tell no one the truth of it. Make certain no one witnesses your departure, and that you leave with everything you will need by midnight. Your handler stands right behind you. He gestures to the umbu. His code name for the purposes of this mission shall be Sai, and he shall be your one and only link back to the village. Once you have made it to the land of sound, you have 2 weeks to send proof of your survival and successful infiltration back. Once given, you will have a month to secure your position before you are to start sending regular intelligence reports back to the village. This will not be as simple as sending a messenger hawk. Orochimaru is far too clever for that to slip past him. Sai would ordinarily brief you on standard route procedure, but as I've told you, Orochimaru is familiar with that procedure. You will have to think on your feet. Danzo's expression turns grave. There is one last thing we must consider. In the event that Orochimaru is simply using you as bait for Sasuke, which is not impossible, you must do everything in your power to make certain Sasuke does not fall into his hands. That will spell disaster, not only for the two of you, but for our entire village. Do you understand? Sakura nods, resolute. Absolutely, sir. I'll take my leave now, if that's all right. Permission granted, Danzo replies, good luck, Sakura. May the Sage of Six Paths guide you and keep you. Sakura nearly laughs. He really is an old man, no one under the age of 50 says that old adage anymore. She turns on her heel and marches back the way she'd come, eyes and heart blazing with purpose. It's going to hurt, leaving. But Sakura Haruno knows who she is now. And she knows she's not someone who'll leave without saying goodbye. The minute Sakura disappears up the stairs and Sai removes his mask, Danzo's face falls back into its normal expression, a sort of empty half-frown that's been stuck there since the First Shinobi World War. Emotions are a liability, a hindrance. However, though he tells his root agents that they are also unpredictable, that is not always true. It's not even often true. Sakura's emotions had been easy to predict. As had her mother's. And loath as he was to even pretend to be a kindly, grandfatherly old man to anyone but his actual grandchildren, Danzo had to admit that sometimes one did catch more flies with honey than vinegar. And Sakura was an incredibly critical fly to catch. He turns and starts walking deeper into route, the tap-tap-tapping of his cane echoing within the cavernous chamber. He needs to wash the taste of all that false sentiment out of his mouth. Danzo hears Sai's voice from a few paces behind him, permission to speak freely, sir. Now that was a shame. Hearing that was always an early warning sign that an agent needed to be terminated, and Sai had been doing so well. Danzo makes a mental note to schedule that assassination for some point in the near future. Regardless, he replies, granted. Sai pauses for a moment, Danzo hears him swallow, then asks, I don't quite understand why we're bothering with Sakura Haruno. She will make a poor spy for Orochimaru's operation, considering he'll more than likely kill her if she doesn't bring Sasuke to the Sound Village along with her. This seems like a waste of resources. Danzo is quiet for a moment. Then he turns to Sai with a confused expression, what do you mean? We never recruited her. We've never even spoken to Sakura Haruno. I don't know where she could have heard my name, must have been when I spoke to her mother in passing. The girl ran away of her own accord, because she was tired of being looked down upon by the Leaf Village establishment. Which is something of a shame. I suppose Sasuke Uchiha is overly fond of her. He'll likely go running after the poor girl, putting his valuable bloodline at risk, potentially snuffing it out if all goes poorly. He shakes his head and clicks his tongue, and even more unfortunate for our fifth Hokage, letting two promising young genin die and losing the last loyal set of Sharinon within her first month in office. I wouldn't be surprised if the daimyo calls for her removal, if all indeed does go poorly. There had been the smallest of creases between Sai's eyebrows, but it smooths out, and he nods, I see. When do you hypothesize Sasuke Uchiha's eyes will be stolen by enterprising ninja from a rival village? Danzo turns and starts to leave as he answers, these are very talented shinobi, it will likely be right before the body is cremated. Sai falls in step behind him, you have keen instincts, sir. Tsubaki is nearly asleep on the couch when she hears Sakura in the entryway, Mom, I'm home. She blinks and rubs at one eye, looking between Sakura as she pads quietly into the living room and the program on the television, welcome home, honey. Your mission run late. Yeah, it's a lot harder than it seems to clean spray paint off concrete, she replies, stretching her arms up over her head, and we got dinner afterwards so I'm gonna go straight to bed, if that's okay. Tsubaki nods, adjusting the blanket on her lap, yeah, I'll probably be up behind you soon. Good night. Sakura yawns out a good night of her own, but pauses at the foot of the stairs and shoots her a thoughtful look over one shoulder, hey, Mom? Can I ask you a question? Tsubaki sits up a little straighter, sure, go right ahead. Sakura tilts her head to one side, have you ever thought about getting remarried? Tsubaki's brow furrows just a bit. She knows Sakura misses her father, misses the idea of a father, and Tsubaki has had a few fair-weather boyfriends since the divorce, but they've never really talked about anything like this. Tsubaki had Sakura young, they'd almost grown up together, they were so close. But maybe up until now that had been too personal, even for them. She answers honestly, not in specific, I suppose, but the idea has crossed my mind. I do think about it. Sometimes. Why? What's the occasion? Sakura brings a hand up to run through one of her bangs, I was just thinking about how. Well, I'm not gonna live here forever, you know, and when I get married I'll move out and you'll be here by yourself and... I dunno, I guess I was just worrying about you being lonely. Tsubaki rocks back like Sakura had shoved her, then smirks mischievously, you're thinking about getting married? Should I be more suspicious of those late-night study dates with Suzuki? Sakura blushes from the roots of her hair to her collarbones and immediately turns away with a splutter, oh my god mom, no, Suzuki is being a perfect gentleman. No wonder you're considering marriage then, Tsubaki teases, tell me everything, has he asked you out on a real date yet? Sakura is sprinting up the stairs on shinobi silent feet, shouting behind her, I am not talking about this, it is too late in the evening. Good night mom. I love you. Tsubaki calls, I love you too. Don't stay up too late, through a bubbling laugh. She curls up again, a smile on her face, she'd thought it was just a preteen infatuation, but Sakura really might have something special with Suzuki if she's not gossiping about him anymore. If Tsubaki tried to count all the times Sakura came back from the academy gushing about how Suzuki had almost kind of but not really paid attention to her, she'd run out of fingers and toes. And Suzuki seems like he might be a good kid. She should let Sakura know he's welcome to dinner whenever he wants, it'd be good for him to have a home-cooked meal he didn't have to make himself. Tsubaki drifts off into thoughts of the future. She won't notice that she never heard Sakura's door open or close, or the petals in the hall when she heads up to bed. In the morning they'll dissipate into chakra, leaving no trace. Kakashi comes out of the izakaya he'd gotten dinner in and closes his eye as he stretches, yawning behind his mask. It's official, he's gotten old. Only 10 in the evening and he's already about to fall asleep on his feet. He didn't even drink all that much. To be fair, his all that much is quite a bit different than it is for a normal person with normal problems, but those are in short supply in a hidden village anyway. When he's finished his stretch and opened his eye, he's surprised to see Sakura weaving through the minimal foot traffic to get over to him from the other side of the street. Sakura comes to a stop in front of him and smiles sheepishly, "Hi, Kakashi-sensei." He puts a hand on one hip and quirks his eyebrow down at her, "Hi yourself. Does your mother know you're out this late?" Sakura rolls her eyes, but doesn't try to kick at his shin. This must be serious. Yeah, of course she does. I told her where I was going. No surprise, Sakura tells her mother everything. Sakura sighs and runs a hand through one of her bangs, looking at the dirt road instead of his face. I was kind of short with you during our mission today, and I ran off without saying goodbye when we turned it in and I was being childish. I wanted to say I'm sorry. For a second or two, Kakashi can only blink in wide-eyed bewilderment. He shakes his head with a smile, turning to head down the road toward his apartment. You don't need to apologize, Sakura. You think I didn't know how much you were looking forward to making Chunin? It'd be strange if you weren't upset. Her smile is more of a wince as she falls in step beside him, keeping about a foot of remorseful distance between them. Still, I feel bad. None of that was your fault, you know? I mean, you put us up for the exam, you wouldn't have done that if you didn't think we had a chance. Kakashi looks up and away as he drawls, don't give me too much credit, I might have just been trying to get rid of you so I could get some peace and quiet. Sakura snickers and kicks at his shin. He dodges easily. There's his girl. For what it's worth, kiddo, he remarks as they fall back in step, I still think you could make Chunin next year. You just need a little more time to cook. If you went out there unprepared and something happened, that'd be on us, not you. I've given your mom enough bad news. She deserves a rest, at least for another month. Sakura almost looks wistful as she nods, eyes going out of focus. Yeah, she deserves better. Kakashi stops as they come to his building, right at the foot of the stairs. Well, this is me. Hustle on home, Sakura, like I said, your mom needs a rest. Don't worry her staying out too late. Sakura smiles up at him with a nod, okay, good night sensei. He spares her another smile and makes it halfway up before Sakura suddenly blurts out, oh wait. I actually wanted to ask you a question real fast. Kakashi stops, frowns slightly, but turns around, sure, shoot. Sakura chews on her lower lip, eyes briefly darting away, before she schools her face back into something determined and asks, when you were a young ninja, like in the academy, or when you were my age, did you Did you know a kunoichi named Rin Nohara? His heart stops. He knew this question would come sooner or later, and he is far too tired to give her everything. But he can give her the truth about this. Not everything, but nothing untrue. He crosses his arms over his chest, leans on the stair railing, and sighs, yeah. Yeah, I did. She was on my genin team. Sakura's eyes briefly light up, and he can see every question she's ever had about her aunt nearly bubble up to the surface, but then she quickly reads him. She's good at doing that, better than she should be. She's way too much like Rin and Tsubaki. They see right through him, always could. She fiddles with one bang as she thinks, then asks, it's getting late, I won't keep you too much longer, but I do want to know. What was she like? Just, as a person. Kakashi closes his eye, and replies in a voice he is begging to stay steady, she was the kindest person I've ever known. She was driven, brave, and selfless. She had a passion for her work and wanted nothing more than to use her abilities as a shinobi to help people. So, he opens his eye and smiles down at Sakura, she was a lot like you. Sakura's green eyes are beating with tears, and she has to shut them tight to keep any from falling. She rasps out in a thick voice, good night, sensei. And thank you. She scurries off and Kakashi turns around, heading up the stairs before he can see where she goes. He unlocks his door, checks all his seals, and slinks inside. In the darkness of his apartment he unties his headband, pulls down his mask, and tiptoes over to his bed. He sits on the side, looking over to the two photos on his nightstand, his team, and his kids, looking so much alike. He picks up his team photo, thumb running over Rin's face, and whispers to her, you'd be so proud of her. Hell, you probably already are. The wind blows the pale pink petals at the foot of his apartment stairs down the street, into the night, never to be seen again. Naruto slurped down his second bowl of the night when he hears Sakura ask from behind him, almost done. He nearly jumps and spills what's left all over himself. Naruto spins around on his stool to see Sakura leaning under the norin, smiling apologetically with her hands folded behind her back. Geez, don't sneak up on me like that, Naruto gripes around a smile, because Sakura's hard to be mad at. Yeah, I'm almost done, but come on, sit down. I'll treat you. Sakura winces and puts a hand on her belly, ugh, sorry but no thanks, I somehow got roped into barbecue with Team 10 for dinner and it got competitive, I don't think I'm gonna be able to eat for the next 2 weeks. But I'm on my way home if you wanna walk with me. Sakura wants to walk home with him. A month or two ago that would have sent him shooting into the stratosphere. Now. Well, it's still great, Sakura's great, but now it's just a normal kind of great. Still he beams and replies, you bet I do. Let me pay real quick and I'll be right out, believe it. As he does, Ayam leans over the counter with a conspiratorial smile and whispers, opportunities like this don't come around every day, Naruto. Seize the moment. Naruto chokes down a blush and grumbles something he thinks is supposed to be oh shut up before popping out onto the street. Sakura is waiting right outside, and they fall in step as they walk in the direction of both their homes. Naruto's is closer, so he fills up the time with as much small talk as he can manage. Sakura listens attentively, interjecting with questions and comments and light teasing. She doesn't once call him an idiot or even threaten to hit him. Which is nice, but definitely weird. She seems like she's on her best behavior, with the way she has her hands folded behind her back and smiles at him like she'd smiled on their team picture. It's not fake, it's just not natural. Adding this and how she's been ever since she woke back up. Naruto starts to get a bit worried. And Naruto doesn't keep things to himself. So when they make it to his place he stops in front of his door and asks, hey, Sakura? Are you okay? Like, really okay? Sakura blinks a few times, eyes wide a tiny bit nervous, Why do you ask? She didn't say yes. Naruto frowns and replies, you've kinda been weird for a while. The whole curse mark thing I got after Sasuke told me everything, but this has been since Grandma Tsunade woke you up. You don't seem like you're okay. And you can tell me if you're not, we're friends. I'll keep any secret you want me to, believe it. Sakura stares at him wide-eyed for a few seconds longer. She presses her lips together, so tight they nearly disappear. A snort bursts out from her nose, then suddenly she's giggling so hard her cheeks flush, tears bead in the corners of her eyes, and she has to clutch her belly to keep from falling over. Naruto nearly panics. Shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't cry. Or laugh. Or. Sakura brings a hand up, waving vaguely, and manages to catch her breath enough to wheeze. No, it's okay, I'm laughing at myself, Naruto, it's okay, I'm fine. She straightens up, wiping the tears from her eyes, as she explains breathlessly, I'm just laughing because, well, I've noticed you staring, but I thought it was because me and Sasuke have gotten closer. I didn't think for a second you were worried about me. I guess I wasn't giving you enough credit, huh? Naruto scratches at the back of his neck, his face turning a mottled red as he looks away. Well, I mean, that's not why I've been staring. Sakura smiles with a kind of fondness he never thought he'd see from anyone but Iruka. It's okay, Naruto. I know you care about me. In more ways than one. It means a lot that you're looking out for me, really. And me and Sasuke, well. I'm rooting for you guys, Naruto blurts out, fist pumping on reflex. It's okay if you don't like me, Sakura. I mean it. You're both my best friends, I want you to be happy. Believe it. Sakura has to blink away more tears, covering her mouth with one hand as she replies, thank you, Naruto. For everything. You're my best friend, too. She bids him a quick goodbye, saying she needs to get home before her mom kills her for being out so late, and Naruto waves until she's completely out of sight. He unlocks his door with a smile, gets ready for bed with a smile, snuggles under the covers with a smile. He catches their team picture out of the corner of his eye and he couldn't stop smiling if he wanted to at that point. Sakura's going to be okay. Sasuke's going to be okay. They're all going to be okay. Things are looking up. Naruto falls asleep with the thought that tomorrow is going to be awesome spiraling around his head. The petals linger at the bottom of Naruto's building before the wind finally carries them away. Hey, Ino. Ino is shocked out of counting the money in the register, head whipping upright to see the unexpected customer. Sakura is standing in the center of the store, just before closing, looking incredibly sheepish with her hands behind her back and her refusal to meet her gaze. Sakura knows better than to come in right before closing. She wants something. Ino frowns as she goes back to counting the ryo. Yeah, what's up for it? Sakura winces a bit at the nickname, but asks, do you have time to talk? Ino frowns. She lets Sakura hang for longer than she needs to, fidgeting in place. Yeah, sure, she finally relents, just let me finish closing, we'll talk outside. Neutral ground, public space, you know how it goes. Sakura flinches at those words, but nods, yeah, okay. Ino takes her time closing and Sakura stays out of her way, watching her with a nervous energy that seems to just build and build as Ino takes things to the back and turns off lights. It's a tiny store, so there's only so much puttering about she can actually justify, and she eventually has to head to the front door. She goes ahead of Sakura and holds the door for her, something that Sakura thanks her for in a tiny voice. Ino flips the open sign to closed, locks the door, resets the seal, and starts strolling down the street in the direction of home. Sakura falls in step with her and Ino sighs, all right, Forid. You wanted to talk, let's talk. Sakura purses her lips, futzes with one bang, then after what feels like a year of silence she blurts out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what happened in the Forest of Death, for losing it during our fight in the exams, for just dropping you because we both liked Sasuke, for. Sakura sighs, letting her eyes slide closed, for just kind of being a shitty friend, I guess. You were so nice to me when we first met and I didn't respect that. I didn't pay that back or forward. I really should've. Ino stops in her tracks and stares at Sakura. She has no idea where to start with all of that. She decides, after a minute, that the beginning is a very good place to start. Why did you drop me? Like. What was the point of that? Sakura breathes out a weak laugh. It's hard to say now, it feels so long ago, but I dunno. I guess I just thought that's what you did. You couldn't like the same boy and still be friends, that just didn't make any sense to me back then. Ino stares at her for a while more, then just snorts, that's fucking stupid. A surprised laugh bubbles out of Sakura, isn't it? It's so dumb. And this is just me guessing, I'll bet the real reason in the moment was even dumber. Ino cracks a smirk, definitely. As Sakura tries to stop laughing, Ino thinks that maybe things could be different. She takes stock of Sakura, of her messy hair, her dark sleeves, her gloves, the faded scars on her calves. She's a different girl now. Ino feels the same, and that's still terrifying, that still makes her feel like she's running in slow motion. But that, at least, isn't Sakura's fault. Ino shrugs one shoulder, we were kids. Kids are stupid. The curse mark stuff. I'll deal with it. Just gimme some more time, alright. Sakura smiles, pure gratitude, alright. All the time you need. Ino nods before leaning in, Sakura leaning away on reflex, and if you ever go nuts on me again I swear to God that for it is gonna be one giant bruise even Sasuke can't heal, understand me? Sakura takes a step back and grins, perfectly. Thank you, Ino. Ino nods and turns on her heel, waving over one shoulder, see you around, forward. Ino doesn't see her fall into Petals, and neither does anyone else on the quiet, empty street. Sasuke can't sleep. Which is a statement on par with saying, the sky is blue, or, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. He'd tried cramming in more studying, but relearned like he always does when he tries this that he completely forgets how to read between the hours of 10 in the evening and 6 in the morning. So he takes a walk instead. His knee bitches and moans, but it always does, and the brace muffles it as he puts it back on and starts his lope. He'll head to the gate and back. The route's long enough both ways to tire him out, short enough that he can do it without much complaint from his knee or falling asleep on the ground. Sasuke likes the village at night. Everyone goes to bed and closes up shop at 8 o'clock on average, 10 o'clock at the latest, and it turns into a different world. A quieter, smaller world. Even after the incident Sasuke's always felt safer at night, at least, he does when he remembers to avoid the Uchiha district. The only company he has are cats and night birds, and he gets to be alone with his thoughts. Usually that's something he wants to avoid, but when he walks the familiar streets in the dark his thoughts turn softer. He wonders where the sparrows and hawks go when they sleep. He wonders how many of the cats he passes belong to someone. He wonders how many stars there are. He wonders what the sky looks like in countries he's never visited. He wonders about what's on the other side of the oceans. And tonight he wonders who's sitting on the stone bench. In any other city he'd assume it was a beggar. If it was 2 months ago he'd walk right past without looking at them. But here, now, he slows his stride and takes them in. A person, a girl, his age, or a bit older, sitting with her hands in her lap as she looks up at the stars, messy light hair. His brows furrow and he stops at the edge of the bench, Sakura. Sakura blinks rapidly and jumps a tiny bit before turning to smile up at him, hey. Couldn't sleep. He slowly shakes his head, mouth pulling into a frown. No. She shrugs, smile somewhat remorseful, yeah, me either. She pushes hair behind her ear and Sasuke notices that her sleeve doesn't make any noise as it rubs at her elbow, her hair doesn't rustle as she tucks it back, medical ninjutsu can't really take away what Ataka did, not without brain damage. So. She cuts herself off with another eerily silent shrug. Sasuke stares at her for a long minute, then asks, where are you really? Sakura freezes. Like this he can see the tiny flickers around her edges, imperceptible to anyone without even a passive Sharingan. When she's still she's completely still, like a video on pause. She'd been sure to make her genjutsu pretend to breathe before the jig was up. She now knows better. She finally purses her lips, looking away, can't get anything past you, can I? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. Sasuke takes a few steps forward and sits down on the other end of the bench. It's a strange, funhouse reflection of their past. The poetry of it makes him nervous. Why can't you tell me? Sakura, what's going on, what are you doing? Sasuke asks, voice slowly rising as the tension starts building in his gut. Sakura forces out a sigh with no breath. I can't tell you that, either. I want to, but I can't. Sasuke starts to grind his teeth. What are you talking about? What do you mean you can't? Sakura looks him in the eye and she looks so deeply, intensely sorry that he chokes on his next words. Sasuke. Please don't get mad. Not tonight, okay? Let's just talk, like we always do. About training, or what Tsunade's having you study, or how ridiculous Naruto and Kakashi are, just normal stuff, please. Sasuke bites the inside of his lower lip as he considers that. Why would she want no? Why does she need him to make small talk? She's asking like a starving woman asking for food, or like a prisoner on death row asking for their last meal. You're leaving, Sasuke whispers in a rush, you're leaving the village. Sakura hangs her head and breathes out hard through her nose, damn it. He scoots closer, leaving only a foot between him and the projection. Why? You know Orochimaru's just going to. He's not. This is insane, Sakura. You're smarter than this, what are you doing? Sakura frowns hard at that last part and Sasuke flinches. Fuck, that wasn't good. Why'd he say it like that? He sounds like a prick. Sakura looks him in the eye and huffs. I don't know, Sasuke, maybe it's because I'm constantly surrounded by kids from great and powerful clans who are getting attention and privileges lavished on them, and when I work my ass off to catch up I still get ignored. I don't have a future here, Sasuke. Even if I train with Kakashi and Kurane every day, learn everything they know, I'm still never going to reach the same heights you and Naruto are rocketing straight towards. The village will always just see a clanless civilian child with nothing to give. What's the point busting my ass to make sure I can walk side by side with you two when the village will always shove me down and force me to watch your backs disappear? Sasuke has no answer for that. He thinks Sakura is exceptional. He always has. Even before he really started seeing her he knew she'd amount to something. But what does his opinion matter against decades of tradition? What does what he thinks matter against what the whole world thinks? Their world is tiny, a handful of villages scattered across part of a continent between two oceans they've never seen the other side of, but that's where all the power is. That's the tiny piece of the world that tells the rest of the world how to live, what to think, what to feel. In the face of that, why did Sakura not leave sooner? The answer comes in a snap. Her mom. Sakura, your mom is going to. You can't leave her, Sakura, Sasuke sputters, running a hand through his hair. Your whole family is here, they love you and you're just going to. You can't leave them, Sakura, they'd lose it if you left, you can't. Sakura stands from the bench, smoothing her illusory skirt. They'll live. Sasuke pushes himself up and wobbles from the sudden speed. No, they won't. Losing you will crush them, Sakura. If you leave you'll be a rogue ninja, a criminal. If you ever come back it'll be in chains or worse. Your mom, you would break her heart, Sakura, hers, and all your friends, Sakura. They're not just a bunch of spoiled rich kids, Sakura, they care about you, they've been worried sick about you, and if you left you'd wreck them. Do you really think Naruto would just get over you leaving? That Kakashi would. That I would. Sakura freezes again, that uncanny pause, with her back to him. She stays like that for a full 30 seconds. Her shoulders shake in a little laugh as she turns to smile at him. I thought I annoyed you. You don't, Sasuke replies, faster than he'd planned. You used to. But you don't anymore. Sakura stares at him, smile still in place as her brows furrow. She's trying to figure him out, reading him like she reads her genjutsu textbooks, with care and attention. It always feels strange, to be considered so deeply. Her face softens, and when she speaks her voice is something fragile and hopeful. Sasuke, why do you want me to stay? Because It's like putting in the final piece of a puzzle as vast as the ocean. Everything comes into focus, every single instance of his chest clenching tight when she'd wept and his mouth going dry when she'd smiled and his heart leaping when she'd triumphed and it dropping to his feet when she was hurt. It slams into him like a tidal wave, bowling him over and dragging him down to the depths of the sea. It's amazing. It's terrifying. It's making his stomach turn and his throat close and his breath come in gasps, and all Sasuke wants to do is tell her, shout everything running around in his mind so loud that everyone in every nation hears it. so Orochimaru hears it and knows there will be hell to pay if he touches a single hair on Sakura's head. But Sasuke Uchiha is, unfortunately, just a 13-year-old boy who is staring down his first love with all the pressure of her disappearing bearing down on him like a sword hovering over his throat. And Sasuke Uchiha has never been good with words. So what comes shaking, scrambling, crawling out of Sasuke's mouth is, because I can't lose you too. Sakura's eyes drift to the cobblestones and her smile falls. Wrong choice of words. The sword plunges through Sasuke's throat and he can't choose any better ones. She lets out a tiny little laugh, and murmurs, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to put you through anything like that again and I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for hurting you, I promise I never wanted to. Sakura takes a step back, Sasuke takes a step forward. Her voice wavers and she covers her eyes, I only wanted to make you happy. I'd dreamed, you know, of how happy we could be, but I know I can't. Sakura shuts her eyes tight, covers her mouth, breathes deep. Sasuke is frozen. His mind is a dissonant chorus of no 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 no's slamming against each other to create pure, paralyzing chaos. Her knife feels so heavy on his hip. Sakura takes a deep breath, holds it for a few seconds, then takes her hand off her mouth as she releases it and opens her eyes. Sakura's smile is heartbreakingly beautiful, her voice soft but resolute, I love you, Sasuke Uchiha. I always will. We'll see each other again, that's a promise. She takes another step backward and Sasuke lets out a strangled, Sakura wait, no, as he sprints toward her. He knows she's not there but he reaches out for her anyway and his hand passes straight through her. Her body erupts into pink petals that fall in a shower around him and with his momentum and stiff legs Sasuke trips on a cobblestone. He falls in a heap among the petals and lets himself lie there on the ground. Sakura is nowhere nearby. He's too late. The petals touch his skin and his eyelids grow heavier, too heavy, it's another genjutsu but he doesn't even bother trying to break it. He lets his eyes slide shut and embraces the dark, because he's far too tired to cry. The last illusion falls to pieces, and Sakura stands up from her seat. These benches near the gate are for family, friends, teams, all waiting for Ninja to come home from long missions away. Sakura wonders if anyone will be waiting for her here when she comes home. She draws an invisible cloak around her like a security blanket, finding a thimbleful of comfort in how the sounds around her fall to a muffle and everything loses its color. She adjusts her backpack, checks her sandals, and walks right out the front gate without anyone in the guardhouse even bothering to look her way. Once she's a few meters out she drops it again. 4 sets of feet fall in step behind her. What changed your mind? Seikon asks, smug. Sakura just shrugs, personal reasons. Sakura walks away into the night. Check the description for the links to the author.